New sheriff in town. Sit down and shut up.
I would like to excuse Mayor Carolyn Goodman, who could not be here with us today. The February 6, 2013 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note that some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box can view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web on the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests and/or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. If you parked in a parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you enter chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Sanford Sandy Marks, Message of Faith Ministry, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir.
Our Father, we humbly come before you, asking for guidance in doing the good work of the Las Vegas City Council. Give us open minds and give us responsive hearts, that we may strengthen each other as our spirits drink deeply from the everlasting fountain of thy love. Keep in our hearts and keep in our minds the message of service to the community, and bless this gathering. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How's everybody doing? Okay? Good, good. It's a great day. It's okay. Well, good morning, everyone. This is the ceremonial portion of our City Council meeting where we get to honor some very important folks in our Las Vegas community. And first, I would like to turn it over to Councilwoman Tarkanian, who is going to recognize the Citizen of the Month.
I always enjoy being able to give to someone who would call themselves an ordinary person what is an extraordinary commendation, because these ordinary individuals in our community are what really makes it work. So today we have Winifred Olani. Did I do that wrong? You see, I'm not very good in Hawaiian. You give it to us. You just
No, no, no.
say your name. Just say
Oh,
your name.
Winifred Kale Lenny.
Oh, my. I wasn't quite there. I met Winifred a few years back, and she was born on the island of Oahu, Hawaii. She grew up on the grounds of a sugarcane plantation with her grandfather in a company-provided housing situation. Her grandfather worked for the C&H Sugar Company. As a young girl, she learned the art of hula dancing, a Hawaiian tradition. She continues to perform the hula with a local group of really hot seniors at local senior complexes, casinos, and luau's. She traditionally dances at the California Hotel May 1st Day celebration, and also she does sometimes, and I'm always disappointed when she does it, but sometimes performs at the holiday meals at Jamestown Towers. Now, Winifred was a stay-at-home mother of 10 children who watched her family grow up while living in La Puente in Buena Park, California. She currently has 25 grandchildren. Congratulations. Which more than doubles your Councilman Ross and myself. We thought we had a lot, but she more than doubles us. She first lived temporarily in Las Vegas, 1959 to 1961, and then came back to permanently take residence in 1986. She began residence in Jamestown Towers, which is a Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority complex, on August 16, 2010. In 2012, she was elected president of the Jamestown Towers Resident Council. She coordinates various activities for the seniors there, and she also, how can I say this, does extremely well in getting different types of personalities to work well together. And because as seniors, we get pretty determined in our how we feel about things. She will have free coffee days with 3 types of cream and 3 kinds of sugar for those seniors who are sugar attracted. She has organized bingo, refreshment parties, and luncheons. She sets up and decorates the dining hall for special parties, manages the country store, and oversees anything else that is needed. If you have a problem, if you need help, you go to her. In 2012, Winifred began hearing from seniors that their physicians were recommending more exercise to improve their health. So the exercise at the housing facility was not very good, very old, and really sort of unusable. So she began to research new models and the cost of them. Housing personnel suggested that she submit an application for a small grant program from the city called the Neighborhood Partners Fund. And she and her resident council were awarded a grant, which now is being used to purchase equipment in the next couple of months. And today we're honoring her for all that she has done over and above what she needs to do. She could just live in her housing. She could just enjoy all those 25 grandchildren at different times. But you know, I go there and she's busy and she's doing a multitude of tasks at a time, and she's always pleasant, always willing to take that extra step for anyone. And I think these are the type of community individuals that we want to honor. So that's why she's honored this month as a community citizen.
There you are, young lady. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you. And Winifred, we want you to know that your name will be on the sidewalk in front of our City Hall, Citizen of the Month, with your name on it. Yes.
Thank you.
And would you like to say a few words?
No, thank you.
Oh, come on, say
You
just
said
a
it
couple.
all. Oh, just thank you. I'm stoked. I'm just stoked. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Winifred.
Did you bring a hula with you? You didn't? Come on, we wanted to see you do the hula. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a picture, everyone. Congratulations, that was well-deserved. Okay, I'd now like to ask Councilman Ross to come up, and, well, he's already up here, but come to the podium and recognize the Centennial Hills Community Center.
Can I borrow that? Sure, go ahead. Good morning, everybody. What a great day, and 25 grandchildren. That is amazing. 10 children. You're wonderful. We are so blessed to have so many wonderful people in our community that do wonderful things. Our city employees are the same. We have a ton of great city employees that go the extra mile for so many people in this city, and I want to recognize a few of those. Today I have the pleasure of presenting an award to an outstanding group of city employees. The Action Team Award recognizes a team of employees who strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. We have great employees working all over the city, but when I heard about this award, one group really stood out to me, the team at Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. This group of 7 individuals works with our active adult community, and the result is outstanding programs that benefit the entire community. Please help me recognize and welcome these rock stars. As I call your name, come on down. Ronnie Fuller, come on down, give her a round of applause. Stephanie Richard, Jen Winder, Sharon Derry, Lester Bennett, also he's not with us today, somebody had to mind the ranch. Nancy Presser and Gloria Sampson, come on down here, all of you please. Gather around the council. I can't begin to tell you all of the fabulous events and classes that this group puts together between monthly themed luncheons, canning classes, which I probably need a lesson on that, scarecrow making classes, bingo, CPR training, and arts and crafts. There is never a dull moment at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. This team has worked with the active adults to collect items for many different organizations that are in need. Some of these organizations include Jude 22 Senior Food Pantry right downtown here in Las Vegas, Homeless Veterans, Salvation Army Angel Tree, and school supplies for schools that are certainly in need. The staff also donates their time to work on the Centennial Hills Community Garden that our active adults now enjoy and help to keep the Park Ambassador program running with monthly meetings. Another great program that this team puts together, they oversee the Adaptive Adult Program. This is a very special program. This program is for adults with developmental disabilities. The program offers a variety of activities like arts and crafts, field trips, camps, special events, and socialization, and more. Every time my staff and I are at my satellite office in the Centennial Hills Community Center, we can hear the adaptive adults having a great time right behind my wall, and they're a noisy bunch. I love to walk into that meeting room and see all the wonderful crafts that they put together thanks to this team. This staff really cares about this group, and they show it every time. The thing I love about the staff at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center is that they are always thinking outside the box. In June, they put together an amazing event called An Evening Under the Stars, remember? The staff got the cowboy actors from Bonnie Springs to put on a free show for our residents to enjoy at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. Council members, if you allowed me to continue, I could go on and on about the fantastic things that this staff does for the residents in the Northwest, but I'll stop for now. And I would like to ask Director Stephen Harson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, to come up to the podium and say a few words about your outstanding team. And I love the tie. Purple's awesome. I got the memo? Okay.
Thank you. I'm not sure what I can say to follow what Councilman Ross just said. These guys are amazing. We're very proud of them in Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services, and it couldn't happen to a more deserving bunch. So again, congratulations.
Thank you, Director. Now, Ronnie, I'm not going to let you off the hook here, so it's your turn.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Just to briefly, when we come to work every day, we love what we do, and that we get paid for what we do is amazing. And then to also get this award on top of it is just, I can't thank you all enough. I've got an amazing team up here, and we come to work every day and provide activities and programs and events for folks 50 plus, and we just love it. We love what we do, and it shines through. And thank you so much, Councilman Ross, for this award and recognizing what we do.
Thank you, Ronnie. It's your turn now, young lady. Didn't know I was going to put you on the spot, did you?
Well, I was told I wasn't allowed to talk because council would go forever. I'd just like to piggyback what Ronnie said. We do have an awesome group. I'm honored to be a part of Centennial Hills Active Adult, to work with Ronnie as a coordinator and all the staff in Jen's adaptive program. And Councilman Ross and Michelle have been a phenomenal. You're a wonderful councilman, and she's a great liaison. She comes out and serves and gets to know all of us, so I truly appreciate it. And I'm honored, too, to be a part of the city. I've been with the city for 20 years, and each day is a wonderful day to come to work. And I have to tell you, I have the best volunteer program. It's Park Ambassadors, so yay! And our Celestial Garden is doing wonderful, and I'm honored to be a part of this team, so thank you.
Thank you. You're all, I can't tell you, every time I walk in, and I do this on purpose, when I'm out there, I walk through the Active Adult Center. I don't walk in on the YMCA side, and I do that on purpose because every classroom is busy, and I peek my head in every room that's going on, whether there's guys cheating at poker, playing poker, or they're cheating at dominoes or whatever it is, the classes, everything. You guys just do an incredible, incredible job. And I know your fan club is watching from home and recognizing your great efforts, because every time I talk to them, they can't speak more highly of what an incredible team this is. So congratulations on being the recipients of the action team. Keep up the good work. I'll give that to you. Thank you, guys. You bet. Thank you very much.
Great. Las Vegas City Action Team. Congratulations. Thank you, Councilman Ross. Okay, next I'd like to ask Councilwoman Tarkanian to recognize some of her community partners in Ward 1.
Every year on Make a Difference Day, the city has cleanups that are designed to give individuals and groups an opportunity to give a helping hand back to the community. In Ward 1, we work with these individuals, as they probably do in the other wards, to bridge the gap between the city's regularly scheduled maintenance in our parks and neighborhoods. We can't do everything in the city, and especially when funds are low, it makes it much more difficult. And so we have individuals who have volunteered their time to help us maintain a higher standard for the city as far as cleanup is concerned. It was very heartwarming to me to have had such a large outpouring of young people and families join us nearly every Saturday in the month of October to make a difference. Without a doubt, all these volunteers have had an overwhelmingly positive impact on our ward. As you can see on the screen, which I hope you're watching because I can't see it, they tell me that on the screen, did you, oh, not yet? It is now. There are some pictures of our people doing everything from picking up trash to painting fire plugs, curbs, removing graffiti, painting worn out areas. And these individuals have given their time and their hard work. They didn't have to do it. They donated time after school hours, Saturdays, to truly make a difference. And they're certainly an encouragement to us all. And at this time, I would like to ask Deborah Henninger and George Brewer from Nevada Energy to come forward. And if any of their team is here, would they please stand? I'm going to honor each one of the groups. There's several, so I'm going to do this one piece after the other. Here we are, and here these individuals are that helped us. I want to give you the recognition papers that we provide in honor of what, and in appreciation of what all the Nevada Energy people did. And I got to tell you, they're bright, they're energetic, and they keep us going. So we really appreciate all the help.
Thank you very much, and thank the entire council and the city of Las Vegas. And MV Energy tries to provide back to the community. This year, our employees put in over 39,000 hours into the community, and we hope to continue to do that. And also, the Keep Las Vegas Beautiful was very active in this program, and I'd like to thank them and all the effort that they put in, and hopefully we can continue to make a big improvement in the city. Thank you.
I know we all appreciate it. We'll keep asking. Is there anybody else from your team that's here? If there's anybody else, would they please stand?
They're all trying to keep the lights on.
Oh, they're all... Oh, well, yes. We don't want another fiasco as the Super Bowl had, do we? But in any case, if you would just stand up here for a little bit, we're then going to ask the College of, I wanted to mention the College of Southern Nevada, the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, Andre Gale San Diego, Cecilia Arias, and Bruno Rhodes. If they're here, would they please stand up and come forward? Yeah. Yeah. We're getting used to seeing the individuals from this college take their time to contribute within our community. And they've been a big help in our ward, and I know in other wards. So that's why we want to honor them today and sort of put them in front of the TV cameras so that you can show your friends and your relatives, yes, this is really what you do. Would you like to say a few words, please?
Like she said, we're from the Honor Society, Phi Theta Kappa from CSN, and we have an international officer here at the international level, and we have two of our honor students with us. And and we love to do community service. Every weekend we are out in the community with community service because it is one of the hallmarks of Phi Theta Kappa. All right, so we're very honored and we thank you for recognizing us.
We thank you all so very, very much. And then from Clark High School, the Navy Junior ROTC, Commander Daniel Jorvig, United States Navy, and Cadet Commander Josh Nacion, I probably mispronounced that, and Dean Rahman from the administration. If you know, this ROT helps us a lot, too, every time. I was going to do that. I will do it, but it's good. You remind me. It's okay. No, that's good. I appreciate it. I would like to have all the other ROTC members stand so that we can appreciate you too. These guys come out all the time. Thank you very, very much. They're helping us all the time. I don't know if you want to come up here or not, if there's enough room. Come on. The big wheels in back of me say, bring them up, and I'm glad. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in awe of these guys. I've watched them drill. I've watched them do all kinds of things. Come on. And they deserve all the kudos they get. They're very, very good, and they help us all within the community, and they make Clark High School very proud. And now from the MGM, I have Ray Bonite, who's Director of Corporate Communications. I don't know if anybody's with you, Ray. Just you, you're enough. You got it. Thank you very much. MGM has programs that help in all areas within the community. They're one of the finest groups within our city as far as donating to community efforts. We appreciate it very, very much. Here, Ray.
Well, first, thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you to the City Council. Wow, it's a real honor for me to represent our company and our many, many volunteers. We understand that our company success is based upon the community, so we want to make sure that we give back where we can. And last year, our chairman and CEO challenged our employees to give 100,000 hours, of volunteer hours last year. And I'm happy to say that we exceeded that with 113 volunteer hours. So again, thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, City Council. It's truly a pleasure and honor to be here this morning.
Thank you very much. We have some, those of you that are up here, we have your, there's some of them are heavy because we had a lot of people helping, but we're going to give these to you. Clark High School. There you go, Clark High School individuals. He's got. I want to make sure you all have them. I also want to mention that there were two other groups that helped us. They weren't able to be here today. UNLV DECA, First Good Shepherd Church group, and the UNR Cooperative Extension. And we appreciate their help. I would like to say, let's give a big round. Wait just a second before you give it. But a big round to them because this is not fun. I know I've been out there with them, and it is not fun. And for them to take the time and effort to help places that may not even be near their home or near their school, but just go out there and give it because they believe in the community, and they are what makes a difference. So let's give that big round. Would you like to say a few words? You did say a few words. Okay, let's, we want to have a picture taken if we could. Could somebody take a picture of all of us? Isn't there somebody out there? There you are. Come on, can you do it? It's too many? Okay, the tall people in back. Hug each other. Okay. Okay. How about that? Are we any better? Can you get us? It's just that. And of course, all of these individuals receive the recognition certificates that we give from the city. Thank you all very much. We'll try and get some pictures to you. Besides, watch yourself on TV, too.
All right, good job. That's why Las Vegas is a great place to live, because we have some great volunteers. So thanks, all of you, and congratulations. And finally, Councilman Barlow would like to recognize Black History Month. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you so very much, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Today I have the distinct honor of recognizing Black History Month. It's a privilege of mine because my family taught me at a very early age that life is really about giving back, and today I have the opportunity of recognizing a neighborhood that believes in doing just so, as well as a group of ladies, an organization that the principles of their organization, their sorority, is built on that Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, who also, congratulations to them, who they have celebrated as of this year, 100 years in their organization, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, 100 years, centennial. Please stand and be recognized. Please stand, if you will, please. Thank you all so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Berkeley Square Historic District is a historic community. And just to give you a backdrop and a background on why this historic community is very near and dear to the community's heart, in 1947, the area currently known as Berkeley Square neighborhood was planned as the West Side Park Homes. The neighborhood was originally planned for returning World War II veterans and their families. There were many obstacles to the project, and as it would be the first of its kind in the city, housing was not available to African Americans, banks were not lending to these families, and segregation prohibited living in any other area here in the city of Las Vegas. Many of the honorably discharged servicemen and women petitioned the Pentagon for help in locating livable space and housing for their families. By December 14th, 1949, African-American architect Paul Revere Williams was hired to design these houses. Paul Revere Williams was an internationally known African-American architect from Los Angeles, California, who made great strides for his race in this profession. He also designed the La Concha Motel, the lobby of which now serves as the visitor center for the Neon Museum in downtown Las Vegas. Mr. Paul Revere Williams took special interest in the housing problems in this community. Mr. Williams decided that these homes would be small but well designed to exceed the needs of the residents. The homes were far ahead of their time. The concept was based on the principle that owners of small homes could enjoy the same formulas for pleasant living as large homes. By February 1954, the first 30 houses of the total 155 homes were completed, and residents were beginning to occupy these homes. At that time, the name was changed to Berkeley Square. Homes were priced at get this, $7,700. I wish that was the case today. Along with veterans, many professionals such as entertainers, doctors, dentists, teachers, nurses, and entrepreneurs took up residence in this area. The leading financier was Thomas L. Berkeley of Oakland, California, an African-American attorney, media owner, developer, and civil rights advocate in the Bay Area. Other financiers included Edward A. Freeman and J.J. Burns of Los Angeles. And these names also are the names of streets inside of Berkeley Square neighborhood. Financing was arranged by Stanley Nelson with the Allied Building credits developed by Franklin D. Richards, FHA administrator from Washington, D.C. The developer was Leonard A. Wilson of Las Vegas. Construction was supervised by Harry L. Wyatt of the Las Vegas firm Burke and Wyatt. Massey L. Kennard, a Las Vegas civil rights leader, was the real estate agent, according to historical documents. Significance. What is the significance? Berkeley Square is the first subdivision to be designed and built in Nevada by and for prominent African American men and women and their families from Las Vegas and California. Berkeley Square is significant for its role in redevelopment of Las Vegas' historical West Side and provisions of housing for the African American community in the period leading up to the Civil Rights era. Berkeley Square was one of the new housing developments in Las Vegas designed to improve living conditions for the city's African American community, thus representing strides that had been made as a result of community activism in the late 1940s and the early 1950s. The homes represent a good example of the contemporary style ranch house, and the subdivisions is a good example of development designed under the auspices of the Federal Housing Administration standards of the 1940s. At this time, I would like to ask that Ms. Ruth DeHunt and residents of the Berkeley Square neighborhood please come forward and stand with me at this time. Let's give her and her neighbors a round of applause as they come. Thank you. Come forward, please. Good to see you. Come forward. Please come stand with me. I just want to share just a couple other line items that I believe are very important to this historical moment. A moment in black history, ladies and gentlemen. The Las Vegas Historic Preservation Commission initiated an historic resource survey to determine if the neighborhood that these fine residents reside in today met the requirements for historic designation in 2004. The Department of Planning and Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services met with Berkeley Square residents while the study was being completed to update them on the progress. The study was completed using a grant funding from the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office in 2006. The Berkeley Square neighborhood was designated on the National Register of Historic Places in October of 2009. Funding for Berkeley Square's historic district banners and plaques will be displayed this coming Saturday at 12 noon, the banners will be hung on all of the existing light poles, really depicting the historical moments and the rich history of this community. And the placards will also be placed on specific corners throughout the Berkeley Square neighborhood. So we would like to invite the entire community to come out and participate. Thank you. So this Saturday, 12 noon at the corner of F Street and Leonard, right off of Owens and right adjacent to the Elks Lodge. And so please come out and participate in this activity. And Mr. Hunt, I will ask that you please share a few words and what this really means to you and your residents and the residents throughout Berkeley Square at this time.
First, I say good morning to everybody and to thank you so much for the honor. My name is Ruth Eppinger-Doan, president of Berkeley Square, but this is Mrs. Marshall, and she's one of the original residents of that neighborhood. And she celebrated her 82nd birthday on Monday. So it is, So this means a great deal to us. As time has gone on, and we've gotten so much participation and help from our council and from Councilman Barlow and the entire city. We're honored to have all the help because it makes a difference. The neighborhood continues to strive, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
And thank you so very much. And don't leave yet, because the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority would also like to join us here. Come forward, if you will, please. And these ladies here, their organization, their sorority, one of the main key programs is community service. And they all know about community service, specifically as it relates to our dear friend, Dr. Jackson, who is now deep into retirement, enjoying the city's retirement check. Is it showing up every day on time? Every monthly? Oh, monthly. Okay. Not every day? And so at this time, if you all will please come forward and basically, oh, come on, Tia. Come forward and share a few words. And congratulations once again to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, celebrating your centennial 100 years of community service, not only to the Las Vegas community, but to the world at large. And so I will ask that you please share a few words on behalf of your sorority.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tia Mathis. I'm the first vice president for the Las Vegas Alumni Chapter. And as Councilman Barlow said, we are currently celebrating our centennial year this year. So we've had a month long of activities, and we are just, we are founded on Christian principles, but we are a public service organization. So we do lots for the community. This morning, we would like to present the council and the regional homeless youth with a check. So on behalf of our president, Verna Stringer, and the over 200 alumni members, we do have some here today, but on behalf of our president, Verna Stringer, and the over 200 members of the Las Vegas Alumni Chapter, we would like to make that donation.
Thank you so very much. And what this check is for, and the Mayor Council knows, that Delta Sigma Theta Sorority sponsored a donation station for the homeless. And so this money will basically go towards the donation station. And as you all know, the donation stations are all around the downtown community. And so if you or your organization would like to sponsor a donation station, please contact my office and we'll be happy to work on that. And of course, Steve, would you come forward and please accept this check on behalf of your department? Let's give Steve Hartson a round of applause. And at this time, I also would like to bring Patricia Harris forward. Thank you so very much, Steve. Thank you so very much for the donation stations and all that you and your entire department does for the city of Las Vegas. Patricia Harris. And is Joseph Watson here? Is he here? No. Joseph Watson is the, he was selected as, come forward, he was selected as the designer for the beautiful banners that will be hung throughout the historic Berkeley Square community. And he also, he's located at 107 East Charleston, inside of the Arts District, and he has a gallery there for those of you that would like to go and visit his gallery, and I would like to give him that plug and just congratulate him for being selected as the designer of the beautiful renderings of the art that will be hung from the light poles in Berkeley Square. And so, Patricia, if you will, please provide us with the ongoing activities for African American History Month. Great. Thank you for the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. I just want to add that we're hoping to add the original paintings of those banners into the city's art collection. So there'll be a permanent part of that. If you've had a chance to be out on the second floor gallery, in the Chamber Gallery, we're opening for African American Heritage Month an exhibit by Lolita DeVillay, and the opening reception is going to be tomorrow from 3 to 5, so the artist will be there. It's open to the public, and that exhibit is going to be up through the middle part of April. And then on Saturday, February 16th at 7:30 p.m., at the Charleston Heights Art Center, blues artist Guy Davis will be doing a very personal acoustic set at that facility. Tickets are on sale now. You can contact the center at 229-6383 for information about that concert. Guy's a really wonderful young man. He is the son of Ruby Dee and Ossie Davis, who are legendary actors. And then to end up our activities for the month, The Jester Harrison Music Association is going to present Why Do We Sing? The Evolution of African American Music on Saturday, February 28th at 3 p.m. It's presented in co-sponsorship with the West Las Vegas Art Center and the West Las Vegas Library Theater. And for information about that, you can call 229-4800. And that's free to the public.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you so very much. And I would like to present this certificate to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated for your community service outreach efforts. And thank you so very much for all that you all continue to do for the community. And of course, to the Berkeley Square residents, congratulations to you as well on the National Registry for Historic Places here in the city of Las Vegas. And as I close, I was Facebooked this morning by a young lady at Las Vegas Academy. Her name is Diamond Parker, and she asked if I would announce that that Las Vegas Academy has a Black History program taking place today and Friday. So for those of you who are interested in participating in that activity, please go out to Las Vegas Academy, 7 p.m. They have a Black History program taking place today and on Friday, and it's only $7. So there you go, Diamond. Thank you so very much, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you so very much. Congratulations to everyone.
All right, good job. Congratulations to everyone this morning. Appreciate it. Now, as soon as we get settled in, we'll continue on with our city council meeting.
Mike.
We bought one the original house.
Okay, there you go. Good to see you. Thank you. Good to see you. You too.
I'd like to bring everyone up. Just stand right here. I gotta get. Okay, do it, please. You guys gotta go. Yeah, we'll kind of move it. So you have each other. Background. I got it. I got it. All right. Oh, wait, yeah, we need that. That's right. I just got one. Oh. One, two, three. Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Perfect. Yeah, I got that too.
Check.
I got the finger in the air.
One more? Thank you, Ronnie. Yes, we did. Get in my pocket. Get in my pocket. Perfect. In my pocket. You want it?
I just turned the 5. I don't quit. Take care.
Okay, we have a quorum, so we will continue on with the city council meeting. Item number 9, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of any time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We'll set the timer at 1 minute. Yes, sir, please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hardis, and Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that I probably won't be coming down much more, but the objective is, over the years, it's been a pleasure coming to the City Hall since 1991. In July, Jan became the mayor, and I've been showing up ever since. And a lot of history has been made with the city of Las Vegas. For instance, at the end of the day, to whom the federal government made it legal and said it was mine, that's still being used daily. Hundreds of millions of people throughout the world at the end of the day. It's very popular, whatever. But the objective is that out of all the years I've been coming down to the city, since 91, I've been proud of the events and things that have taken place. For instance, like the stratosphere, Stupak wanted to make it 1,800 feet taller than the Eiffel Tower. Couldn't do that because the FAA had a lot to say. They said they gave him 1,200 feet and told him to be thankful for that, whatever. All I'm trying to say is that I appreciate you letting me come down over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Come on up, Steve, and state your name.
All right. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony and the council. My name is Steve Chartrand. I'm the president of Goodwill of Southern Nevada. I'm here to thank you for item number 15 on the consent agenda, which is the approval for the Goodwill Attended Donation Center at the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center. And I want to particularly thank Councilman Beers for his support and the Summerlin Board. In a nutshell, this Attended Donation Center is going to create 2 full-time jobs. To put that into perspective, in 2012, Goodwill turned 578,889 donations of gently used goods into 127 new full-time jobs within Goodwill, and we helped 1,800 people get jobs. So these gently used goods are absolutely critical, and we thank you for your support and for your vision on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I know you'd stay up there for 2 hours talking about Goodwill, so I appreciate you coming down, and that is a great organization, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard under public comment? Okay, with that, I will close public comment. We'll go on to item number 10 for possible action. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withheld, or held in abeyance to future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Item number 30 on the consent agenda, the New Tavern Limited license is to be stricken, requested by staff. Item number 19, Prime Design Services, will have a 30-day abeyance by staff. Item number 51 will be a closed-door session that we have down, will be stricken, requested by staff.
And that's your motion?
That is my motion. I so move.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote.
Well, he's going to come back. He's going to come back.
Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. We will now go on to item number 11 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of January 23rd, 2013. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. We'll now go on to the consent agenda, items 12 through 38, with the exception of 30 that was stricken and 19 that was obeyed on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine. and are recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the City Council would like to bring forward under the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to pull item number 18 for discussion.
18, okay. Any other items? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion from Councilwoman Tarkanian to approve the consent agenda minus items 18 through 30 and 19.
I move, excuse me, I have to find this. I move to approve the consent agenda minus 18, item number 18, and in the item number 30
And 19.
and 19.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. We will now go on to item number 18. Item number 18, for possible action to approve award of bid number 12-39235 EV D Street Enhancements, Washington Avenue to Owens Avenue, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserves set by Finance, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to TAD, $2,073,904.50. This is in Councilman Barlow's
What about
ward,
the elevations?
Ward 5.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Thank you, Jorge, for coming up. I just wanted to really celebrate this moment because this has been a moment a long time coming. A number of years ago, the residents in this area, which basically runs right into the Berkeley Square neighborhood, the neighborhood that we just celebrated here during the ceremonial, which is on the National Registry of Historic Places. The D Street couplet will be receiving an improvement basically built into the overall master plan of the historical West Las Vegas community that we've been discussing for many years. In addition to that, other discussions that have come out of the overall master plan is, of course, the reopening of F Street, the F Street Bridge. And so I just wanted to really have Jorge, you give an update on the street, where we are, the process, and also some of the elevations, if you will, so that the community will have an opportunity to see what's coming, and also to talk about some of the impacts possibly that will be occurring in and around this specific location, which also is directly adjacent to the historical West Side School, which is on the National Registry of Historical Places, as well as the Nevada State Registry for Historical Places, with all of the redevelopment that has taken place in and around this historical community. Jorge?
Certainly, Councilman. Good morning. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. As Councilman pointed out, this is a project that was really identified back in 2008 when the National American Planning Association had a conference here in Las Vegas. And part of the conference, they had a two-day workshop where they met with the residents in West Las Vegas to come up with ideas of how to create a more walkable community out there. And this is part of the improvements were identified as part of that study. And so the improvements that are being done along this corridor are to take D Street all the way from I-15 up to Owens and create a more walkable environment out there. And the improvements include widening the sidewalks to 10 feet, putting tree landscaping along there, putting some ornamental street lights to illuminate the street a little bit better, banners along the street light. There will be bike lanes added to the corridor so to make it better for bicyclists to be out there. And as Councilman said, it ties into some of the work that's being done with all the other activities in West Las Vegas, including the West Las Vegas School that's under design. And so this project will take about a year to construct. There'll be some intermediate construction as it's being built. The roadway will be rebuilt. There'll be a monument sign as you're going northbound on D Street, just north of Washington, letting folks know they're coming into the West Las Vegas community. And so those are part of the improvements that will be part of this project.
Right, and do you have any of the elevations or rendering to show at the ground level?
Councilman, I apologize. This is the only thing that was sent over right now, and so I don't have those. But the renderings would show just that, the ornamental street lights, the bike lanes, and all the other amenities.
Okay, and does this in any way affect the connectivity or the construction that will be taking place with the F Street Bridge construction?
No, Councilman, this is a separate project from the S Street project. That project's still moving forward. This project is it's a separate project, has no direct influence to that. It was a project that was identified again back in 08, but it won't have any impacts on the F Street project.
So there will not be the commingling of funds as it relates to one project or the other?
No, the way this project was funded, Councilman, it was a combination of two funds. We had some federal transportation enhancement funds that were used toward this, and some redevelopment agency funds. And so that's how this is being funded. Completely different funding source than what's funding F Street.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I have.
I just wanted to ask, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
No,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, what was it we gave on F Street, the amount? Was it 18 million that was going there, or?
You know, Councilwoman, what's programmed is $16 million. The project
16 million. I was just going to say, in adding this other 2 million, that gives $18 million to two streets rather close together. So I really think Ricky's done a great job in obtaining that for his community, and I hope the people are really happy with that. That's a lot of money.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm in favor of this, by the way, but I needed to make sure we had it exposed because we wanted to make sure that people understood how much is going on over there. This is an important project, maybe even had predated the controversial F Street reopening. In other words, this was on its own, and I'm proud to say that money from the bill I sponsored is paying for, in large part, the rehabilitation of the West Side School. So that the license plate monies are being used for that. But I wanted to make sure, because I guess I know this contractor from a previous downtown project, and I also know that essentially you've got D and F and G as your main entry points to downtown. So G at this present time, as I see it, as these two projects come together, F and D, you're going to have G being the only street open from the historic West Side to Bonanza. And how are you going to coordinate? I know it's not a mixing of dollars. How are you going to coordinate the construction of these two projects at the same time? Because TAND is not a particularly fast-moving organization because they bid low and you give them the authority to take a little longer to do the project to get that lower bid, I believe. I mean, I think everybody had those specs. So this could drag on a while. They could run into each other. What is your plan for making sure that traffic flows?
Councilman, during construction of D Street, the streets that cross under Interstate 15 are D and H are the ones that have crossings under there. And so H, you're right, won't be impacted by this. D Street, the underpass will always be open. As we construct D Street, it requires that half of the street be done at a time, so the other half's always available for traffic to circulate. So north-south traffic will still be going through here. It'll be through a construction area, but we'll keep it open to traffic at all times. Because it is a residential area, we'll be working there during the day and not at night so that we don't disrupt the residents that are along there. But we'll keep traffic open for circulation during all time. It'll be a little bit more restricted than it is today because of the construction, but we'll always have two-way traffic traveling through there.
Is TAND up to the job of all of the redirecting of traffic? You know, they did a good job ultimately when a project was finished in the John S. Park area, which I got a chance to see firsthand. But this could take longer. They're a small company, but they do good work. It just takes longer, you know?
Councilman, we're comfortable that they're up to it. They've done, in addition to the work out in that neighborhood and this, they've done several projects for us in which they perform well. So we're comfortable with them having the ability to perform this project.
How long is it supposed to take?
A project like this would probably take about 6 to 8 months to construct.
Will there be, I suspect there's things under the ground that you're going to find that haven't been disturbed for a long time. Have you got a construction reserve built up for things we're going to find?
We always reserve a contingency when we award a project, typically 7 to 10% of the bid awards there for contingency, for unforeseen stuff like utilities that we may not be aware of. As we're doing the design process, we do get with all the utilities to see what's under there. You're right, in the older neighborhoods, sometimes there's utilities that no one is aware of, and so that becomes a challenge, and that's what happened in that neighborhood that you're talking about. Here, it's an older neighborhood. We may run into stuff that we're not aware of, but we do have a contingency for that.
One last thing, if you find any old redwood water pipes in that area, please make sure the council knows so we
sure
all
will.
have a chunk of Las Vegas history.
And Councilman, here is a rendering of what the improvements will look like.
Thank you so very much, and that's why I wanted this ground level rendering so that the community and the council will have an opportunity to actually see the improvements that are taking place in and around this historical area. And it's a beautiful project, and I really want to thank Jorge, you and your entire team for your due diligence in basically assisting me with bringing this online to improve the quality elements, specifically at the ground level for these historic neighborhoods, and also tying in with the walkable communities that our director, Flynn Fagg, has been working on in order to incorporate the vehicular, the pedestrian, as well as the cycling that are taking place in and around the community, and tying it into the Ward 5 community as well, to make sure that we have access from one side of the community, City of Las Vegas, to the other without any hiccups or any divides or divisions in that process. And so I'm really excited for the opportunity of this specific roadway to be renovated and be brought up to speed in connection with all of the other developments that are taking place in short order. So with that, Mayor and Council, if there's no other questions or comments, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Okay, at the request of our city manager, we're going to go ahead and look at agenda item number 41. This is an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding a report by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department on financial forecasts. Mark, you're going to kick this off?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Mark Vincent, the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. Just by way of background, recall that on December 5th, Candace Falder, our Finance Director, did a presentation to you all. It was a forecast. We do it on an annual basis, a forecast of our revenues and our expenditures. And what was a little bit different about that forecast is we actually gave you two forecasts, a high and a low forecast, because we really didn't know for certain what was going to happen with our Metro contribution, which is a significant part of our operating budget. And just by way of background, we didn't consult with, certainly with the Metro Police, the Metro Finance folks. We kind of did it on our own, but we had a high and a low estimate. The high estimate was a little bit under $145 million as our Metro contribution for fiscal year 14. The low was a little bit under $125. That produced a low budget shortfall of about $13 million. On the high side, it would have produced a budget shortfall of about $33 million. Those represent about 2.5% of our expenditures on the low end and about 7% of our expenditures on the high end. So as we roll forward into our budget preparation or budget season, we thought it would be a good idea to invite Metro, Sheriff Gillespie and Finance Director Karen Keller to perhaps make a similar presentation to you. It's not a budget. They haven't prepared their budget yet. The Fiscal Affairs hasn't seen it yet. But perhaps a forecast to give you an idea of what some of those moving parts are and maybe hone in a little bit better on what those high and low numbers might be. So with that by way of background, I'll let Sheriff Gillespie and Ms. Keller take over.
Okay. Sheriff, come up here, state your name, and
Thank you. Doug Gillespie, Clark County Sheriff. I come before you this morning, from my mind, a follow-up to a presentation that I made before this council a little back on the quarter-cent sales tax, and asking for your support of that particular legislation up in Carson City during this current legislative session. Based on that, Councilwoman Tarkanian as well as Councilman Beers had some questions in regards to the funding of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and our reporting processes and how that impacts the quarter cent. Based on that, had some interactions with the city manager as well as Mark Vincent, and we come before you today to talk about those particular issues, I think in conjunction to what Mark just spoke of as well. So for the purposes of this participation, I'd like to have my Chief Financial Officer, Karen Keller. She will walk you through a PowerPoint presentation in regards to that. And I also have with me today Budget Director Rich Hogan, who's very familiar with the budgeting aspects of my organization. I will stay here in case there are some questions of you for me. With that, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Thank you, Sheriff and Council.
Trying to do a high-level overview of the information. To give you some information, please ask any questions that you might have as we go along. There were specific topics that we were asked to talk about: our structural deficit, the Moorcock sales tax legislation, and also our budget reporting. Basically, our structural deficit...
One second.
Just 1 second. I just want to ask, do we have a copy of that so that we could follow along and make notes?
There are hard copies available, yes.
Could I,
those.
I'm a very visually oriented person, and it helps me.
I'll give you just a minute to get those, and then I'll continue.
Okay.
All right, for the structural deficit, we have two components: the loss of revenues that we've experienced, as well as the offset that we've done through reduced expenditures. On the revenue side, we've lost $57 million in direct property tax revenue to Metro. As you all know, you've also lost property tax revenue with the economic downturn. In addition, revenues from city and county contributions have decreased by about $35 million. So overall, during this whole economic downturn, Metro has lost about $92 million in revenue coming into our agency.
Karen, this is over what period of time?
This is from 08-09 forward.
Councilman Beers.
Thing working there, Will. So this is a multi-year number?
This is what we have lost in revenue, but it goes back, if you look at where we are right now compared to where we were back in 08-09, it's a loss overall.
So this is not a cumulative number?
No, it is not.
This is we were there at the high part,
and
here's
we're now
where we
here
are
at
today.
the low. Correct.
And what percentage of your overall funding does that represent? 92 million.
It is a little under 20% of our overall funding. We lost about 30% of total revenue on the property tax side and about a 10% reduction on the city and county contributions.
Thank you.
When it comes to reduced expenditures, there's been...
Hello, Councilman Barlow.
Did you say 40%? What was your answer to him? I couldn't hear it.
Property tax revenues have dropped by about 30%.
30%. Okay, thank you.
Reduced expenditures, we have made a significant reduction in our overtime by about 25%, and about half of what we have remaining of our overtime is reimbursed from outside sources for special events. We've done 82% reduction in travel. We have outsourced some of our functions like transcription and crossing guards because we could get a better value by having them outsourced as opposed to providing those services in-house. We've deferred expenditures for cars, computers, and equipment, which the deferrals will help us for a period of time, but we do then start having to bring those expenditures back around. We've renegotiated vendor contracts for things like copiers, cell phones, and shredding in order to save money, renegotiated leases. We have had salary and benefit concessions from all of our employee groups. We have maintained vacancies in our positions in order to have fund balance available to offset the deficit that we have. And we have eliminated positions. We are also looking at potentially as we go into fiscal year 13-14 that we will be making additional eliminations of positions to reduce the deficit. We've drawn down fund balance in our capital improvement, workers' comp and liability, and reduced our general fund contributions to those
Karen,
areas. Yes.
You, Mayor Pro Tem? I see where you have outsourced functions,
Yes,
and there are transcription and crossing guards.
yes.
Speaking to the crossing guards, how has that been outsourced? What formula or process in which this specific line item is outsourced?
We actually went out to bid and hired a company who manages crossing guard programs. They were able to hire all of the crossing guards that we had as their own employees, so they're no longer Metro employees. They are employed by the crossing guard company, and they provide those services for us. It saved us a couple of $100,000 a year to do that as an outsourced function. On the position eliminations, from fiscal year 9-10.
Councilman Beers has a question.
Sorry, we're getting all questions galore coming up. So, back to the reduction in city-county contributions, I'm a little, and part of this is because I'm new on the job, but I suspect there's some confusion on the part of the viewing public as well. I thought that the city pays a percentage of this number here, so how could that go down?
Our budget itself has gone down. It was $549 million. It's now $502 million. So as you apply that percentage against the total amount budgeted, it has been a reduction in the amount paid by city and county.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. On the drawdown of fund balances in capital improvement, has there been any effort to, or maybe it has to be done separately and it isn't ready for today, but to quantify, in government budgeting, we divide the world into ongoing funds and one-time funds, and are always on the lookout for the dangers of spending one-time funds on ongoing expenses, because when the funds run out, we're left with an unfunded expense requirement. And this sounds like this last bullet point on the reduction of expenditures is spending one-time funds on ongoing expenses. Is there a quantification of that? Is that kind of the source of the whole?
That's basically getting down to our deficit issue. We have been filling the deficit with those one-time funds. We have been drawing down that fund balance, and we're at a point where after 13-14, there won't be fund balance to be able to fill that gap with. So that's part of what the discussion is going forward with, between deficit that we will be looking at being able to use with more cops versus what would be an increased contribution from city and county.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, did you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to add that in addition to their budget going down, they also, as we just discussed, they were using some one-time reserves that also helped to reduce our contributions as well. Those two things combined.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, on the position eliminations, to date, we have eliminated 238 commissioned positions, 236 civilian, 32 temps, for a total of 506 positions. Those have been eliminated. They are off of our books. Tentatively, we are looking at an additional 625 positions that we will be eliminating in fiscal year 13-14. Not finalized yet, but that's what the numbers are looking at right now, in order to further reduce the budget and deal with the deficit. That would take us to a total of 1,131 positions that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has eliminated during the budget downfall.
Out of a total of what?
A little over 5,000.
5,000. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This 625, are these existing positions or just unfilled positions?
They are existing positions but unfilled. We have been holding vacancies because we have made a commitment. We did not want to lay off
Okay,
people.
that was my question.
So
I want to make it
it's
clear to the
positions but not
public
belly buttons.
and to the public in your department that 635 is not existing positions, and any officers or civilian employees are going to be looking at layoffs.
This does not have layoff in it. This is vacant position.
Thank you.
An overview on the deficit. As we talked before, we had $92 million in revenues that were lost. In all the budget reductions that we have made, we have cut by $46 million, which leaves that remaining deficit at $46 million. The temporary solution, as we've talked about, was to draw down our fund balance. We have committed to an additional $12 million reduction in our expenses to be able to stay at $502 million budget for 13-14. We will continue to see our unreserved fund balance drop. We expect that it will be at the end of this fiscal year about $25 million. By the end of fiscal year of 13-14, it will be down somewhere between $7.5 to $10 million, and we do not feel that it can go any lower than that number.
Councilman Beers?
Thank you, sir. Is there any statutory or regulatory guidance as to what that number needs to be, or a percentage that needs to be for your ending fund balance?
We don't have any statutory guidance as to that number, and actually we don't have any set guidance either from the city and the county. Traditionally in the past, city and county had maintained some reserves for us. As times got tough, we tried to maintain some additional reserves to help offset in the economic downturn. We have all had discussions at the staff level and agreed that the $7.5 to $10 million number is an appropriate number for us to maintain, but it is not based on a statutory requirement.
And I'm trying to remember, does the GFOA have a recommendation for ending fund balances? Somebody out there has a standard.
Sorry, Councilman, could you repeat your question?
I wonder if they can change the number of mics that could be live at one time. Isn't there a GFOA standard on ending fund balances expressed as a percentage of your annual revenue? Someone out there has a standard.
I believe that they do have a standard. I can't recall it off the top of my head. I think it's in the teens. It might be as high as 15%. I can't really recall. I will tell you that rating agencies have their own standards, of course, and depending upon what rating you aspire to, there are measures that they look at. And I can only tell you that from data published by Moody's, AA-rated cities of our size, which is our budget's kind of comparable to metros, it's closer to the 15 to 20% range.
And I think where I'm going is that I'm trying to get a comparison to it sounds to me like you have, in an effort to make your budgets work, internally agreed that you can go below this gold standard of reserve balance, of ending fund balance. And I'm trying to get a comparison of what that gold standard is versus where you guys are at. That's what I'm trying to get.
Right, I understand. And I can also tell you in the past history, Metro really did not maintain any fund balance. Back in the late 90s, all fund balance was maintained by the city and the county, and we have been slowly moving to a point where we did maintain fund balance and then have allowed that balance to grow as we had the economic downturn to help be able to deal with the deficits that we were looking at.
So you're somewhat thinking that you're backstopped. Your ending fund balance is backstopped by the combined city and county's ending fund balance.
That had been the position that had been taken over the years, correct.
Councilman, just Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things that we may want to consider, given this conversation as we go into our own budget workshop and our own budget policy setting process, depending on what threshold Metro budgets at, if we're the backstop, then it may be something that we would want to consider in establishing our budget threshold for our fund balance as well, because right now our fund balance is at about 12% by budgetary policy that you set, and looking at the bonding rating agencies as well as some of the standards, which what I've read, Mark, is closer to 20 for our size, 20%. It may be something we want to consider going forward in our budget policy setting to make sure we have enough to make sure that we cover Metro. And I think that's what the county is considering doing as well, to make sure they have adequate reserves to cover Metro should the need arise.
When we express our ending fund balance in a percent, we're expressing it as a percentage of our spending, I believe.
That is correct.
And the spending that we're expressing it as a percentage of, in our case, in the city's financial statement, includes the money that we spend to fund our portion of Metro's costs.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman, again, Rich Hogan, Budget Director, Las Vegas Metro Police. In terms of a number that we've been working with city and county staff, what we've had to take in consideration is that we need to have sufficient cash at the end of the fiscal year in order to pay expenses through for the first 3 months until our first property tax installment arrives. So that's a number that we've really honed down to try and get by.
Which is more of a cash flow perspective on
Correct.
the problem.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, the next page is a planning document that we've been using since the summer of 2012, and this is something that we have met with both city and county staff in looking at how we move forward and what our numbers might look like. Our general fund budget for fiscal year 12-13 was $502.8 million. We had a contribution to workers' comp and liability from both the city and the county of just under $12.8 million that was made outside of our general fund budget. So that took our total expenses to $515.6 million. For fiscal year 13-14, as I told you, we had committed to keep at a 502 level, which is the $12.7 million reduction in our budget. Our revenues, we're estimating early, we don't have our final property tax numbers, but we're estimating that they will be flat to the current year at $141.9 million. We are planning to contribute around $15 million from fund balance to the budget, which would leave city and county contribution, that balance to be distributed between the two, at $345.9 million. That's a $27 million increase from the current year, and it would roughly split out to about $130 million contribution from the city, $215 million from the county. As we look at fiscal years 14 and 15 and beyond, that $15 million fund balance will be gone, and so we'll be looking at that as an additional amount of funding that we would need either from the city and the county or any, unless we were able to do something with the More Cops initiative. And also, we know that we're not going to be able to continue at a $502 million budget forever. We have been flat for the last couple of years. At some point, we're going to have to be increasing our budget level again. As we look to the More Cops legislation, the desired outcome for us is to enable the second quarter cent tax with the supplanting relief on that new increment. Obviously, there's multiple possible outcomes that could occur. The legislation could fail entirely. The second quarter cent could be approved without any supplanting relief, or the second quarter cent could fail, but we could get supplanting relief on the first quarter cent. And there's always a possibility that there could be some kind of time components on what that supplanting would be. We don't have any idea what that might be at this point in time.
Excuse me, if
Yes.
I might, please. When you say second quarter cent approved without supplanting relief, what do you mean by that?
If the second quarter cent were approved, they would enable having the additional sales tax revenue come to Metro, but they would not enable in that scenario allowing us to use that proceeds for our existing budget deficit. It would have to go to all hiring additional police officer positions.
Thank you.
As we look at the implications of the outcome, if the legislation fails or we don't get the supplanting relief, we still have our structural deficit that would remain. Our alternatives to fill that budget gap are either increased contributions from the city and county or budget reductions on the Metro side further than what we've already done, which at that point we're really looking at getting into actual layoffs of individuals. We have cut our vacancies, we've trimmed down everything. We just are not at a point where we are not going to be able to cut additional positions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I, for one, certainly as one council member, that's unacceptable to me. We are working our tails off as a city council, as a convention authority, as a county commission, and every other government organization in this valley to make Las Vegas a world-class destination and a world-class place to live. And I'm going to have a hard time swallowing any kind of layoffs from our police department, as we are one of the top police departments in this country, and we need to be. 40 million visitors a year come here, and that's our bread and butter, and that's our economy, and that's who keeps thousands of people employed. So I'm going to have a hard time with that, Karen, and I think that I honestly believe you're going to be successful with this legislative process in getting the second quarter cent and the supplanting language. I honestly do. So I'm going to be optimistic about this. The citizens who live here have come to expect a certain level of service when they dial 911. And I know your team, Sheriff, working hard on maintaining that level of service as we as a local government who's been devastated by this recession and this property tax issue. We are keeping that same level of service with less money in our own budget as a city. I know the county is doing the same thing, and every other organization that receives any kind of taxpayer assistance. So I just want make it clear on the record my position on this, because I think you're going to be successful. I certainly support the second quarter cent tax and the supplanting language, so you can run this department like it needs to be run. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with what you say, what the councilman says, and I do believe you will be successful. It doesn't make sense that in the need for security that we have, and that's one of our primary responsibilities, in that need that we don't follow through on what the people have voted for. They voted for that, and you should be able to use that. My concern is the gaps that are involved and the money that would be expected from the city, because I don't know where that would come from. I mean, right now, we're cutting and cutting and cutting, and where would we be able to cut any more? So while I'm agreeing, and I want to help all we can, I don't know if it's possible that we could fill gaps other than, I do think you will be successful at the legislature. And I know that's very important. And so maybe, Betsy, you might be able to tell me or help me or us in just knowing how we could handle that. Because
Handle
we've cut so much.
the impact of it not passing?
Well, even if it does pass, if it's not supplanted and all that other stuff, there might be some problem too.
As we mentioned at the presentation when the sheriff brought the resolution that you all adopted regarding the support for the quarter cent, the impacts would be dramatic. It's another 10% cut in the city, and if there were no commensurate cuts at Metro. So very similar to what we went through 2 budget cycles ago, where we had significant layoffs on top of significant concessions. So it would be very difficult for us to work through. I think a lot of the things that we were able to avoid, at that point we were able to avoid things like browning out fire response vehicles or closing stations. We didn't have to close parks. We had to modify our maintenance standards, but we didn't have to close parks. We had to modify our hours for community centers, but we didn't have to close them except for 1 day a week and shorten the days. There were a lot of, we didn't privatize 6 services that we reevaluated.
No, if this passes.
So all of these things, Councilwoman, we would have to go back to that list. And there may be more, we'd have to consider to get there, because a lot of those things you all directed us and authorized us to go pursue, and we've done many of those things to control costs. Our employees came to the table and took pay cuts. I mean, not no pay cuts. People took pay cuts.
I know.
A reduction in their pay, reduction in work hours.
And layoffs.
Over 200 people are no longer in our employ. We are 17, almost 18% below in employment where we were in 2008 at the peak, today still. I still have a long list of people who have not been hired back. We've barely been able to do risk reduction restorations at this point. So we are not out of the woods. And the thought of having to go through that again is not one that I relish.
I just don't know how we could effectively provide city services if we had to do that again, because we know we're having some problems with the number of people we've had to lay off and so forth and so on. But if it passes at the legislature, which I think it will, we're still talking about additional monies needed from the city and the county? That's my question. If it passes, well, that's not going to solve the problem, though, is it? Because from what I'm gathering here is there are still gaps that we would need to fill that are rather significant gaps. Or am I misreading this?
It really depends on whether or not we get the supplanting piece along with the second increment. If we get the supplanting piece, then we would be able to take millions of dollars from our general fund operating budget, those positions, officer positions, and transfer them to the more cops. That is the supplanting piece. That eliminates our deficit on the general fund side, and then would use that additional funding stream of the second quarter cent to be able to pay for those expenditures. So if we get the optimum outcome that we are looking for, it resolves this issue. If
So
the
it
optimum
resolves-
outcome does not come, depending on what pieces and parts don't come together, we will still have some issues that we're going to have to deal with.
So if you have the possible outcomes, the one second quarter cent approved without supplanting relief, or second quarter cent fails but supplanting on first quarter cent, which is the one that helps us all?
The outcome that we need is for the second quarter cent to pass with supplanting for the second quarter cent. So that's that desired outcome there, where we get both the second quarter cent increment and we get the supplanting relief on that new increment.
Please excuse all these questions I have,
that's
but I
fine.
don't see that possibility there on possible incomes. Where is that? I see second quarter cent approved without supplanting, second quarter cent fails but supplanting, but it seems to me that you sort of need a combination.
If you're looking at the page that says more cops legislation under desired outcome,
Right.
that is where we have the option that
Oh,
it's
I
the-
see. I
Okay.
see. So that's your desired outcome,
Yes.
which is one of the possible outcomes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And Betsy, you're saying that if that was the case in the legislature, that we would be able to handle whatever was needed from us because that would handle their big deficit.
I think what Ms. Keller will be going over in a couple of minutes is kind of the boundaries of impact of some of these outcomes. We've seen the one that shows the no quarter cent impact, and it's pretty substantial, which is
Right.
what I was referring to. There's still an obligation on the part of the city to fund our police department, okay? And there's going to be increased needs associated with that service provision, not dissimilar to the ones that we have throughout our departments within the city itself. So we recognize that there's going to eventually be some growth. What the relief from the supplanting language, as well as the implementation of the second quarter cent does, is it gives the sheriff more flexibility while we have diminished ability to pay. And then it would become a budgetary decision as we go along regarding priorities for you all to establish. If there's program expansion, do we do it in the Metro line item? Do we do it in any of the other department line items? Do we do it in capital or any of the other needs that you all may identify as the policymakers through the budget-making process? Councilwoman, I think what you're going to see through this presentation is that there would be an enhanced ask by the sheriff in the next fiscal year. It's sort of a bridge ask if the quarter cent passes without the supplemental. That's something that we had anticipated. It would be kind of a get-through year where we may need to use some of our fund balance to help Metro along. I think what the Metro representatives are trying to share is what the magnitude of that might be given all these alternatives. We put in our forecast around 124 to 125 million for Metro, what I would call best case scenario for the city, because that still creates somewhere around a $12 million deficit for the city of Las Vegas. If we go up to the 130, which is where we were at our peak of funding Metro, and I think about 2008 or 9, which is what I think they're suggesting, that would make our deficit grow to nearly 18 million next year. What we would hope is that that's a one-time get-through until that quarter cent actually is implemented and they start collecting it, and that then we would stabilize after that, maybe even at a little lower level until our revenues begin to recover more fully. That would be my desire. But that's still going to be a budget discussion that we would have to have with all of you you know, in April and May, when we're finalizing our budget, to figure out what that right level of funding is for Metro, and how that impacts our overall city budget. Did that help?
Thank you, that helps a lot.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think what I'm hearing is that, and I didn't sit on the council during these key years, but I think we all agree that our primary policy responsibility as a city is the provision of public safety. And if I'm not mistaken, the majority of the layoffs that occurred in the city were outside of that arena. It was in the non-public safety areas of our efforts. And to date, so far, like Metro, we've been able to not have layoffs in our biggest that we manage is fire, not have layoffs in the fire arena yet. Later this year, we're all petrified that may happen, as well as the coming budget crisis in Metro. Is that correct?
We're trying to avoid that.
Okay.
And you know, I feel like it's important to just state that many of the things that we do as a city contribute to an environment that is conducive to safety. One of your adopted council priorities is to create a safe community. That also includes the environment. So, you know, I think when we talk about public safety, we need to think about that a little bit, because as you'll see in, for instance, the building and safety presentation in a few minutes, they play a vital role through code enforcement in making sure that buildings are safe. I would suggest that Public Works does the same thing in making sure that our infrastructure is sound, so that we actually have sound streets, sound street networks, safe traffic signalization, and all those other things that diminish the workload on Metro and create a safer environment for our first responders to respond. So it's not just about whether or not you wear a badge, in my opinion, as a city manager. It's about creating that environment in which those people that do wear badges and those citizens that we serve feel safe in the community. That could go as far as clean water when you really get down to the basics. So that includes our wastewater treatment facility. Public safety is broader in my mind than just wearing the badge. We've got to sustain a system that creates a safe environment. And that is a delicate balancing act, and that's what we've been trying to do. So I didn't mean to get up on my soapbox on that, but I think sometimes that those other critical functions get a little bit lost in uniforms and badges, and it's not just uniforms and badges. And these guys will tell you, our municipal court judges will tell you, you know, reducing mortality and morbidity at our worst traffic signalized intersections has been critically important in driving down what happens in that court, driving down their response and their need for response, and our own fire response, our EMS response. All of those things work together. So it's a system, and we got to make sure the system will work. One of the things we've been trying to do is keep a good balance on what we invest overall in the budget on what might be considered traditional public safety, emergency response. That has been creeping up steadily over the last 4 years as a percentage of our budget. And that's something that we try and keep a very close eye on and keep you informed of, because if that gets too far out of balance, then all you have are first responders, but you're not creating that system that allows them to be most effective in the system. So we'll continue to have that kind of conversation, but it's something that's kind of one of those high-level trends I think is important for us to be mindful of as we build budgets and we address this issue of public safety as a community.
And it's my understanding, Mark, you can correct me, but the portion of our budget that is for police and fire is about 70%, right?
It's probably at 66% right now, up from a 59% probably pre-recession.
Okay, and then you add everything else that you mentioned, Betsy, is probably close to 90% is public safety oriented, you know, when you add everything else that you mentioned.
Almost all of those things build the climate, if you will,
Right.
You know, just in varying degrees.
Okay, Karen, why don't you go ahead and continue on with your PowerPoint?
Okay.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure that when Karen stops with her page, that is titled the More Cops legislation or possible outcomes that we, unless you're done, Karen, because I want to ask questions at this point in this area before you start getting into all the graphs.
Okay, go ahead.
Continue, and when you're done with that page, I'd like to ask.
I'm done with that page.
Well, is there well, let's see, we've got implications. I suppose continue, and I'll ask my questions later.
Okay. We had started talking about the implications of the outcomes. The first two, the legislation failing, not getting the supplanting relief is the issue that we were discussing about that continued budget gap that would have to be filled. The other outcome of a second quarter cent failing, but supplanting on the first quarter cent being allowed, that's been something that has been discussed. We have quite a few concerns with that because it would solve the problem for a year or two, but it would create a bigger problem. And we've got some graphs that we will demonstrate that on as we go forward. The first graph is what our desired outcome is. It is getting the second quarter cent with the supplanting relief. And in this scenario, what we have done for demonstration purposes is that we have increased the expenses by $30 million, which is basically that differential of the gap that we'd be looking to fill. We show there clearly that we can support the additional officers through the more cops funding through 2025, which is when that tax increment would end. So with getting the second quarter cent, being able to do the supplanting to help the deficit in the general fund, and still adding a few additional positions as we go forward, we can make it last and sustain those officers through 2025. The next graph is the first quarter cent without supplanting. And again, that shows if we don't get any additional revenue and we just leave things as we are doing right now, paying for the officers that are currently charged to that fund, we again can sustain those officers through 2025. The fund balance deficit would not be created until 2026 when the revenue would stop. So again, if we leave everything as is on just the first quarter cent, we sustain those officers through 2025. And then if you go to the next graph, it is the first quarter cent with the supplanting relief, and this is where the concern comes for us. In 13-14, again, we have increased the expenditures by the $30 million for the budget deficit. And you can see that instead of sustaining those officers through 2025, like we need to do through that sales tax increment, we would have a budget deficit of $15 million in your fiscal year 16-17. And that deficit only grows and grows and grows because we would have drained down that fund. So this is not a solution that is going to work for any of us for the long term. It's not the solution that we want to go forward. We need to be able to get the second quarter cent with that supplanting on that second quarter cent to be able to sustain this for the long term. Without the additional quarter cent, obviously we've got the budget of $502 million, which will over time have to grow some. Our revenues at the $141 million, we hope we will get to a point where we'll start to see those grow again, but we know that the property tax growth will be very slow in coming. And the city and county contributions, if you took that whole deficit and added into city and county contributions, that would take it at $360 million, which again would grow over time as the budget would have to grow over time. So that's kind of the ultimate worst case scenario that we would be looking at. Before I start on the budget reporting piece, Councilman Coffin, did you want to ask your questions now? Okay. There had been some questions about our budget reporting, and we just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. We do have a detailed line item budget. It does get sent to all mayor and council once it's approved in April after Fiscal Affairs has approved it. In it is also a 3-year history of actual expenditures, budgets, and requested budgets for detail for you to look at, including projections on that as well. And we've also handed out for you a list of Metro's funds that we use with the description of the activity that occurs in those funds. So that will aid with staff as they are looking at various different things to know which funds they want to look at. It obviously depends on what information you're trying to glean, which fund or combination of funds that you would want to be looking at to make those numbers. And at this point, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
So the budget for 13-14, you're working on that now, and when do you present that to the fiscal affairs? When does that process start with fiscal affairs?
The end of this month. I believe it's the 25th of February.
Okay, 'cause this is my first budget on fiscal affairs. So you present us with a tentative budget at the end of this month?
That's correct. We'll present it to fiscal February, then we use the month of March and the first part of April, working with both city and county staff as we go through reviewing and coming to terms with what those numbers are. The final budget then would be presented to fiscal affairs at the end of April.
End of April. Okay, thank you. Okay, questions from the City Council? Councilman Coughlin, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Questions and statements, because I'm familiar with the atmosphere, which has started a few days ago in Carson City. I do not know what we should hope for. I suppose we should hope for, you know, it is hope for the best and plan for the worst. I think you could probably bank on the supplanting language and not bank on the quarter cent. So that's one thing, more likely outcome. Because in 4 months, when this legislative session winds up, they will have depended on the early May announcement of the Economic Committee, the Forecasting Committee, that tells them how much they have in general fund to finish their budget talks. And in so doing, they will then decide then in the political atmosphere, is it okay in Clark County to go to 8.5%? Because I don't think they're going to take that first quarter cent that they took in 2009. I don't think that is going to be returned anyway, so I think it's going to stay. And the governor had already, I think, committed to continuing that on. So in looking at that decision, that's a hard one on the stomach up there, is to create another quarter cent. Now, they might, but I think the easy path is to get the supplanting language. Ask us, can you live for 2 more years without it? They'll do that. And you know, you'll present the same numbers to them, and you'll say, our back's up against the wall, but maybe we could survive. I mean, I just see this happening because you'll be squeezed hard. And then the question is there's another intangible here that's not in the graph, and it is this continuing legislative resentment over local government salaries and benefits compared to the state employee salaries and benefit structure. I have a feeling the gap is narrowing, that we do not offer quite as much as we used to because of these reductions, but the state employees have likewise had reductions in their pay that has not been restored for 5 years, and their benefits are less, much less, particularly in their health insurance benefits. So there's going to be a gap, a resentment gap, if you will, a jealousy gap. Let's call it a jealousy gap, because that existed. And the funny thing is, I don't think, since I never served on the Government Affairs Committee, which affected the legislation on Chapter 288 on bargaining, I never really understood exactly how legislative inaction on that subject affected local government vis-a-vis state government, because state employees don't have collective bargaining. So whenever we felt it was okay, when we had the money to give a pay raise, we did. And if we didn't have it, we didn't. And in the case of 2009, we cut their pay. My family paid too, by the way, because I had to vote to cut my wife's pay at the university. So now that's something that's not in print, but it's something it's an attitude. And yet it's funny because it was created by legislative inaction, because they didn't modify Chapter 288. And so consequently, and they never granted, although it was granted twice, it was vetoed by the governor, the idea of giving collective bargaining to state employees, which would have raised all boats. So therefore, we have what we have. And unless they make some changes in 288, which could give us a little bit of guidance as to how to steer our boats for the next decade or so, we're going to be faced with that gap again. And it's something that they're going to hold against us. And I hope the city manager, after I'm finished here, could talk a little bit about that, because there is still a gap of some kind, but I'm not sure how big it is. But boy, I'll tell you, in the legislator's mind, it's there. And they're surrounded now for the next 14 or 15 weeks by state employees. And the state employees there They don't have to gripe too much publicly. You just know you feel bad in that atmosphere because you know you can't give them a raise again for another 2 years. And then local governments are coming in and they're going to ask for freedom, essentially, to move along. And it's our job, and I think every member of local government, not just the staffs, but every elected official is going to have to go up to Carson City this session and say how important this is and why it is important. That it is their neighborhood where they live, where they reside 20 out of 24 months, that is at stake here. And they have to put aside their resentment of the past, because that 20 years or so of a really big run in salaries at local government level, that can never really be changed. There's always going to be a gap. And, I just don't see them changing 288. So there you are. We're going to have to ask them, and exactly as our city manager has said, it is a lot more than badges. That public safety is the whole knit together. And if we can justify continuing with the same level of employment, and if we can justify existing salaries so that we don't have to cut them again, then maybe we certainly are at the bone where we now have to say, what do we do if these things fail? What do we do to increase our revenue? And that means a tax increase. Not this year, but probably in 2 years. And there's a procedure through which local government can raise its taxes. But I don't see how we're going to be able to avoid that if we don't get some concessions on this bill and in Chapter 288 down the line, if not this session, next session. And I mean, that's a long essay, but it's my feeling based on experience and based upon the current atmosphere. So it's a whole bunch of things that aren't in this graph. It's a whole bunch of stuff. And I hope the city manager can say whether I made any mistakes or if I overstated something, but I think that's where we're headed. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Pro Tem, my understanding is that the citizens already voted that we could do that additional quarter-cent tax. Is that not correct?
It was permissive upon the blessing of the legislature one more time. And then a vote of the county commissioners one more time.
I see, then I wasn't here when all of...
It wasn't mandated.
Excuse me? I thought that
it was?
I thought that the legislation sort of changed that a little bit so that you got the other half later. But what we're saying is that passed, that the citizens voted for it. I did not know in the vote that was made that the people who voted on it, and I'm going to tell you there were a lot of people who don't realize that they voted on something thinking they would get that quarter-cent and then the other quarter-cent automatically. But you're saying that was not in the vote.
I hope I'm wrong here, because maybe city manager, that's why I was asking for her help a second ago to see if I made any mistakes.
I'm just not understanding this, because the people with whom I speak feel that that quarter-cent was voted upon, the 2 quarter-cents were voted upon by the people, and it was the legislature that then determined that they would wait and decide, but maybe I'm wrong.
I actually think, I've heard the sheriff speak about that legislative history, and it might be beneficial to ask Sheriff Gillespie to come up to speak about it, and that segmentation of the first quarter and the second quarter-cent, and his efforts over the last 4 years to try and get the second quarter-cent implemented. I think that would be very helpful.
It'd be my pleasure. For the record again, Doug Gillespie, Clark County Sheriff. In the fall of 2004, the voters of Clark County approved a half-cent increase to the sales tax for the hiring of more police officers within Clark County. Did not just include the Metropolitan Police Department's jurisdiction, it included all municipalities in Clark County as well. Specifically in that advisory question, it was a quarter-cent in 05 and a quarter-cent in 09. When we went back before the legislature in 09, they did not enable it. In fact, they did not even take the bill to the floor for a vote. So each year since that time, each legislative session since that time, we have gone back in regards to this quarter-cent. In 11, we were able to have the supplanting language modified to give us some flexibility currently on the initial quarter-cent. And in 13, we will ask again for the second quarter to be enabled. That, yes, Councilwoman, you are correct. The voters approved this. This is what is significantly different than a lot of other taxes and a variety of other things that are being discussed. The voters approved it in Clark County.
Madam.
Thank you, Sheriff.
And then the legislature made these changes.
There is a process, Councilwoman, that we have to follow, and that is the legislature is the first step in the process. They have to allow that to move forward to the county commission, because the county commission is actually the body that enables it. But the legislature is the first step.
And they haven't given it to the council, the commission.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure I was right, because if you don't mind, if I just take a couple of minutes here, in the ward I represent, we are finding a lot more burglaries, a lot more other problems, and I want to be able to give a full picture to the people who are involved, because maybe they should, because when they call and complain, and we're shorthanded, it isn't anybody's fault, we're shorthanded. I want them to be able to go up with accurate information when they talk to their legislator. And a lot of those legislators are new. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Karen, as well as Sheriff. Can we go back to your slides for a moment? Karen, the supplanting language, you had various options there that I would like to discuss. And get a number of scenarios and as far as your thoughts, Sheriff, while you are here. What I don't see, and maybe you can point it out to me, if in fact you receive the supplanting language and not the quarter cents, the additional quarter cents, where does that leave your organization?
That doesn't help us, okay, Councilman, in my opinion. If the supplanting language is modified on the initial quarter cent, there have been some discussions out there that we would then be free to draw down on current fund balance within that initial quarter cent and use that money towards our deficit. However, what Karen's slide shows is if you take that money out of that fund balance and do that with it, we will not be able to fund long-term the positions currently hired under the initial quarter cent.
Okay, and Karen, do you have which slide depicts that? If you can go to that slide.
It's the one titled First Quarter Cent with Supplanting, where you see the deficit created in that fund in fiscal year 16-17.
Okay, go ahead, Sheriff. I just wanted to have that up there.
Well, you had asked me a question. I'm sorry. I
thought I cut you off from what you were sharing. So you basically saying that doesn't help you at all?
No.
As far as to receive the supplanting language, however, not the additional quarter cent.
I'm not looking, and I don't think anyone is, Councilman, for a short-term approach to this. Okay. What we have presented to you, to the county commission, to the other municipalities, what I've spoken to the governor about, what I've spoken to legislators about, is a long-term approach to this, to assist us in funding this police organization into not only current but future years. Make no mistake, $502 million budget includes those elimination of those positions that I've put before you. And getting this additional quarter cent with the supplanting language removed does not provide us a panacea to hire people and for the organization to grow. Actually, it fills our deficit at the $502 million level. Now, what does it do for the city and the county and their funding obligations? It reduces your responsibility to fill that current deficit. You don't have to fill that. We use the additional quarter cent for that. But the department will need to grow into future years from a monetary standpoint. And then you, as well as the county, will have to start absorbing that at that 60 to 40 ratio based on the formula. But if we don't get an additional quarter and the supplanting removed, we will be faced with a significant deficit.
Okay. And having said that, you had mentioned that this isn't a way to increase the bodies, if in fact you receive the 0.25%, the 0.25%, and the supplanting language removed, it's basically to sustain what you currently have?
That is correct. Now, don't want to overcomplicate things with numbers and stuff, because this is sort of the world in which I live in, and I understand you don't necessarily deal with my budget on a daily basis. But right now, because of the deficit that we currently have, I'm holding 100 positions roughly above that 117 police officer positions that will be eliminated. I'm holding those vacant currently today. Why? I don't know if the 0.25% doesn't pass or other things happen, that I'll be able to fund those positions fully in 13-14 or 14-15. I don't want to hire police officers today, train them, put them through all that, and then a year from now have to lay them off. So if we get the 0.25% and the supplanting language is removed, that will give me the, I believe, the ability to fill those positions as quickly as we can. Won't change our authorized numbers, Councilman, but it will change actual positions out on the street.
So let me, just for the sake of the listening audience and those that are curious as to the supplanting language, what does that actually represent? Because I don't believe that that was spelled out in the presentation here today. What does the removal of the supplanting language, what exactly is the supplanting language?
Not to get caught up in the legal definitions and a variety of things, but what it affords us to do is it gives us flexibility with that 0.25% that we need to fill this deficit. And what we're committed to is filling it with police officer positions. We will not be using this funds for other things. It'll be for police officers and their associated equipment that they need to do their job. And that's what the voters approved back in 2004.
And currently now, the language does not allow you to do that with the current 0.25%?
With the current 0.25%, correct.
It does not?
It does not.
Okay. But you're looking to have it removed so that you can use that for police business?
On the additional 0.25%.
On the
correct.
additional 0.25%. Okay. Betsy, a question for you. And this is what Councilwoman Tarkanian alluded to earlier. Are we in a position from a city fiscal budgeting standpoint to provide the Metro and the sheriff's request as far as what they're requesting from the city?
Without the 0.25%? Without the second 0.25%?
Well, why don't you answer both, with and without?
Well, at the end of the day, it's your prioritization. So do we have the money to fill their gap? No. We're in a deficit today.
And how much of a deficit?
We're estimating a deficit for next year of around $12 million, and that's with us providing $124 million to Metro. So that's about a 2.5% deficit for the city. If we have to plus that up to fill this entire gap, we're talking significantly more than that. And,
such as?
Mark, I believe it's around 15 more million, right?
Using, if I can, using Karen's numbers, it would go up to about 137 million for fiscal year 14, which would be an additional 13 million on top of the 12 or so
million
that we're having. So it'd be close to 25 million.
So approximately $25 million deficit, shortfall that the city of Las Vegas would then have to absorb, sending the city back into the lengthy discussions with our own unions and staff as it relates to their employment here at the city of Las Vegas. True, not true?
It will feel like 2009, 2010 in our organization again. And I think that, you know, the sheriff's position on the just the removal of the supplanting language, and letting them draw down their fund balance, we'd be in the same boat, because that just creates a giant balloon payment for the city of Las Vegas, and what was represented as 16, 17, their shortfall. It might buy time, but it does not solve the problem, and the problem will only grow during that period.
Correct.
And so we need this quarter cent. I mean, the bottom line is we need the quarter cent, and we need the supplanting language removed, or there will be tremendous impacts on the city. I can't speak to the county, but their
Right.
number is bigger than ours in impact.
So in other words, Betsy, what you're really saying at the end of the day is either we fund Metro and we go back to our city employees to downsize and to basically readjust the various programmings from the water plant to our parks and everything else in between. Or we reach an agreement, hopefully, prayerfully, with the state in regards to not only the additional quarter cents, but the removal of the supplanting language, which will at least provide a level of flexibility for the sheriff to continue to move his organization forward and continue to provide the much-needed safety and security that the community wishes and desires. If, in fact, the sheriff receives the quarter cent and the supplanting language removed, what position does that place the city in structurally? Are we still moving forward with providing additional revenue from the city of Las Vegas? If so, how much? If not, speak to it, if you will.
Well, we talk in 2- and 5-year terms here, typically. We do about a 5-year forecast, and we do, really, the first 2 years of that forecast are real guiding factors in developing the current year budget and looking forward to the future year budget. Obviously, we have an obligation under state law to fund our police department. There's a formula set about for that. We have 2 representatives on fiscal affairs that help work with the sheriff to authorize a budget. We work in partnership with the sheriff and his team through that budget formulation to make it something that we can afford and address the council's priorities as it relates to service deployment in our community. As I mentioned earlier, if the quarter cent is authorized and imposed, I think it's important to say that, and the supplanting language is removed, meaning we don't have a funding obligation for the quarter cent or both quarters of the cents that we have, that mitigates our requirement to fund at a certain level, all right?
Okay.
So it creates a policy decision on your part, working with the sheriff, to figure out how much the city would put in. What Karen has showed you today is that there probably would need to be a plus up in our budget this year to get the second quarter cent phased in without the supplanting. That would be probably about $6 million more than we have today in our current forecast. We haven't finished our budget, right? They haven't finished their budget. They're working towards that. So it all gets worked together. We know that if the quarter cent doesn't come to fruition and the supplanting language is not removed, then we will have a much more significant amount of money to add in to the Metro line item if there are not to be layoffs, Councilman Ross. And I know that that's something the sheriff has been very staunch about, not wanting to have to even broach the subject. But that would put the city into a situation where we would be having to supplement, not one time, not just to get through the portion of the year that we don't have the sales tax in place,
Right.
but on a much longer term, fill that gap permanently, so to speak.
That is correct.
All right, so whenever we see that as your management team, as your financial experts from the finance department look at that, if we saw that structural gap for the city building in order to fund to whatever degree the council were to decide, 124, which is what we're currently forecasting are 125-ish. If it pops up to 130, which is what I would describe as a get-through year in 13 and 14 to stabilize the budget with the quarter-cent implementation for Metro, then we would be sitting there looking at trying to get them up to somewhere between $130 and $140 million in the next year to year and a half, and that would likely only grow.
It would only grow from that point going forward.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
assuming the community's growing, assuming
Population
all those
growth.
things, we're not continuing to contract,
Economy
you know, there would probably
rebalance.
be some growth there. And those are things that we would have to figure out. So just going back to that earlier conversation, if you take those numbers and you put them into our flat budget, because we've had a pretty flat budget for the last couple of years, at least it's not in decline, but it's been flat, that would mean that a greater portion of the city's budget would be going to that traditional public safety offering. And I venture to guess we would be well into the 70% by then of our investment in Metro and fire and maybe some of the other ancillary related services. And that means that it's got to come from somewhere else.
So in essence, and let me just stop you there. So in essence, Betsy, looking 10, 15, 20 years out, a future council, more than likely Bob Beers, Coffin, Councilman Coffin, and Mayor Goodman will, if they, of course, go out 12 years. A number of us are on our last leg, approaching our last leg, I should say. Those future councils, in essence, will have to make a very pivotal decision as to whether or not we're going to be just a public safety city with no other resources.
I don't think you have that long.
Well,
If
and
the
this is my
quarter cent
point,
doesn't
and
pass,
this is my
you
point.
will have less than 2 years to make that decision.
And well, it'll be the current council to make that decision. Then I retract that statement, and thank you for the correction, as to what type of city we're going to be. So it reminds me of the conversation that now District Attorney, former Councilman Steve Wolfson talked about. And we all remember those conversations as far as the new employee and the new city. What is it that we want to be when we grow up? Because these are very fiscal times that we live in and very fiscal decisions that we must make on behalf of the residents in which we represent. And so for that, there has to be some type of give and take on all ends as it relates to trying to delicately walk this fine line and provide the sheriff with the much-needed support that I'm sure that he's requesting and desires at the same time at the state legislative level. But at the same time, decisions that we'll have to make as legislators here for the city of Las Vegas to make sure that we have an obligation to protect our constituencies as well as our employees who have, who basically bank on the monies in which they receive from coming to work and doing a great job. And individuals who have, we're on pins and needles as far as biting their nails and holding on for dear life, hoping that they weren't a part of the 200 employees in which we had to let go. And now I believe we're approaching that moment again where the current employees will be, after this conversation, I'm sure, will be biting on their nails, knowing that it's a possibility that this wave may come again and they may be laid off. And so it was a very tough period 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we went through this process, and now to have to regurgitate that and live that experience again is just, it's unfortunate, but it's a decision that whether it's for or against, a decision that we have to make and a decision that we have to make on behalf of all residents looking at the city of Las Vegas holistically versus down one solo alley, if you will. We have to basically be panoramic in our view and our approach as to how, in fact, we accomplish this task on behalf of all residents in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Councilman Beers, and then we'll go back to Councilman Coffin.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. It sounds like a lot of the focus here is on the thing we can't control, which is revenue. The legislature pretty much has has a lockdown on that, and if, and I think I heard something I didn't understand, perhaps Sheriff, you were there. Do I understand that in 2009, the legislature increased the sales tax 1/4 cent, but not for Metro, not for more cops?
They did not enable the second quarter in 2009.
I got to ask somebody else. Because I think I heard Senator Coffin say that in 2009, instead of implementing the 1/4 cent more cops, the legislature implemented a 1/4 cent sales tax, but applied the money to something else.
I can give you a quick answer to that. Doug, we were there, but remember we had a good hearing in the Senate Taxation Committee, which I chaired, and then some time passed. We had the votes to pass it, but the Finance Committee chair grabbed it because he had ideas in mind for the end of session game, which where this is going to go is the end of session game. And so it was held, and then a 1/4 cent increase in sales tax was passed, but not for Metro. That's what happened.
If I just interject someplace here, what authority does the, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'll yield the floor to Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to ask this now because you two were the former legislators. I can't understand how the legislature overrules a public vote. I mean, it isn't that they said something and then went someplace else. They're just saying, fulfill what the public voted upon. And was it some game playing, as you said, or how could you?
I can help. I can give you an answer. I tried to give it to you earlier because you asked a question after I asked the council city manager a question. The 04 vote was not mandatory. It didn't say the voters now have levied the tax. It just set up a process. But then about that time, the city manager was looking at me with some eyes, and I wanted to make sure that I had not made a mistake, and that's when I asked that question. But I want to give it back to Councilman Beers because your answer will be forthcoming. It definitely wasn't mandated, though. I'm pretty sure that that's the case.
It was an advisory question.
Yeah, and I understand that we're in a public forum on day 3 of the 2013 legislative session, and everyone's being careful and polite. But behind the scenes, those of us charged with the leadership and the stewardship of government, if raising revenue is not an alternative, we need to make some plans for reducing expenses. And we can't talk about it because we're in the session, but those discussions need to be taking place in all of our offices. And honestly, I think there are alternatives other than layoffs. It requires some significant change in the way we've historically done things, but you know, the way we've historically done things in Southern Nevada particularly has mostly been about, gosh, how do we spend all this extra money that just came in through our taxes? Those days are gone. It appears to me those days are gone, or at least they're a long ways away from here. And we're going to have to think differently, in my opinion. So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin.
Is Bob done? Okay.
Yes.
Well, Betsy, then, I gave you a long, complex question. Probably should have told you in advance I was going to ask that. I was trying to paint the picture of the jealousy gap, the fact that there is all these intangibles floating around in the building that are inevitable about the time everybody's tired up there, and now they get really angry at the people they were friendly with from local government. And so sometimes they just break their word, they break their commitments. That's why you got to watch out for that last-minute deal. And so I guess we've satisfied the question about the mandatory aspect of 2004 vote. It wasn't mandatory. But do you foresee, what is the process then? And I painted a bad picture. But the process, the only other process, if you haven't cut your budget, if you've agreed that you've cut your salaries enough, then you have to raise property taxes, I guess. But you don't have to face that for a couple of years because there are enough reserves to go a short time. I realize it's not good public safety. This is not at all good policy. But where do we get to that point?
Well, there are a couple things I probably ought to hit on. One of the things you mentioned in your earlier comments are this kind of leveling out, this local versus state employee kind of picture that's been building over the several decades, actually. our employees, through concession bargaining, took significant pay scale reductions. And I think it's important for me to explain that I think have, to a tremendous degree, put us in the ballpark with state employment. I don't have the actual comparables here with me, so I don't want to go too far with that, but I can tell you what they have been. Our fire employees reduced their entry-level step by 5%. Our PPA employees, our marshals, these gentlemen that are sitting right here, Dave Compson and others, took a 14% starting pay decrease. They moved their whole range down. Our corrections officers, POA, took a 10% pay cut in their starting salary and an 18% true PERS split, okay, for all new hires. So everybody that we're hiring going forward is coming in at a much lower level than they ever have been. Now, not too many other people have done that, right? So with corrections, for instance, we're having trouble hiring people. And the people that we do hire are planning on going to sign up over at Henderson tomorrow, right? Because we basically reduce the starting pay by 28% through that deal. Now, one could argue the PERS system was set up to be a 50-50 split. We accomplished that with that concession agreement. One could also argue, and the sheriff has said this before, the city pays people too much. Well, we don't now. We don't. And I think these concession bargained agreements show that. And now we're having hiring problems in some of these areas. We have employees who are saying, we gave a lot. We need some restoration. When there's a little bit left, Betsy, city manager, could you try and restore something? Uniforms, hours, certificate training pay. Let us keep our certificates. Can we restore training so that we can keep our credentials? These are some basics to doing the job well. And we need to be fair and equitable in the way we pay our employees. And we need to be in the market. That's the other thing we've done with CEA. There's some people in our organization, nearly 55% of them, that will not see another pay raise while they're here until they retire. It is very hard to motivate employees when you're in that situation, which is why we've been talking about performance bonuses and things of that nature that are a little out of the box for cities, but probably necessary in the long term. Because we do need to be in that market. We can't be out of market. We need to be in the middle of the market. So I would submit that we've done a really good job on that. Are we perfect? No. Could there be improvements? I'm sure. Will we continue to try and do that? Absolutely. But we have done a lot. Our employees have done a lot. And you know, we'll continue to do that. I don't know, Councilman, what will happen with 288. I really don't know that there will be any changes. You know, maybe there'll be some changes as it relates to arbitrations and the process for arbitration, given some of the recent rulings that were a little interesting and concerning. But you know, that aside, we don't even really have control over our rate structure. You know, Councilman Beers mentioned that we don't have much revenue control here. We don't. We don't have fiscal home rule. We don't have functional home rule. We don't have fiscal home rule. We don't really have structural home rule, so we don't have much home rule, period, even with the charter. But as it relates to fiscal home rule, even if we were to impose a higher property tax rate, that only works when the assessed value is going down, because you hit the property tax caps. So you might be imposing a rate that then would only help if the abatement were being eaten into because the assessed value is going down. We thoroughly explored this option 2 years ago, and the amount of revenue that would be made available to the city by increasing our property tax rate was, I wouldn't say de minimis, but the impact that it would have had on our deficit really didn't work to make such a big move because of those caps. The caps are a significant issue in the one area you actually do have fiscal home rule in, which is setting your property tax rate. It would be something we'd have to look at, but we'd have to go back to the legislature and say, can we get some cap relief to make our property tax rate work, even if that was your decision, and you may not even want to do that. But right now, with the property tax being flat, the AV being, the assessed value being flat, it doesn't help you. The rate doesn't help you. When those caps were imposed, the rate almost became irrelevant. And I must say that the city of Las Vegas was very rate sensitive for over a decade prior to those caps being in place. In fact, when those caps were put in place, we were having active discussions among our city council members at that time to impose our own rate cap, because we knew that our revenues were growing at such a rate that it seemed reasonable to give some tax relief to the citizens of the city of Las Vegas. But before we could do that, there was a rate imposed at a statewide level of 3 and 8. So we don't have fiscal home rule. And even our rates on our licenses or any of the other fees, those are capped or they're managed by appointed boards at the state level. We don't have revenue control here. As Councilman Beer said, we only have expense control. And so that's what we've been doing.
I think your answer is perfect, and it needed to be a long, complex answer to a long and complex question, and I appreciate that. I hope anybody watching this, especially the press people, would read what you said and memorize it after about 6 times, because that is the box we're in. Tax increases will not help, even though it looks like the easy way out. No, it's never easy to raise taxes, but gee, somehow or another you can just raise your tax, city of Las Vegas, as some legislator might say, if you've got the guts to do it, to solve your problem, but in fact it won't help. And so the answer rests in Carson City, and I think we all have to bear responsibility for trying to go up and change a few laws.
If I might, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to clarify a couple things. Number one is I don't believe I've ever said the city pays their employees too much, to be quite honest with you. I won't tell you that I haven't had candid conversations back and forth with the city manager over a cup of coffee and closed doors in regards to salary and benefit structures on both sides of our organization. We have definitely had those conversations, and I think those are good ones to be had. Your police department receives a significant amount of oversight in regards to its fiscal responsibilities. We have 7 members of the county commission, 7 members here. We have a fiscal affairs committee that take a look at what it is that we spend money on and how it is that we spend money in contracts that are approved. And I don't look at the quarter cent as the panacea. I look at it as a stopgap measure to a situation that we have. And I commit to you, as well as I've committed to this community, that we will continue to look hard in how it is that we do business and how it is that we provide our service to continue to deal with this economic downturn and to deal with the reduction in property tax revenue, whether it's salary and benefits, capital expenditures, whatever those things may be. We're going to continue to take a hard look at that. And I believe the budget that will be coming back before fiscal affairs shows that. A significant reduction compared to the prior year. Further elimination of positions. Now, why do I maybe feel a bit more optimistic than some others this go around in regards to the quarter cent? I believe we have, as in years past, but even more so now, a good story to tell. What your police department did with the initial quarter cent is the model that's used by the legislature in regards to not only accounting principles, but how those resources were deployed. Number two, when Sheriff Young embarked on this project, he, as well as myself, said with the additional officers, we would reduce crime. And that's exactly what we did. When you look at the graphs and you see the crime rate and you see the number of officers hired under the initial quarter cent, you saw crime going down. So not only did we use the money appropriately by those that oversee us, we also followed through with that commitment to the community. I mean, what do they see day in and day out? And then this time when we go before the legislature, we have a resolution from every municipality to include the county in support. We also have the governor, again today, coming out in support of it. And I believe leadership at the legislature sees the need as well. Will it be part of the potential bargaining chip that Councilman Coughlin speaks of? I don't doubt that it will. I would hope, I really would, that it would be approved early on in the process so we could move on with our budgeting process and know exactly, have a better idea of what it is that we're going to be dealing with come July from a funding source. But being involved with the legislature for a number of times, it wouldn't surprise me if it would linger towards the end of the process. But I think for all of us, those that are watching, as well as that are here, this is not something new where the Sheriff of Clark County has had to come to the community and ask for additional revenue. Sheriff Moran did it. Sheriff Keller did it. Sheriff Young did it. And now Sheriff Gillespie's doing it. And in order for us to provide the level of service, we need that funding. And I appreciate your support as we move forward. In closing, I am always open to questions and concerns about the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's budgeting process, whether it's individually or collectively as a group. I'll come down here, I'll come to your offices. If you want, you can come over and see me as well. And I'd be more than happy to sit down and explain to you exactly what it is that we're doing with the funds that have been allocated to us.
I guess what it comes down to, Sheriff, is the bottom line is, when was the last time you had a police academy graduation? I know you had one for the airport, but a police academy graduation that put police officers on the street?
I don't know off the top of my head, Councilman, because it's been a while. I'd have to get you that date. I wouldn't want to say today when it is. And
I guess the point is it's been a while.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
I'd say it's been 5 years.
Councilman Barlow?
Sheriff, Betsy pointed out that the city of Las Vegas has had pay cuts, furloughs, reductions in pay, PERS adjustments, and a number of other line items that she mentioned that I can't recall at this moment. And there's been conversation as relates to the possibility of the city of Las Vegas increasing its property tax in order to make adjustments in order to fund some of the deficits. Betsy nailed it in the sense of the position that the city is in as it relates to the 3% residential cap as well as the 8% commercial cap as far as when the property taxes are going down. And they, of course, as the property taxes move back up, it can't move back up no more than 3% on residential properties, 8% on commercial. And I recall that this was a conversation that, and I was on the council at that time when we had this discussion as well, as it relates to if that in fact was something that we should or should not do or could do or could not do. And it didn't go in that direction as far as increasing taxes because of the points that Betsy made that I don't need to bring back up for the sake of this conversation here. But in the sense of the things that we are in control of as far as the city of Las Vegas and controlling our expenses, our expense control, as I believe Councilman Beers pointed out, expense control. What is it from your standpoint in relation to these items as far as pay cuts and furloughs and reduction in pay and PERS adjustments, that wasn't spoken to in relation to Karen's presentation. What are some of those things that you've done as a department in these areas?
Well, I guess overall, Councilman, I would say that employees at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department have done things consistent with what other government employee bargaining groups, as well as appointed employees, as well as elected officials have done over the last few years. We've all, in many cases, opened contracts and had COLAs reduced, medical benefits reduced, elimination of longevity for future employees, things along those lines, removing education pay and, other aspects of salary and benefits that are there. And, even with this $0.25, if we're successful and looking in future years, it's not going to be the 2002, 2003, 2004 negotiation sessions that our bargaining units became comfortable with. There's not the revenue. I'm very candid with my bargaining units. I show them. I say, okay, here it is. Depending on how it is with property tax and what the numbers are that you're hearing about, how far you're down. For the sake of conversation, I say we are 50 to 60 million less today in property tax revenue than we were at our peak. That's annual revenue coming into the organization. Do you honestly think the city and the county are feeling any less pain? I don't believe that they are. So they're dealing with that significant reduction as well. How can we see increase to salary and benefit costs when we're dealing with that deficit? And in my business, it's not to lay people off. It's not to further reduce your force, because that significantly impacts how it is that you do business. So have to work very candidly with the bargaining units to contain that salary and benefit growth and discussion, which we're in negotiation with all three bargaining units right now at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Because of how it is that we've approached this in the past. You've reduced lengths of contracts to 1 year, so you come back and hopefully there's an uptick, and maybe there's an opportunity for them to get something where maybe they didn't get something in the year before. I think everybody is feeling the pain. Can we look at organizations and say, well, they did this or they did that? Yes, you can do that and maybe make a case that one took more cuts or got more than others. But when you factor in the time frames and a variety of other things that you look at, I don't look at that as the appropriate way to go about it. Let's deal with our contracts that we have at Metro. That's what my job is to do, and to continue to work on dealing with what I think Councilman Beers was talking about, is that revenue. That cost associated, the expenditures, and how it is that you continue to reduce that growth if revenues don't increase.
You also mentioned, Sheriff, that the $0.25 is not the panacea. It's just a stopgap. What do you mean by that?
It's going to fill our current deficit, Councilman.
When you say the stopgap, that's to me a temporary fix.
No, I don't look at it as that way from a stopgap standpoint. What I mean is I got a considerable deficit today, and that's going to help us fill it, and it's going to fill it into the future as well. It's not just a one-time deal. But
so it's not
we're also going to have
fix.
costs increase to doing business. I don't think anybody's going to say that it's not. Just look at the price of gasoline. What's that going to look like a year from now? I believe at my organization, depending on the price of gas, I'm spending anywhere from close to $500,000 a month on fuel. Some years we've seen gas go down, other years gone up. So, you're going to have to deal with those increases and costs of doing business, just like any other private sector business is going to have to do as well. But what I do believe the additional $0.25 gives us, above and beyond where we stand today, is a more diverse portfolio as a police organization in regards to our funding and our revenue stream. And thank goodness Sheriff Young showed the vision that he did back in 2003 and 2004 and move forward on a sales tax increase. Because where would we be today if we didn't have those roughly 530 police officers funded off that quarter cent? Where we would be today?
So with that, Sheriff, explain to me, or share with me, I should say, how many commissioned police officers you currently have, and how many make up the civilian side of your department? And that'll be my final question for today, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Well, I don't have the number off the top of my head for the actual breakdown of current authorized positions. I don't know if Karen has that for me. She could give it to you.
Or if you don't have
that
it-
would include the Clark County Detention Center. We could carve that out if you don't want that number as well.
And if you don't
Yes,
have it, you could email it to us.
I would like to have both of those numbers as far as the officers on the street, those.
I believe I have
jail and the
1,095
civilians.
police officers working out of substations today at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And that's 8 area commands. Got 2,524 police officer positions. And those are filled positions today.
Sheriff, are those on the street, or is that combined with the jail included?
That does not include the jail.
Okay, so on the street, 2,524.
Not on the street. That's total police officer positions. So you're talking detectives, SWAT, K-9, the whole 9 yards. That's all of my members of my organization that are commissioned police officers, to include captains, lieutenants, deputy chiefs, assistant sheriffs, under sheriffs. Not myself. I'm actually under the county budget.
And are you including those vacant positions that are included in this number as well?
No, those are filled positions.
Okay, filled positions. In the jail and civilian?
I have, is that 1,157? Civilian positions.
And she's looking for the jail?
The jail?
Karen?
Jim, you know off the top of your head the jail?
Between combined, yeah.
Civilian and commission, a little over 1,000 at the jail.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
You're
Mayor Pro
welcome.
Tem.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks for coming down, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Karen, Rich. I'm not sure why you brought under Sheriff Dillon here, but I'm glad he showed up.
It's Dixon.
Dixon, Dillon, Dixon, whatever. Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian, can I have a motion to accept the report?
Move to accept the Metropolitan Police Department's report on financial forecasts and to continue the council's support of the second quarter cent tax with supplanting relief on the new increment. That's what we
Okay,
did.
there's your motion. Please vote.
I haven't got a place to vote. It's an oral aye. Oh, there it is.
Okay, go ahead and post. Oh, there we go. Let's vote again.
It came up.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 39, report on the status of the Departments of Building and Safety and Planning. Mr. Knight?
Good afternoon, Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety. And I'm looking to see if we've got our PowerPoint up. I think it caught us off guard. There it is. Okay, I see it. Okay. City of Las Vegas Building and Safety Department. Much like, I guess I could just get up here based on what Betsy said and say ditto and go sit down. But for us, this event of a fireman saving a baby out of a burning building does not happen if we don't do our jobs well. Not only are we concerned with the safety of residents, tenants, occupants, owners, and citizens, we're concerned with the safety of our first responders as well. The department itself is made up of 89 employees currently. 45 of those employees are paid through the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund, 4 are paid through the Sewer Enterprise Fund, 40 through the General Fund. In 2004, the department was entirely funded through the General Fund and had a total of about 123 employees. Through 3 reductions in force, the Building Enterprise Fund was reduced by 63% because of the economic decline to 45 at its current level. Today, the department is comprised of 4 divisions with a mixture of general and enterprise funded positions in each division, inspections with 35 employees, plans examination with 21 employees, code enforcement with 16 employees, and administration with 17 employees. We're located in the DSC, and we're a part of the one-stop shop that the city has developed at the DSC at 333 North Rancho, along with planning, public works, fire prevention, and operations and maintenance. The codes that we administer, what codes do we administer? We administer the municipal code. We deal with zoning code violations, housing, property maintenance, streets and roads, and sewer service by managing and enforcing portions of Titles 9, 13, 14, and 19 in our municipal code. We also administer building codes. The building codes that we administer are the international building codes for commercial and residential buildings and swimming pools. We administer and the city adopts the National Electrical Code, Uniform Plumbing and Mechanical Codes, and the International Energy Conservation Codes. Those 4 codes are required to be adopted by the City of Las Vegas through Nevada revised statutes in the state of Nevada. Housing codes and the abatement of dangerous building codes are also adopted and administered by us and primarily used by code enforcement, but they tie in strongly with our building codes. What are our challenges? I've been the director for the past 4 years, and we've had challenges that we've addressed and been working on for 4 years, and those have been customer service, process, and most recently improvements to code enforcement. While those will always remain as challenges for us, we have other issues that, when addressed, will continue us on a path of improvement with all the other departments in the DSC. Some of these challenges we want to talk about, and I sound kind of, I'm a little bit nervous about following the police department because enterprise and general fund cost recovery is a big issue for us. The enterprise fund needs to be at 100% cost recovery. In 2010, when we did our initial study on our fees, we had a 35% cost recovery rate. Today, it's at 66% cost recovery rate. We just implemented an additional, it's the second step in a 3-step process, an additional 15% fee increase in our department and our fee rates, with another 10% to come. That 10% will come off of the heels of a study, a third-party independent study that we're having done to look at our fees. There are some inequities in our fees. Some of our fees need to be raised, some of them do not. With the 10%, we will be back and explain which ones do and don't, trying to create a parity and an equity in our fee structure. But fees are not the only thing that have to be done in the enterprise fund. We also have general fund departments. We need general fund functions that are as cost neutral as possible to help assess any of the possible cost reduction needs that you were just talking about. A cost recovery study is currently being conducted for code enforcement with other general fund functions to follow. Historically, building departments have lagged behind with technology and innovation. Our department's been no different in the past few years. However, we're trying very hard to catch up. Innovation and modernization are a great challenge for us. We need to have electronic plan reviews, online application and payments, greater utilization of in-field tablets, and possible field plan review and field permit issuance. There are opportunities out there for us to look at for innovative programs for issuing permits and conducting inspections with non-traditional staff assignments. And that's a challenge that we will have, but we need the revenues and the resources to make those happen. One of our largest difficulties in the department that we experience is the lack of knowledge and understanding of building codes by our customers, by those who are associated or conduct business with us. Why is a permit needed? Why do I have to have handicap access? Why do I need a permit for a water heater? Why? That is until we have a disaster such as a walkway collapse in a mall in Kansas City that had over 114 dead and 200 injured. Or a professional football team's practice facility falls down, injuring about 12 people. Or an Indiana State Fair stage collapses in the wind and kills 5 or more people and has 40 injured people. Then people begin to ask, why do I need a building permit? They don't ask that question. They ask, why didn't the building department? And so that's us. The other one, MGM Grand, to bring it a little closer to home, the MGM Grand fire that killed 85 people and injured 650. Some of the worst disaster in Nevada history. Very few people understand that building codes have existed for our safety for as far back as the Hammurabi Code that was written in 1772 BC. Even our own MGM Grand fire resulted in some code requirements in southern Nevada that you do not find anywhere else in the United States. For smoke control is one example. Other conflagrations in history, such as the burning of Rome, the Chicago fire, fires in San Francisco, all have promulgated codes and building code requirements for safety reasons. Recently, handicapped accessibility, energy efficiency, sustainability, and national energy consumption concerns have also driven code development in recent years. Building codes primarily focus on safety and structural integrity, but also they address other issues such as privacy, convenience, building performance, and functionality. Simply put, people are not familiar with and don't understand why building codes. Our building codes are the minimum proactive, best practice approach to ensuring that when the public enters your business, their safety, health, usability, accessibility, comfort, and general welfare are reasonably assured. Also, that your own private home is built to a minimal structural and functional construction standard that protects you and your family's health, safety, and welfare. This understanding is lacking. A lot of people just see building codes as just a nuisance requirement and don't understand why. One of our biggest challenges is to educate our customers as to why. But what have we done in the past 4 years since I've been the building director? We have looked at process improvements, customer service improvements, code enforcement improvements. These are the challenges that we've addressed. For process improvements, we've done a lot. I'm just going to highlight a few. There's a lot of them listed on here. We've reduced our plan review times from 20 days to 8 days, which is a 60% reduction. We changed our fee structure from one that was based on valuation that had a sort of nexus to the projects to one that is based on cost that has a real, true, rational nexus as what those fees should be based on what it costs us to provide the service. We've implemented an over-the-counter plan review process for projects that are limited in scope with same-day review at no extra cost to the customer. In terms of customer service improvements, we automated tracked home plan reviews, resulting in a 70% reduction in time from a 10-day review turnaround to a 3-day review turnaround. We created a director's advisory panel that meets once a month with myself as the director to discuss ways to make doing business with the Building and Safety Department better. We implemented, as you know, a 7-day-a-week inspection program that provides for carryover inspections on the weekends, on Saturdays and Sundays, as well as for private homeowners to get their inspections on Saturdays and Sundays. Another one that we have not advertised very much, but we're very proud of, the City of Las Vegas Building Department is the only department in the state with an expedited plan review process for solar installations of 15 kilowatts or less. Our expedited process for solar installations is being looked at right now by the American Board for Codes and Standards, which is a consortium of code professionals to be used as a national standard. That consortium is made up of the International Code Council, International Association of Electrical Inspectors, the United States Department of Interior, and other worldwide recognized code professionals, and they're looking at our process and want to use it as their standard. Code enforcement improvements code enforcement's been with us since January of 2011. We've reduced code enforcement case times by 84%, from 9 months to 45 days that they get to the City Council. We've capped civil penalties at 39 days on code enforcement cases to create more reasonable and affordable fees and fines in order to increase the percentage of payments of such. We've conducted a windshield survey of over 41,000 properties to identify code violations in our community development block grant area to be used in conjunction with the Economic and Urban Development and Neighborhood Services staff to develop a neighborhood stabilization and rehabilitation strategy for the city. Where do we go from here? Those are the things we've done. What's the vision? Well, the vision basically is found in our challenges. We need a financially stable enterprise fund. The 10%, we've talked about that we will be coming forward with that with our results of our consultants' study right now. We also have the ability to use seasonally adjusted consumer price index to have smaller fee increases in the future. We need to, you have a question, Councilman? Okay. The completion of cost recovery studies of the Building and Safety General Fund functions. It is important for us to understand from a general fund function how much cost recovery we have. Then make a decision as from general fund standpoint, how much should it be, and establish goals, and then put together a strategy for meeting those goals. That helps with issues when you have budgetary concerns like what you've been discussing today. A department that's efficient, progressive, innovative, and imaginative with technology. We cannot do without technology. We have to do more progressive stuff. We have to do management through data, such as time reporting on plan reviews and inspection of drivers as cost. That was one of the things you were just talking about. Those expenses, what we do with the largest thing that we purchase, and that is the time of our employees, how we spend that time, we have to manage that, and manage that through data, and manage it well and set standards, and that's where we're headed with this department. And then the last, I just talked to you about the outreach program to educate our customers and public in general. We need to be doing that more progressively. Fire department's done a wonderful job with theirs. We need to do the same thing. Planning department has their Citizen Academy you'll hear about. We need to be reaching out and educating people instead of making them mad, which we can do. So that's been a short look at, a quick look at what we do, what we've done, and where we're headed. And what we want to do is continue to make the Building and Safety Department a premier department, not only in Southern Nevada and in the state, but in the nation, so that what you see on your screen doesn't happen in your home. And the last one will show one more view of that. That just landed is a water heater. And that's what can happen when your water heater goes bad. So safety is our thing. You can stop the video now. It just keeps showing it blowing up, something that I like, but I'm sure that...
I thought I was watching a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie.
So I was always told to end with a bang. Any questions of the building department?
Okay, let's go with Councilman Beers and then Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could you play that again?
I would love to.
I don't have any. Oh, thank you. Back in the back.
Councilman Ross.
I just thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say this, Mr. Knight. For years, I've been pounding my fist on the counter trying to get this city to be more streamlined, and I am so impressed what you have created over at the Development Services Center, and Ms. Fretwell, likewise to you and your executive staff, because we're doing it. I've spoken for a long time out in the public forum, years being on this council, and talking about just making it easier to do business. Mr. Knight, you know how close I am to the business community, how close I am to the development community and the construction industry. You are doing it. You and I would normally talk at least 2 or 3 times a week in years past, and we don't do that anymore because of the efficiency of your department and what you're doing. Public safety, by all means, most important to us as a local government. But I'm so impressed with what you've done in streamlining that process, making it so much easier for individuals to learn. Education is very important, but to get it through. We're not exactly quite there yet, but you're going to be. And we'll arm wrestle the fire department here when we can, but you know what I'm talking about in regards to that. But I think we can, I think you're doing a fabulous job. I think we made commitments to this community that we're going to streamline that process, and we're doing it. And you've delivered on your commitments to the construction and development industry. You've fulfilled your commitments, and you continue to do so with the talented staff that you've got in your department. So thank you very much for that report.
I appreciate the comments, Councilman, and it hasn't been just me. It's been our entire staff that's adopted a culture of facilitation rather than regulation, and that kudos to our staff.
Good presentation, Chris. Thank you. Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Just to put this in perspective, how many employees did you have at the peak, and how many employees do you have now?
Well, it's kind of a complex answer, because at the peak it was 123 employees employed by the enterprise fund, and none of the general fund functions were part of that enterprise fund. It went down to 44 at an all-time low, which is about a 64% reduction. But then, because of the reorganization in 2011, another 40 employees have been added through that are general fund departments. So we're at 89 right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thanks for the...
Mayor Pro
and-
Tem, I
Yes.
just wanted to say something, if
Oh,
I
go
could,
right
too.
ahead.
I want to second what Councilman Ross has stated, and also give you a special thank you for keeping your commitment, not only to the business community, but also to all of us who work with you. When you say you follow up, and we know you do your very best. I'm very impressed with what's happened, and thank you very much for all of us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure working with all of you.
Okay, good job. Now we'll hear from Mr. Fagg from Planning. Come on down. Do you have a presentation that blows stuff up, or no?
Unfortunately, we don't blow things up in planning.
Thank you.
We try not to blow things up in planning. Flynn Fagg, Department of Planning, here to give you a presentation on the city's planning and licensing services. The budget for the department for fiscal year 13 was a total of $8.16 million. In terms of funds that we return to the city's general funds through our business licensing revenues, we returned $23 million last year. Through our entitlement applications, we return a little over $700,000. The department is also the pass-through for the franchise fees, which also contributes to the general fund. In terms of the organization of the department, we have two divisions. The first is the planning division that is managed by Doug Rankin. We currently have 31 staff members in the division, and that represents a 53% reduction over our staffing levels in fiscal year 2008. Within the division, we have three sections: the public planning section, which is primarily our front counter services and over-the-counter reviews. We have case planning, which is responsible for entitlement applications and processing those applications. And then our long-range planning section, which handles the city's master plan, regional coordination, and special area plans. In 2012, we saw over 10,000 customers at our front counter and processed over 1,000 entitlement applications. The other division in the department is the licensing division, which is led by Karen Duddleston, and currently has 32 staff members. That's a 16% reduction from our staffing levels in 2008. Within the licensing division, we have two sections: the licensing section, led by Mary McElhone, and then the compliance section, which is led by Victoria Rosemore. The licensing section is responsible for the processing and issuance of business licenses, as well as our audit functions. And then the compliance section is the folks who help to keep our businesses in compliance with our Title VI requirements. Moving now to accomplishments and goals in the department, let me first address planning accomplishments. One of our key measures in planning is our customer service function and how quickly we can see customers. One of our measures is to see our customers within 10 minutes of arrival at the DSC, and we've been able to meet that goal. 90% of our customers are seen within 10 minutes of arriving there. Also, last year we adopted a new Unified Development Code, which combined Title 19, the zoning code, and Title 18, the subdivision code, giving us a document that's easier for the public to work with and to understand. As part of that Unified Development Code, we also worked with our Public Works Department in adopting complete street standards, which not only addresses the needs of vehicles, but also the transportation needs of pedestrians, bicycles, and transit facilities. The standards that we adopted as part of our Unified Development Code have actually been taken over by the RTC, who is in the process of doing a project on complete streets and developing complete street standards for the entire valley. Another thing that we are responsible for, obviously, is master plan compliance. In 2008, we adopted our last and final of the 19 required elements of the state statutes in terms of what is required for a master plan. And then we have a regular cycle that we keep those updated based on the changing conditions that we have here in the city. We've also instituted a program to adopt walkable community plans, and I'm happy to share with you that we have another one on the agenda this afternoon in Ward 5, which we'll be talking about later today. As Mr. Knight had mentioned, we do have a Citizens Academy of Planning, which we started 2 years ago. We are in the process of teaching our third class. The purpose of the Citizens Academy of Planning is to give them information about the planning process and to also help them be more engaged in city matters and issues. And then finally, also on the afternoon agenda, we have the West Side School. We adopted a master plan last year, and then we have the first step in the implementation is relative to the site plan approval on this afternoon's agenda. In terms of goals that we have for the planning division over the next year, one of the most important is the CLVE plan, or the electronic plan submittal and review process. We began taking electronic pre-application conference requests late last year, and then our first all electronic submittals will be going to Planning Commission in April. So you'll be able to sit either at home in your pajamas or in your office, push a button and send your applications in instead of actually having to physically come to the Development Services Center. We've also been tasked with working on a revised Downtown Centennial Plan to reflect the goals that City Council adopted for the downtown area last year as part of your City Council priorities, and then also to address a lot of the new development that's going on. Another thing that we are doing is we're partnering with the Southern Nevada Health District to work on community health standards and health impact assessments. And so we're partnering with them to look at how our design standards and our regulations contribute to a healthy community. And then finally, one of the things that is always at the foremost of your minds and our mind as well is process improvements. And so we're looking at what we can do with our entitlement processes to shorten that and make it more easy for customers to get through that process. In terms of our licensing accomplishments, customer service, again, another one of our key measures that we report on. In terms of our general license approvals, we shortened that time frame, the average time frame, from 24 days down to 5.8 days in just a little under a year by making changes to the processes. And so that's something that is an incredible accomplishment for our licensing staff. Another thing that we've done is we've taken our application form and put that online, and approximately 35% of the applications we receive are online applications. We've also worked at reducing the amount of paperwork that must be submitted. For our privilege licenses and our financial information, we've reduced that packet size down significantly to essentially a 5-page application for the privilege licenses. And I believe 10 pages on financial disclosure. Oh, 4 pages. Karen has corrected me. Thank you. Also, the multi-jurisdictional license, we were directed by the legislature to work on that process. We've implemented the first, that's our contractor's license, and as we get to the goals, we're going to be working on more multi-jurisdictional licenses. One of the big projects that we have in the licensing division is upgrading our software to allow us to do more things online, and that will also help us to shorten processes, and so we're in the process of doing that. Also, as you're aware, we are changing our privilege license process to, again, simplify that process and make it easier for customers. We're also in the process of looking at our work cards and reducing the number of categories that require work cards, as well as trying to standardize those across the jurisdictions here in the Valley so that we're similar in terms of what we require of them. We're also working on an online portal so that you'd be able to apply for business licenses through the City of Las Vegas website for licenses in Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Clark County, and then, as I had mentioned, additional multi-jurisdictional licenses. All of these things that we'll work on contribute to the mission of the department, which is to provide innovative services to make sure that we have healthy, well-planned neighborhoods, that we have sustainable businesses, and that we provide excellent customer service. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have about the department and its functions.
Okay, great presentation, thank you. I'll open it up to the city council. Councilman Ross?
I just want to scream hooray, because I know soon after I got elected, made commitments to the business and development community that we would make it easier to do business in the city of Las Vegas. Between you and Mr. Knight, and I know Mrs. Duddleston, your accomplishments as well as all of your staff members in your departments, you're doing it. You're fulfilling those commitments. And I mean, I talked to the business community about how much easier it is to do business now with the city of Las Vegas. There are still bumps in the road. You and I, same comments that Mr. Knight and myself would talk quite frequently, and now it's less and less. And likewise with you and I, Mr. Fagg, you're doing a fabulous job. And Betsy, thank you for these presentations today, because I want the public and the council to recognize the accomplishments. All of this is also housed under one roof, the Development Services Center. I mean, most of the things of the business that you'd like to conduct with the city of Las Vegas is online. We're doing it. We've made those commitments. We're fulfilling those commitments, and it's good to know that I could be here to see those accomplishments happen. So thank you, Mr. Fagg, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just wanted to say, I've said before, it's a really wonderful time to be on the council, to see all these things that are being done in such an innovative way. I feel we're ahead of other local governments in all of this because of people such as you, Flynn, as the workers with whom you work on the problems that come before us, how innovative you've been. And I remember when I first started on the council, this was not so, and it's just wonderful to hear praise in the business community for the efficiency, the quickness for which things are being done. And it's much appreciated by us all.
Oh, thank you, and the appreciation goes to staff who does all the hard work.
Flynn, keep up the good work. You're doing a good job.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate all that you do.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That is item 39. We'll go on now to item 40, report on the Code for America Fellowship Project. All wards. Mr. Marcella.
Councilman, before we start,
Sure.
one of the things that you've probably noticed in all these departmental presentations is this shift towards technological solutions. And you probably got a good sense of that in Joe's presentation for the IT department, but I think you've probably seen pieces and parts of that impacting almost every single department. This next presentation continues to push that agenda of using technology where we can in an innovative way, in a smart way, to reduce our dependence on staffing and to be much more customer friendly, and to be able to use those tools effectively to provide a top level of customer service to those that need us 24/7 without having to have the doors open. So I think it's really important that this next presentation shows that we're continuing that trend, Councilwoman, of trying to stay on the cutting edge, take advantage of unique partnerships and really smart people who are willing to work with us, so that we can keep pushing that envelope, so to speak, of technology in order to keep our customer service top-notch.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Joe Marcella, Director of Information Technology, and it's really going to be hard to follow Betsy Fretwell. The truth is what I'm going to do today is introduce you to the Code for America project, and I'm going to introduce you to the fellows, and they're with us today. It's all really about customer service. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Code for America is a non-profit organization made of each industry, of tech industry professionals, urban experts, web specialists, who bring together a network of civil leaders and community organizations. They build a web-based infrastructure, helping local governments become more connected, transparent, and lean. The Code for America Fellowship connects young technologists with broad base of education, and we'll introduce you to some of them, experience, skills, creativity, with cities to reimagine a government for the 21st century. The city applied for and was awarded this year's fellowship, joining New York City, Kansas City, San Francisco, Oakland, South Bend, Louisville, San Mateo, and Summit County for this year. It's a project that's in its third year. We're lucky to be in the third year. Our predecessors, our 10 cities that preceded us, they were Boston, Philadelphia, Seattle. In 2012, it was Austin, Chicago, Detroit, Honolulu, Macon, New Orleans, and Santa Cruz. The city community partner is in this endeavor. That's a downtown project. Zach Ware was going to talk a little bit about their participation. They're actually splitting the costs and actually splitting some of the effort. They're also providing facility and information and resources to our fellows, as well as the city is doing the same thing. I'd like to introduce you to the fellows. You can see them on your screen, and they're behind me. If I could ask Lindsay, Lou, and Ryan to come on up here. These three individuals represent specific disciplines in education that are particular to the three things that we need to bring together to move towards an electronic interface with the overall community, internal and external. And when those disciplines are brought together, they are a central entity and a capability to answer almost any question a citizen can ask. Would one of you like to speak? Would all of you like to speak? I'd like you to introduce yourselves, give me a little bit of your background, kind of why you're here, what you plan to do. So Ryan, you first?
Absolutely.
Please.
Hi, my name is Ryan Klausner. I'm a software developer from Portland, Oregon. I'd just like to stress how incredibly excited I am to work with the city of Las Vegas, with two other fellows, Lou and Lindsay, and with the downtown project as well. I have a few years in the civic space working with utility analytics company out of Bend, Oregon, and I think that experience will have a lot of impact as to how I maneuver through this next month, and yeah, I'm so excited to work with the city of Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. Lou?
Hi, everyone. I'm Lou Huang. I am an urban designer and architect from San Francisco. I've worked on everything from coffee shops to affordable housing to mixed-use developments and streetscape plans. And I came to Las Vegas because of the downtown project. I'd heard of what they were doing. I was very excited to be working with them. And I just wanted to say I was very excited to hear the presentations from earlier. I'm very excited to hear about all the innovative things that the city is already planning to do. I'm very excited to be working with you guys for the rest of the year and being a part of the innovation and the momentum that's going on here in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Lindsay?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Ballant. I lived in New York for 12 years and recently moved to San Francisco to join my fellows at Code for America. And I'm a graphic designer, art director by trade. I was previously design director of Newsweek magazine and have worked in editorial for the past 8 years. And the reason I chose to be in Las Vegas was particularly the stories that you guys have to tell. And I'd like to be a part of sort of rebranding the city and being a part of your effort. And I'd just like to thank Joe and Don and Pat and everybody here for welcoming us. So thank you.
Please.
So as you can see, I'm also in uniform today. I'm wearing the Code for America track jacket. And also on behalf of the Code for America fellows, I'd like to present a Code for America track jacket to Mayor Goodman as well. And she's not here, so I'm not sure who I could pass this off to. Mayor Pro Tem is. We'll take it.
We'll get it to her.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
So, Joe, I'm not understanding what the partnership is between these three good-looking people and the city of Las Vegas. Are they employees, or are they interns, or what?
It's like an intern program, but what they are exactly are fellows. They are employed by Code for America. Okay. Code for America is a nonprofit organization. We make a contribution, as well as our community partner makes a contribution, which was approved on the October council agenda. And that funds their efforts. They're going to be with us for about all the way through February, correct? And they will be interviewing both community partners and community organizations, as well as spending some time in every one of the departments in the city of Las Vegas, trying to find those opportunities, discovery, if you will, that might be where we can have a conversation electronically with the community overall. And that's done through social media and apps and web applications, so that we're now part of that conversation with that community. So we're very, very lucky to have them. Their credentials are marvelous, and their backgrounds are uniquely qualified to what the effort we want to pursue. It's kind of neat, because yesterday they spent they spent all day in about 15 meetings. So I think their heads are already swelled. When we leave here today, I think Don's got them scheduled for another 10. And we're looking forward to what they can do for us, some of the feedback that we get, as well as continuity and sustainability of what they provide, and a relationship to all of the other cities that have gone through this project as to how they've helped their citizens.
So they're with us for a month?
They're with us for a month in the discovery phase.
Okay.
It'll go, exactly, the program lasts about a year.
Oh, lasts a year. Okay, very good. Well, welcome. I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcomes are. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro
Any other
Tem?
comments from the council?
I just wanted to say how fortunate we are to have such individuals with such impressive resumes. And you can see just by looking at your faces that you are passionate about what you do, and I feel very fortunate we have you in this initial phase. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome
Thank you,
aboard.
Council.
Yep. All right, item number 42, discussion for possible action regarding the city attorney's sub-grant from the Nevada Attorney General's Office pass-through 2012 Violence Against Women Act, grant an amount of $54,910, grant special revenue fund with $18,303, in-kind match coming from the general fund for a total of $73,213 to support an existing victim witness advocate position. Mr. Jerbick.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is one of several grants that we've been using to keep our victim witness program alive during the recession. It is in order, and I recommend approval.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Move to approve as recommended by the city attorney's office.
Any questions or comments from the council? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and vote.
Council is one-sided.
Go ahead and post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're on to resolutions. Resolutions are 10-2013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with this Quick Start Program agreement between the RDA and Mesquite Wood 2 LLC and Velveteen Rabbit, located at 1218 South Main Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. This item is related to the redevelopment, agenda item number 5. Mr. Go right ahead.
Mayor Pro
Identify
Tem,
yourself.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Rich Atkins, redevelopment officer with the Economic Urban Development Office. And this item is in regards to the Quick Start program that we have for assisting those businesses and participants with the code compliance issues and deferred maintenance and permitting fees for their project. As this item was heard at the redevelopment agency board meeting and was approved, staff recommends approval.
Any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The discussion in redevelopment this morning was thorough, and there were a lot of graphics, and so I would hope that the minutes of this meeting would reflect that we heartily endorsed that project, and that that the minutes incorporate all of the exhibits that were in there, because these are great things for downtown Las Vegas. So I now move for passage of.
All right, there's a motion. Please vote. And post.
I did once.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 44, R11, 2013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Quick Start Program agreement between the RDA and T. Brio 2 and Project M, located at 106 South 6th Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals of the objectives of the RDA. This is in Councilman Coffin's ward, and this is related to the redevelopment agenda item number 6. Go right ahead.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman, another Quick Start program project, and we'd like to incorporate all the comments and discussion that was held this morning at the Redevelopment Agency Board meeting, and staff recommends approval.
Very good. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our mouths are still watering from this morning, and we're all looking forward to having some food at La Comida. Therefore, I will move for approval of item 44.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote.
Yeah.
And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 45, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2013-1. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 2013-1, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to revise the provisions governing master sign plans as they apply to certain gaming in downtown properties and provide for other related matters.
Very good. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Very good. Item number 46, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2013-2. Councilman Barlow, do you wish the bill to be read?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-2, in order to authorize the deferral of sewer connection fees for property located within a redevelopment area under certain specified circumstances and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Yes, move for approval.
Could I ask a question?
Sure, go right. We have a motion. We'll open it up for questions or comments.
I just wanted to ask, when it says connection fees for property located within a development plan, I'm assuming that means all development plans that we have within the city? Thank you, that's just
Is
all I
that
needed.
correct? Okay, that's correct. All right, very good. Please vote on the motion. And then post. Motion carries unanimously. Very good. Item number 47, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2013-3. Councilman Barlow, do you wish the bill to be read?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2013-3, in order to authorize one or more pilot programs by which mobile food vendors may occupy parking spaces or on designated public streets for the purpose of vending and to provide for other related matters.
Do I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Okay, I have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 48. Item 48, Bill 2013-4 is eligible for adoption. At a later meeting, we will move on to new bills. Okay, items 49 and 50, bills 2013-5 and 2013-6 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 19th, 2013. City Attorney, please read the new bills.
Bill number 2013-5, an ordinance to continue to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of the origination charge for new urban lounge and tavern limited licenses and to provide for other related matters. And bill number 2013-6, an ordinance to revise the definition of traffic signal system improvements for purposes of LEMC Chapter 432 relating to the city's traffic signal impact fee program and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. These bills will be assigned to the recommending committee, which is myself, Councilman Barlow, and Councilman Coffin. We will now move on to item number 51. There is no closed session. So we are going to adjourn till 1:30, that's 45 minutes, and then we will start the afternoon session. We're not adjourning, we are reconvening, and we are recessing. We're taking a break till 1:30. Thank you.
I think Brandy Stanley's around here for us to sort of talk about parking on things.
Is that on today's agenda?
I like it, I like it. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We will go ahead and start the afternoon session of the Las Vegas City Council. Again, Mayor Carolyn Goodman is excused from this afternoon's proceedings. We will start with item number 52. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Yes, we have item number 54 related to Play LV Gaming, and the action requested is to obey to March 6th, and it was requested by the applicant. So I move to obey item 54 until March 6th.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 53, EOT 47809, non-conforming use. This is a public hearing. Applicant TJP, A Nevada, LP, owner TJ Plaza, LLC, for possible action on a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming tavern at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I'll declare that open. Is the applicant present?
Councilman and members of the council, Daniel Loera, 3275 South Jones, here representing the applicant. As you can see in the staff write-up, this is a non-conforming use, a tavern that predates the special use permit requirements. This is the former Chapala's Mexican restaurant, kind of an icon in the Decatur corridor since about 1985. As the Chapala's was a tenant of my client, as part of the efforts to settle up upon their demise and pulling out of there, they were able to negotiate the license and then subsequently acquired a conditional non-operating license from business license late last year. And all of this in the intention of being able to offer this as a lease incentive in order to get another good tenant in their place. And we're asking for the extension of time today to allow for that extra time to accommodate that. As you know, the leasing market in today's situation is not great. So,
thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Move to approve as staff recommends.
Thank you. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries.
thank you.
Thank you and good luck. Item number 54 has been obeyed. Item number 55. SUP 47596, a special use permit. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner is Higuchi Developer for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off-sale use within an existing 1,464 square foot convenience store use at 7790 West Sahara. This is C1 Limited Commercial. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I'll now declare it open. And is the applicant or representative present? Oh. Got to press the little button down there. There you go.
Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Eliza Higuchi. Ms. Higuchi bought this property December 2012. It had been out of operation since December 2011, and as such, we have to reestablish all the permits and licenses in order to operate again. It was on one motion, one vote at Planning Commission, and we have staff's approval.
Very good. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to, excuse me, I have a sore throat. Move to approve as Planning Commission and staff have recommended.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, items number 56, 57, and 58. 56 is a GPA 47506 request to amend the 2020 master plan use designation from R rural density residential to SC service commercial. Item number 57 is ZON 47507, request for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential to C1 limited commercial. 58 is variance 47508, request for a variance to allow a 17-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing restaurant, R1 single-family residential zone, to propose C1 limited commercial. The applicant is Bob Taylor's Ranch House, and the owner is Helen Thomas Trust for 1.67 acres at 6250 Rio Vista. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval on all items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and this is a public hearing. I will declare the public hearing open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good afternoon. Richard Gallegos, 3005 West Horizon Ridge Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We do understand and concur with staff's recommendation for approval. This has been a legal non-conforming use for about 57 years. We thought it might be appropriate to come in now and get it to the conforming level. So we respectfully request your approval.
Mr. Fagg, anything you want to add? Turn your mic off.
There it goes. The applicant has stated the case correctly. The restaurant has been on residentially zoned property ever since it was first established back in the 1950s. This action will then bring the use into conformance with the zoning and the zoning into conformance with the use, so staff is recommending approval, as did the Planning Commission.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any council members wishing to speak? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and through you, with your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Gallegos, I'd like for you to bring your client up to the microphone, and this is the chance to talk about this restaurant, how long it's been there, what's going on, and what's on the menu.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Bob Taylor's Ranch House has been there since Jeff Special.
Thanks, Jeff.
Owner-operator of the Ranch House. Has been there since 1955, serving the best steaks, seafood, lobster, chicken, ribs, prime rib in Las Vegas. So come out and see us if you haven't been there.
That was perfect. See how easy that was?
I'm hired.
Yeah, okay.
Open for lunch daily.
Open for lunch. Actually, yeah, fabulous meals out there, so I'm glad, I hope you didn't mind me bringing in to do that. I do want to thank Mr. Fagg and your staff, working with Mr. Gallegos in making this happen, because it has been a long, tedious process, so I appreciate everyone involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And looking forward to seeing what else you're going to do next. With that, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council members, I would make a motion.
We vote. I just want to say that in 1973, when my husband was being recruited to coach here, we were taken out by boosters to what they said was the best restaurant in town. It seemed awfully far away from the city, but you know, it was fantastic, and everybody has always acclaimed it since, and I just wanted you to know that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Through the Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, Councilwoman, for saying that, because this was out of town.
Yes.
Once. You know, and look where it is today. With that, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommended for approval on agenda item 56.
Okay, we have a motion for item number 56. Please vote. And post.
I would state for the record that I did receive 2 support cards in support of your application. So on agenda item 57, I would also move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommended for approval.
We have a motion for item number 57. Please vote. And post.
And likewise, Mayor and council members, I would...
Motion carries. Okay, item number 58.
I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 58.
Very good. Please vote on motion for item number 58. And post. Motion carries. All right, good job. You got everything
Thank
cleaned
you
up.
very much.
Very good.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, we have items number 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. Item number 59, GPA 47539, request to amend the 2020 master plan use from C commercial to mixed use. We have item number 60, ZON 47540, request for rezoning from residential estates and high-density residential to R3 medium-density residential. We have item number 61, variance 47541, request for a variance to allow a 52-foot setback where 66-foot 3-by-1 residential adjacency setback is required for a proposed church. Item number 62, SUP 47543, request for a special use permit to allow a proposed church. And item number 63, SDR 47542, request for site development review for a proposed 25,972 square foot church. The applicant owner is the Greater New Jerusalem Baptist Church on 1.72 acres and 2.4 acres at the southeast corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Doolittle Avenue. Items 61 through 63 are RE residential estates and R4 high residential zones, proposed R3 medium-density residential. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and there is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Go ahead and state your name and state your case.
Bishop James and Roger Senior, the pastor of Great New Jerusalem Baptist Church, located at 1100 D Street, Las Vegas, Nevada.
And
Doug Purvis, Purvis Architects, 2545 Quailwood Court in Henderson.
Charles Bilberry, 6215 Cape Canaveral Court, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to add beyond what I just said?
Just looking forward to this approval.
Okay. Very good. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Fagg, anything else you want to add?
No, just that, again, in reviewing this application, the design of the church, I think, is compatible with the area. They've done a very sensitive design in terms of the height because it does butt up to residential property. So, again, I think that they've done a great job, and in our review, we are recommending approval of the request, as did the Planning Commission.
Very good. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Barlow.
Well, I believe there's someone from the public wishing to speak. Mayor Pro Tem.
Didn't see you walk up there. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Beatty, and I live at 1221 Leonard Avenue in Las Vegas, and I'm here about the church. And what I'm here about is that New Jerusalem is an historical church that's on D Street, and I've been out of town, and I got all this stuff in the mail about the church. So that's what I'm here about, is the church. Me, myself, I don't think the church need to be there because the one on D Street is historical, and they're moving that to over there, and everything on our side of town that is historical to our side of town is being tore down. That's the way I feel.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Ms. Jeannie. Pastor, share with us as it relates to the process that you went through in order to, I'm sorry, Bishop, the process in which you went through in order to establish the design, the rendering, and the community outreach that you did along with the church and members of the community surrounding the current location and your decision as a body, as a church body, to move it to the Martin Luther King location.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilman Wallow. We, in our membership there, we have a very lovely membership, and the community really loves where we are. And of course, since we were not really moving out of the community per se, the facility we have now, there are some major improvements that need to be done, and we'll spend a lot of money to get it up to where we need to be. So it was decided by the congregation that we would not try to, do what we really need to do in the area and spend a lot of money in trying to do what we need to do. So we decided that because of this, as a membership, we decided to vote to go ahead and relocate the facility, and then at some later date, do some, a restoration of the building that's there, because we understand it's been there since the 60s, so we understand all that, but it does not serve our congregation the way it needs to be served. And so we decided that we would use the other property we own now on Martin Luther King Boulevard to build a new facility. We did send out a great deal of mailers out to the community, and those that have come thus far, they all basically have been in agreement with what we are doing now with the new facility and what we have done over the years with the present facility. That facility we'll use it in some kind of way in the near future, doing some of the stuff we need to do. But right now, for the membership and what we really need to do to continue to enhance the community, this new facility really need to be built for what we're doing now. Now, we also send out mailers and flyers and those kind of things in the community where we are now currently proposing to build a new facility. Of course, then again there, the citizens in that community at that time came out, was in great support of the new facility we're building there, because they understand too it's going to take away a lot of the greatness of the blight in that community. Of course, with this new facility, the way it's being designed and getting ready to be built, they really love the fact that it's going to be in the area on Martin Luther King to enhance the MLK corridor. And so it's something that we really look forward to doing. And we try to the best of our ability to please every one of the citizens in the community where we're building it now. And thus far, what we're dealing with right now is that there's some that, probably believe that in the area where we are now, it's about the building of the facility we at right now, that it is believed that it ought to stay there. And we've only had one that's today that have had a concern with that. And so we didn't even know that anyone had a concern with that being what it is today.
Okay. And there's been, I would say, just maybe 2 calls, maybe 1 email to my office as it relates to the expansion. Well, I shouldn't say the expansion, but the addition of churches in the community. And what I shared with those individuals on the phone as well as on email, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that New Jerusalem, being that it's existing and it has been existing in this community since the 60s?
Yes, 70 this year, October 2013, we'll celebrate 71 years.
71?
71. It was organized in 1942.
Okay, 71 years in the community. And now you're looking to bring it from the interior of the historical West Las Vegas community and bring it to the frontage street of Martin Luther King.
That is correct.
Okay. And so that would leave your current location empty. And so the question then became, what are your plans for the vacant location after you build this beautiful edifice? And what is the follow-up or plan, if you will, as it relates to the current location where you are right now?
Currently where we are right now, what we are proposing to do, I would say our church council that we meet to discuss in our stewardship meetings have not yet finalized all that we want to do at the building. But we want to do something in the community, hopefully in a partnership with the city of Las Vegas, to really enhance the D Street corridor, particularly the West Las Vegas area. So we're looking forward to doing something in that area with the city of Las Vegas, because I understand that there's so much we need to do in the community, and whatever we can do to enhance it, that's what our church facility now and the membership want to do in some form of a partnership with the city of Las Vegas.
Do you have any plans to lease your current facility after you move out to another church?
We have had several individuals who have expressed interest in the leasing of the building and continue to use it as a facility right now. So we've had several calls to that effect when they discovered we would be building a new facility.
So
it will not remain vacant, I can assure you that.
It will not remain vacant. Okay.
We also, in that area, Councilman Barlow, that we also have a great food service program we serve the community with. We serve over 4,000 people a week. It's a facility we have as a community pantry. We give dry goods and meats and canned goods, clothing in our facility already, which is in our F.N. Addison Center next door. So those particular facilities will continue up until we determine what we're going to do with the building as a whole. But those services we render right now will continue in our community.
Okay. Is there any other members of the council that would like to say anything before I move forward?
Councilman Coffin has a comment, a question?
Thank you. Reverend, do the people in the neighborhood know that you will be at some time here serving the people meals at this new location? Or are you planning to always keep it at the old location?
Thus far at the old location right now. We have not made any plans to move the feeding facility to the new location.
So it's not something that the neighbors in the new location have been noticed on?
They don't have any concern about that because we don't intend to move it to the new location.
I forget exactly what the boundary is. There's a radius of certain requirements. We just went over this a couple of weeks ago on a house of worship when it moves into an area. Flynn, if I could ask, what is the radius now for the various explicit or bar or other kinds of services, gaming? How many feet radius is there for this house of worship once it's established that nothing else can come in?
That's correct. We did have this discussion a couple of weeks ago on a related item relative to a church. For alcohol uses, I believe the separation distance is 1,000 feet, and then for gaming uses, it's 1,500 feet. So there is a protected status for churches relative to other uses, taverns, gaming, et cetera.
Reverend, if when we put this in and we make the big change, in other words, we're changing the whole plan amendment for your property here, but let's suppose some business comes in at an intersection nearby, well, it doesn't have to be very close, it could be almost a quarter mile away. Will you be opposing businesses that might contain, for example, a tavern or, I can't think of all the uses, but you've just heard some of them that would be restricted because the church would be there? Is it your intent to carry your mission forward so that regardless of what's around you, you would not object to the kinds of things that could be put there?
It all depends on how bad it is. As a house of worship, there are certain things that we don't support as a congregation. But of course, in businesses that's going to enhance the community, we always in support of a business that's going to enhance the community.
Well, I'm thinking of if there's a strip shopping center, and I really don't know what the plans are for that stretch of Martin Luther King, but that, if you figure a radius of 1,500 feet, that's, 2/3 of a mile, that certain things could not exist. And I do not know what is planned for that area. But people may not be understanding that this would cause a serious hiccup in future business. Now, the church, the house of worship that we allowed to be established in what is known as the Naked City,
Correct,
is servicing as a mission and as a pastor, how do I say it, as a pastoral mission for people who live in that neighborhood. Now, you're taking and you're moving your mission to an area that doesn't have essentially church services. But it could intrude into future business plans of people that own property along Martin Luther King to a great extent. So you would be becoming a big player in all development that happens along Martin Luther King.
Well, there's other place of worship that is also in the area. So
is there another one already there?
Yes, several.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps if there's one already there.
Yes.
And it's not going to change the chemistry at all.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. If I'd have heard that, I'd have not even asked. Thank you.
It's all right.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you so very much. That's what I was going to do, basically chime in and basically say that Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church sits right to the east, the northeast
Would be
of the
west
property.
of us, northwest of us, and so on the north part.
The way I'm saying is Evergreen sits northeast of where you're going to build your development.
Yes, yes. And the Catholic Church, St. James.
The Catholic Church, St. James, is north of the development. So in essence, what we have is on the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King is Mario's Market, CVS, Andre Agassi to the east of them, and then you have St. James Catholic Church, Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church, and then we have the proposed applicant before us today, New Jerusalem Missionary Baptist Church.
That's right.
Did I get
Yes.
it right?
Greater
Okay.
New Jerusalem,
And
yes.
so we have three facilities that are currently facing, if you will, Martin Luther King currently. So they're all in lock and step.
Yes.
Okay. So having said that, thank you so very much, Councilman Coffin, for those comments. The question that I have for Flynn, and I asked you this previously, as far as churches in the community, we traditionally propose under the GPA and the zoning a zoning of CV Civic versus R3, and I see that the church is moving from under the GPA, the commercial, to the mixed use, but under the zoning we have, and I guess I can cover it under that portion of the line item as well, but I'll ask it now. Why are we going from R4 to R3 opposed to R4 to CV Civic for the church facility?
Certainly. As you're aware, Councilman, we do have the CV Civic zoning category, which is for government institutional uses, and so things such as churches and schools would often be zoned CV. However, our code also allows churches in residential neighborhoods upon the approval of a special use permit. And in this particular instance, they're requesting a residential zoning. In certain situations, that may be appropriate. For example, they have R1 zone properties immediately to the east of them. And so by retaining a residential zoning, I guess that offers some security to the residents in terms of the long-term plans for that property. But again, a church is an appropriate use in a residential neighborhood per our zoning code and is allowed.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because I want to make sure that I get out all my questions to make sure that we're structuring this application appropriately so that you won't have to come back before us at a future date for any future zoning changes. So it does make sense as far as the fact that you back up against a residential community and a residential neighborhood, the way in which the property is configured. So that makes sense. So on item number 59, I would ask that we move forward for approval of GPA 47539, and that would be my motion at this time. Move for approval.
Very good. We have a motion on item number 59. Please vote. And post. Item 59 passes. Item
Okay.
number 60.
And on item number 60, zone, the zone change from R4 to R3, 47540, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Item number 60 passes unanimously. Item number 61.
Okay, and Flynn, on item number 61, for another point of clarification, the setback is traditionally 61 feet, and they're requesting 52? I'm sorry, 66 feet, and they're requesting 52? Is that the purpose for the variance?
There, my microphone's on again, thank you. Yes, it doesn't meet residential adjacency requirements strictly by the letter of the law. One of the things that they have done with the design of the building is they've stepped it down where it comes up close to the residential areas to try and comply with the requirement as closely as possible. Recognizing the unique configuration of the lot in terms of its shape, staff has recommended approval of that variance. And again, we thought that they've done a great job in trying to make that conform to the requirement.
Okay, and with that clarification, thank you. I'll move for approval of variance 47541.
Okay, we have a motion for item number 61. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 62.
And on item number 62, just for the community's sake and point of clarification, Flynn, the special use permit is specifically in place because of the zoning of R3. And so for that, you need a special use permit in order for a church to go inside of a
Correct.
R3 zone. Okay? So at this time, I'll move for approval of special use permit 47543.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. And item number 63.
And on item number 63, the plans, are you the developer or the architect, sir? The architect, come forward, please, if you don't mind, and state your name for the record.
Doug Purvis, Purvis Architects, 2545 Quailwood Court in Henderson.
I just want to compliment you on the design and working with the church. The design and the layout of this beautiful building is going to serve the community well in its size and scope and the aesthetic look of it. And I'm very pleased with how it all came out. And Bishop, you and the entire congregation should be proud as well. And this is something that I'm sure the entire community is going to enjoy as far as the beautiful building that will be adjacent to the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the nation. Thank you so very much, and I'll move.
Thank you. I'll stand up here as long as you want.
Thank you. I'll move for approval of SDR 47542. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote and post. Motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Council.
Good luck. Congratulations. Okay, items number 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. 64 is a GPA 47549, request to amend the 2020 Master Plan land use designation from mixed use to public facilities. Item number 65 is a ZON 47547, request to rezone from R3 medium density residential to C4 civic. Item number 66, VAC 47546, petition to vacate C Street, public right-of-way from Adams Avenue south 260 feet to NDOT right-of-way, a portion of a 20-foot wide alley and a portion of Adams Avenue. Item number 67, SUP 47551, request for a special use permit for a banquet facility, R3 medium density residential zone, proposed CV Civic. Item number 68, SDR 47550, request for site development plan review for the conversion of an 18,964 square foot school to a banquet facility, general retail store, restaurant, and exhibit space, R3 medium density residential zone, to propose CV Civic. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, public facilities on 0.2 acres and 2.63 acres at 330 West Washington Avenue. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These items are in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, there are public hearings. I will now declare the public hearings open, and I have two people up there who would like to go first.
Sam Tolman with representing the City of Las Vegas Public Works, and I'd like to indicate, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that and the council that we agree with all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Very good. Sir, would you like to add anything?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. My name is Melvin Green, architect with KMB Architects. 6765 West Russell Road, Suite 200. And again, we concur with staff recommendation. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the great effort by Councilman Barlow with this vision and tireless effort to bring this project to Las Vegas. His staff, the City of Las Vegas, as well as the community stakeholders. Thank you guys very much for giving us the opportunity to present before you this afternoon. We have prepared a short PowerPoint presentation to give you an update on where we are with the process. I will, again, attempt to go through the PowerPoint presentation. Perfect, it worked great. The site is located on the northeast corner of Washington and D Street and will consist of 2.63 acres. The 1923 building, the 1948 annex, is a part of the site, as well as the proposed vacation for the southern portion of C Street and the city-owned property just east of C Street. The building is of Mission Revival style and is the oldest remaining school in Las Vegas. It is also registered with the National Register of Historic Places, Nevada State Register of Historic Places, and the City of Las Vegas Historic Places. Some of the goals that we set forth for the project was we wanted to create a gateway to the West Las Vegas community. We wanted to provide a walkable community as well. We wanted it to become a destination place. We wanted to create a strong image for attracting businesses and tourism to West Las Vegas and to meet the minimum development requirements. Getting started was a task where we were able to have stakeholders workshops, which worked out very good for us because we were able to discuss and encourage the community participation in the architectural programming process for this master plan. During the first workshop, the stakeholders were given a chance to provide their input in a 30-minute breakout section. They were able to give us an idea of what they liked and disliked for as amenities and uses of the building. Those ideas were voted on, and we generated several design schemes from the meeting. A second workshop was held to discuss the likes and dislikes of the design schemes that the architect produced. A final scheme was selected, the ones that is before you today. Some of the amenities that were selected was landscaping the plaza, providing historical markers, perimeter landscaping, educational opportunities, and security was a very big issue, so we provided perimeter fencing around the property. Some of the uses we selected were bookstore, meeting rooms, exhibition space, cafe, mixed-use facilities, retail space, and one of the most important item was relocating KCEP radio station to the 1948 annex. How we went about renovating the building is we looked at a lot of the old photos that we were so kindly to receive from Brenda Williams and other members of the Alumni Association. And we were able to do some forensic exercise in terms of determining the types of windows used and the building, flooring, and trim. This is a photo of the actual hallway itself. So we were able to determine the door types, lighting types, and be able to use those to reconstruct the facility. The landscape plan will incorporate a covered canopy for shade structure, paved sidewalks, and a plaza area, as well as a water feature. The floor plan itself for the 1923 building will be reverted back to 4 classrooms, and these classrooms will be used for meeting spaces, a catered banquet facility, as well as exhibition space. The 1948 building will be converted to retail space, cafe, and house KCEP radio station. Some of the renderings that we provided for this project illustrates the amenities that was required and requested by the stakeholders. We've provided decorative paving, landscape planters, as well as historical markers in front of the building. This view shows the actual plaza looking from KCP radio station, the 1923 building, across the plaza as well as the courtyard. This particular one is the inside of the courtyard where we will have our water feature and enhance amenities for the retail clients as well as the public. This is a front view of the KCP radio station. Again, intense landscaping will be provided as a formal entrance from D Street, from Washington Street up to the facility. This view is of the 1948 annex with the restored windows, as well as providing a patio for outside dining. This last view is of the project looking north on D Street. We've actually provided a walkable area with trees, as well as the windows will be restored. I have provided a quick animation. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I'm not sure if it worked, but that animation was just going to show briefly how we were able to go from the plaza around the building and back and forth. So that's pretty much the presentation. So if there's any questions, I would entertain them at this time.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Fagg, anything you want to add?
No additional comment from staff. Again, we are recommending approval of the project.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard, come on up.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, one key piece and element of the presentation was for Ms. Brenda Williams, who is the president of the Westside School Alumni Foundation, and she was going to come forward also to wrap up on the tail end of Mr. Green's presentation. So if you don't mind providing her 2 or 3 minutes to provide you the element of what she has been working on so diligently in conjunction with the revamping and the redevelopment of the West Side, the historical West Side School as well. Ms. Williams?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Brenda Williams. I am the president and founder of the West Side School Alumni Foundation.
And former councilwoman.
And former councilwoman. Okay, you know, I am fully, totally in support of revitalizing the West Las Vegas area, in particular the West Side School properties. And I had a vision in 1995 to write about the history of the West Side. I attended West Side School in 1949. And in doing this, I have compiled over 100 stories of individuals who actually attended the school, lived in the community, and worked in the community. The name of our book is West Side School, Our Community, Our Time, and it's based on 1923 to 1967. These are stories that are actually told by the people who lived the story, not history that you heard about. It's what they actually lived. There are photographs here that they provided that we were able to use in collaboration with the City Historical Preservation Department and Mr. Mel Green to assist them. So the book is also partially financed by the Las Vegas Centennial Committee and our other community partners. All the proceeds from these books go to offer financial scholarships to students in the underserved community, and also to give them opportunities that they would otherwise not have an opportunity to experience. So when we wrote the book, well, before we started on the book, I had run across an article written by Morgan Freeman, who is an Academy Award-winning actor, and it just so addressed the need for us to preserve different facets of history in our community. And I will quote him. He says, "Having places that give us roots is essential to our spirit and our soul. It's important that we protect these places, their stories, and history with the actual buildings and surroundings intact." So yes, it's very important that we do, in fact, redevelop that area, keeping the school intact, but giving it better uses. West Las Vegas, the West Side, the school area has had its challenges, but the restoration of the school will speak to the promises of the future. And I do thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your input. This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, come on up, state your name.
I'm Bishop James Rogers Sr. I live personally at 4142 Falcons Flight Avenue, North Las Vegas, representing 1100 D Street there. Because this facility is right in the neighborhood where I pastor and serve, which is on the corner of each other, I was so impressed with the drawing that KME Architects and Mr. Mel Green put together for this. This is something we've been asking for quite some time in our community, and having Mrs. Williams working with the city councilman and the city council we can ultimately see that this is coming to fruition. So we wholeheartedly support this project at the restoration of the West Side School. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Beautiful, beautiful. Those color schemes, is that the color scheme we're going to get that I saw on the thing? Because that was nice.
Actually, we have a conservator that is actually looking to develop the original paint.
Oh.
So
this ought to
he's
be
in the
interesting.
process of working to determine that.
Anyone else is wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments or questions from the City Council? Councilman Coffin? Why don't you close a couple of those microphones down? There you go. That one too. There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not sure whether the color was more like adobe, natural adobe or not. I don't remember what the original color would be like, but the Mission Revival style was a big thing here. The railroad station built in 1905, which we have the original plans for out at the university. You know, probably, since it was the largest employer in town and also a very beautiful building, probably inspired the architecture on this school. So, you know, I suspect the colors will be similar, or would have been similar. At the time of 1922-23, railroad was the biggest employer in town, and of course they were the shops for the Union Pacific between Los Angeles and Salt Lake. So it was really, really a big thing then, and so I can see where the architecture was inspired by the railroad, as the depots were in, you know, up north, Pioche, I mean at Caliente and down below at Kelso. So I know Courtney Mooney, who's sitting in the audience hiding behind people. She's our historian par excellence, and she'll be able to provide other stuff, because I would wager that the population of the church, the worshipers in those days, many of them were railroad employees and benefited from the existence of the railroad. And so there's something they're intertwined in some fashion, would be my guess. I mean, just delighted, I mean, you know, you figure your church, school, railroad, it had to be the place to go to school. It was still in existence when I was a grammar school kid here in the 50s. So I just know that the students benefited from that. I haven't been there since 1996 when the railroad station was, I mean, the radio station was still in existence. Is it still there? KCEP still there?
Still there.
They gonna have space?
Your microphone, please.
They have a very nice space that will be moving into the 1948 building. We've actually sat down with Mr. Knight and his assistant, Ashton Ridley, and come up with some designs for their tenant improvement space.
Well, I hope that the design will match its original. It'd be perfect. Also, that future development in that area considered Mission Revival as a theme, and that this school become the pace setter for the design in the area, instead of just old blocks and stucco and wood, you know?
Absolutely. We presented a master plan in 2012, which was incorporating the northern portion of the property where the existing early variety daycare learning center is located. And again, to carry that campus-like setting, we have created new retail spaces that would be similar to the Mission Revival, so that there's continuity between the old and the new.
Okay, maybe up and down the street, Councilman, it could be a real nice thing. And by the way, one of our witnesses today was a council member who wasn't recognized as such. Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I just wanted to say what an absolutely magnificent addition that we are having with the renovation of the school, not only in the beauty of what you've designed, but also in the fact that you're connecting with all the threads of history. We don't do enough of that here in the city. We probably don't do enough of that in our country, but it's really beautiful. I know Councilman Barlow's worked very hard for that. I know all of you have worked very hard for it. It's something that will inspire and I think thrill all of us who will be able to see it and see how the history impacted what we are doing today. I also want to say something special to Brenda. We miss you. We hope you're well. And I'm going to have to get a hold of one of your books, one way or the other. But thank you very much. I'm just thrilled with this. Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, thank you so very much. I'm not sure, Councilwoman Williams, if Councilwoman Tarkanian wants me gone and you back here, so I won't take that to heart too much. But I do want to say to KME, your entire team, to the City of Las Vegas and its entire team, and ask Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, that I request for Courtney Mooney to come forward. Courtney, I have to put you on the spot. I know you're a woman of a few words, but I do have to thank you publicly, because Courtney has been with me every step of the way, Mayor and Council, as it relates to when this epiphany came across my head and my mind, and she really helped me to push out some real elements. And once we started to look into the historical nature of the West Side School, you could just see her mind was just churning with just lots of optimism and opportunity that came out of the historical nature of this pillar in the community. And Courtney, I want to say thank you for pushing forward on the national level, the National Registry of Historical Places, Nevada Registry of Historical Places, the City of Las Vegas, the state level. Thank you so very much for being with us, and I want to make sure that you receive the appropriate recognition as it relates to this project, because I believe without your assistance and you helping me to pull this off, it wouldn't be where it is today. And you were a very great helpmate, and a great lift of knowledge that I, of course, did not have to really help me unfold the vision that I had for this corner. And kudos to the Department of Public Works, the Department of Neighborhood Services, as well as Economic and Urban Development, because all of those departments collectively played some part, whether it be the roadways, the beautification of the streetscapes, the historical nature, the residential components. All of that basically played a real vital role in us reaching the point that we are today. And of course, Sam, come back over here. You get back into the frame, because these two right here, Mayor and Council, they're a wonderful team for the City of Las Vegas when it comes to historical buildings and history. And Sam, thank you so very much for also, just really digging into the archives and just saying, Councilman, this will work, this won't work, but let me think about it. And then you come back with 50 different ways as to how it can work. And so, Sam, thank you so very much, man. I mean, I couldn't have did this without you guys. And I know I'm missing some other people, but I'll sit down with you all to make sure, as we continue to move this project forward, that I have everyone that touched this project in a very small way to a very big way, because I would like to recognize each and every one of you for your due diligence in helping me to really roll out. It was just a thought in my head, and now it's really becoming a reality. And due to the assistance from the mayor and council here on the dais, I want to thank you all as well for your continued support and effort as I continue to try and make this community and make the City of Las Vegas a beautiful place. Because as I mentioned before in previous council meetings, that when Ward 1 looks good, the City of Las Vegas looks good. And when Ward 2 looks good, the City of Las Vegas looks good. And when Ward 3 looks good, the City of Las Vegas looks good. Ward 4, Ward 5 looks good, the City of Las Vegas looks good. And of course, when Ward 6 looks good, the City of Las Vegas looks good. And so we all play our part in our own special ways within the jurisdictions in which we have been voted in to oversee. And I have to give the constituents of all of our wards credit for electing a body of legislators who really care about the true fabric of the City of Las Vegas as a whole. I want to thank you all for allowing us and blessing us to serve in this capacity to basically roll out a good for the community as a whole. So thank you so very much. And if there's no other comments, I would entertain a motion at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, let's start with item number 64.
Item number 64, GPA 47549. I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. We have a motion. Please vote on item number 64. And post. Put him down as a yes.
I need Councilman Ross's vote.
Somebody talks too much. I support Councilman Barlow in this motion and for this project.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Item number 65.
Spoken from the mayor of Disneyland. The Great Northwest Ward 6. That's what I call Disneyland. They have the best fishing at Tule Springs. On item number 65, the zoning matter 47547, I'll move to approve this item subject to all conditions.
Okay, we have a motion on 65. Please vote.
You're getting way too excited.
And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 66.
Okay, and on item number 66, vacation, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, we have a motion on item number 66. Please vote. And post. 66 passes unanimously. Item number 67.
67, special use permit, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. And item number 68.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for all of your support. And with that, I will move for these site development plan review of item 68 for approval, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
We have a motion. Please vote. And post. All right, everything passed unanimously. Good job, good luck, and looking forward to it.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are on item number 69, GPA 47548, General Plan Amendment, Public Hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend Table 5, Master Plan Land Use Designations of the 2020 Master Plan Land Use and Rural Neighborhood Preservation element to add RMH Mobile Manufactured Home Residence zoning district as an allowable category under the medium-low attached density residential land use designation. This is all wards. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Mr. Fagg, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. This application has been initiated by staff to correct an omission in our land use element to allow mobile home parks to develop at densities that are appropriate for the use. Again, we are correcting something that historically has been in place. We left it out in the last update of the land use element, and we would request your support of this general plan amendment.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve GPA 47548.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Item 69 passes unanimously. Okay, we have items 70, 71, 72, and 73. Item number 70, GPA 47578, request to amend the 2020 Master Plan Land Use Designation from high-density residential to medium-low attached density residential. Item number 71, ZON 47579, request for a rezoning from RF apartment to RMH mobile manufactured home residence. Item number 72, variance 47584, request for a variance to allow spaces that are 31 feet in width where 45 feet is required, and 1,860 square feet in area where 4,000 square feet is required, an individual space setback of 2 feet where 5 feet is required, and to allow 6-foot 6-inch wall in the front yard where a maximum 5-foot high wall is allowed for a proposed 80-space mobile home park R5 apartment zone, proposed RMH mobile manufactured home residence. And item number 73, it's an SDR 47581, request for site development plan review for a proposed 80-space mobile home park RF apartment zone, proposed RMF mobile manufactured home residence. The applicant owner is 2010-1 CRE NV 4901 Bonanza on 7.27 acres at 4901 East Bonanza Road. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and our public hearings. I will now declare the public hearing open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Merlin Hardy. I'm representing the applicant. My address is 494 Spanish View Lane here in Las Vegas.
And the gentleman behind you?
Eric Christensen, 7009 Alamosa Way, also in Las Vegas here with the partners.
Is there anything you'd like to add or present?
Spokesman for the day.
We've been working with staff quite extensively on this, and we appreciate all the work that has gone into this so that we could reopen this existing El Capitan mobile home park. And we're making quite a few improvements with making it a gated community and changing the name and working with staff to fine tune it to make it more compatible to the neighborhood and secure. We appreciate it. We concur with what we've done so far with staff and want to go forward with the project.
Very good. Mr. Fagg, anything you would like to add?
Excuse me.
Your microphone.
There we go. I just have one condition change that I need to add to the record. The applicant gave us a revised site plan late last week showing some minor revisions to the front gate area in order to meet requirements for circulation there at the front entrance of the property and to make sure that there were no issues in terms of vehicles stacking right there at the driveway entrance. Staff has reviewed the plan, finds it to be in conformance with our original review, and so I would just make a condition to condition number 3 on item 73, and that change would be that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan, date stamped January 31st, 2013, except as amended by conditions herein. So that would be my only change to the conditions.
You're okay with that condition?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, very good. Okay, this is a public hearing. Declare open. Please come up and state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My problem is with item number 72. This summer, Dwell Magazine had a manufactured home exposition in Southern California. And let me, could I get the overhead here? Let me show you what the 21st century is doing. They don't look like manufactured homes at all. They look like homes that have got 2 stories. There's one. There's a picture in the back. There's another one right there. You can't put those things on lots that are 31 feet. And that's the problem. We're not going forward on this. We're going back. We're going back into the 60s and the 70s. We don't need to go back. We need to go forward. And what they're proposing on item number 72 will not allow us to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Just do the public hearing. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and now comments from City Council. We'll start with Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a technical question for Flynn. The development immediately south of that lot on the aerial map has a dashed line around the roadway, and we're wondering what that is. It has nothing to do with this project, but you can see it on the overhead here. It's in yellow on this shot.
Yes, the dashed line there indicates that that is a private street or driveway and is not a public road.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Coffin, if you don't mind. I just wanted to put Mr. Christensen on the spot for a minute. Not you, Mr. Hardy. You're okay. He's okay, too. I just want you to take a moment to brag about Boy Scouts for a minute. How many generations of Eagle Scouts are in your family? You didn't know I was going to ask you that, did you?
No.
How many generations? 6 generations so far?
Oh, I think that's somehow that's been embellished, so. No, my dad was in scouting and his dad was in scouting, but my dad's been kind of a scouting fixture in the area for his whole life.
But your dad and your sons, and I mean, there's just generations of Eagle Scouts there.
His brothers,
All of them,
their kids.
Yeah, I know.
Don't let him.
He's
don't
being
let him
humble,
skate.
isn't he?
He is.
It's all good. There's a lot of good people out there.
I just want to highlight that about him and his family. Just
You're very
solid families, as the Hardy family is too. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Merlin, I want you to spend a few minutes, because this is the first mobile home park that's been proposed in several decades. Really, I mean, when you think about it, it's a weed-strewn property now with empty concrete pads, and so putting something there is important. I realize you're trying to squeeze a few more into this area, but I need you to describe the surrounding area as to why it probably wouldn't really make much difference to the neighborhood that you're putting them in closer. And then talk to me about the purpose of it, your vision, your dream for why you're doing this.
Actually, I think there might be a little bit of a misunderstanding. We're not asking to put them in any closer. It was originally approved for the 80 homes, and we're asking for that approval to stand. We are doing first off, we did have a public meeting where people could come and discuss in the development stages of this project, and we didn't have any opposition at the time at that meeting. Additionally, we did have a couple of people opposing it. There was a couple out of town, but the ones in town, there was actually just one person in town who did oppose it. His name was Ken. I did stop by his house to talk to him about it, and after I reviewed the plan with him, he said to me that he was not in an objection to it anymore. Another thing I've done was gone to all the surrounding businesses, showing them the actual plan that we're doing, and I did not have one opposer to that. They were all excited about getting that place reopened again. Yeah, mobile homes that they haven't put any new ones, but we're not asking for a new one. We're just asking to open up what's already there, basically. And we're doing it in a way that yeah, when a person first thinks of a mobile home park and why do you want this, we are putting some amenities in there. We have worked with traffic, and that's why we had to do the reentry. We're putting it a gated community. We're providing security. Yeah, oh, and as far as trying to squeeze in a few more lots, we're trying to save those trees. Eric just brought that up to me, and that was one of our main objectives. It was to save the trees, the utilities, and the whole infrastructure, and just reopen up the park and get it being used again, and providing income for not only the people working on it, but people in the neighborhood and the surrounding businesses. And when Ken and I talked to other people that one person who was opposed, they basically come up with the same thing. Why are we going backwards? But we're not going backwards. This is going to be a beautiful community, and I have some really great plans that I've discussed with Felipe, not you yet, but Felipe, that we want to present, and I know this is going to be a great project.
Well, Felipe has relayed everything that you've said. You are planning on owning these coaches, is that correct?
I didn't hear you.
You are planning on owning the coaches, right, Merlin?
No, it's going to be a combination. We will own some. We will provide rentals. We will provide leases. We will provide, we're basically leaving it open so until we get a general idea of what's happening with the community, then we'll make some tighter decisions on how we'll occupy the rest of the lots. But originally we're gonna open it up to anybody and anything, you know, that makes it a workable thing, because again, we're, you know, a trailer park has, you know, it's not going on right now, and we want to see how it's going to work, and then we're going to, based on our initial findings of what's happening in the market, we'll determine how we'll solidify it. But basically the plan, the outline, the landscape that we're trying to save, the roads and all of that, other than being repaved and new concrete put in and new entries and guard gates and the clubhouse and the pool and everything that we're adding to it to beautify it, will still stay basically the same. And the decision about how we're going to market it is just a little bit vague still.
Are you completely familiar with it? I think it's Chapter 118B of the NRS, so that you know when you create one of these parks, you know, there's such an evolution in the law, a lot of protections for the residents there.
Yes.
So you need to be very cognizant of the things like the metering on water and on
Oh, yeah.
power and all that.
Yeah, I have been through that with the Water District and others, and we're aware of that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, I think it'll be a good project. I think the neighbors are protected. There's really not much to protect in a sense. The commercial and the street, there's not neighboring single-family residences as I see right there. And that's why we haven't had any objections from, except for one, from the person in that general area, Mr. Klein, who you say you've met with. And that's the
Yes.
only one that I can think of except a couple of investor owners of property
Out of
in the
state.
general area. But other than that, it seems to be well-received, and the kind of people you're hoping to bring in there will not be wealthy people. They'll be people that may be elderly, and maybe they'll have a mission in life to perform, and that's a great part of town to be in.
Yeah, that is our market right there, the elderly.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wishing to comment?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, sir. I'm just looking in the backup, and I just see a number of cards that were sent out to the surrounding neighbors, and four in opposition, 3 supporting. But I just noticed one note card for the public hearing stated that, they're stating that the last mobile home park was a disaster. You want to basically squish, and this is their term, squish more trailer homes in a space that is already too small. You will create another disaster and a safety hazard. And you mentioned that there were previously 80 units there before, and you're looking to replace the 80 that was there previously?
There was actually 72 on it. The 80 it was approved for 80, but the back lot, there's a back little section that wasn't developed, and that's where the other homes were. Now, we had to rearrange the front entrance so the traffic would come in. And so there was a little bit of rearranging right on the front of the frontage on Bonanza. Other than that,
So previously, there were 72, and due to the rearrangement, now there will be 80?
No, not because of the rearrangement, but because of the
So how many are you bringing in?
80.
Right.
80. But it's not because, if you had the existing map that's there right now, you would be able to see just an open space area in the back. That was approved from 80, even through the Water District has those records showing that it has been approved for 80.
I understand as far as what the zone allows for or up to, but the previous developer had 72, and you're looking to bring in 80.
Again, and those...
Is that
It's
true or
exactly,
false?
the new ones will be put exactly where the old ones were.
I understand that, but
And then
you're-
opening up that little...
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm asking, you're adding an additional 8 to this property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you operated a trailer park before?
No, my brother-in-law does, though, and I am working with people who are really familiar with this. And I have lived in one when I was going to college, but my brother-in-law, like I said, it was who spearheaded this whole thing, and I am working with him on this, and we have access to all that information. I wish that person who would have written that letter showed up to the meeting, because I would have loved to show them that what was there, we're not doing. We're not putting back what was there. And even though I'm also the developer of the place across the street, the Siegel Park, I developed also the Winterwood on Sahara. I've done a few developments over in that area as an owner, and I've sold them. This one I do not want to anticipate or have a desire to sell after I'm done. I want to keep this one, and I wish I could really had a chance to talk to him and show him, we're not reopening that old park. We're revitalizing, we're putting in a clubhouse, a pool, like I've said, the guard gates, and we're going to make an upscale community. We're even changing the name to the Bonanza Springs Resort Homes.
Was there a pool and a clubhouse there?
There was
previously?
a small, it wasn't a clubhouse, a small like laundry, bathroom facility, and there was a pool that was empty that I remember when I was 10 years ago when I was building the strip mall across the street from it.
So the amenities that you're looking to bring in are what? Just the pool and the clubhouse?
Pool, clubhouse, yes.
What's inside the clubhouse?
It's 3,000 square feet. And it's just an open area for the people to get together room. When you're in a mobile home, if you have company.
Weight room, gym, pool table.
There is a weight room. There would be a weight room in it, and there's a little jacuzzi out by the pool. So it's going to be a nice feature. But that because of the stipulations and everything, we're going to represent it and do a site plan development review and everything on that with you at a future date. We're just trying to get the park open right now and show the space for the clubhouse. If you come, can you guys see this over here?
Yeah, there should be a microphone right in front of you where you're standing.
Yeah, there it goes. This would be the area right here, and it's got the clubhouse shown right here, future pool area. This is a step down into it, and it just creates an area for when you have parties or something, guests come over, family come over, and you live in the area, they'll be able to use this clubhouse for these get-togethers at no charge, for them being part of the community, and maybe, what's that?
Typical for other parks.
Yeah, we've looked at other parks, and we have seen the pool tables and the exercise equipment. It's just someplace to get out and where you're still in the community behind the gates and able to enjoy your living conditions. I've seen this done all over in other communities where they do have the clubhouse and the planned communities, and I'm just trying to give those same opportunities and pleasures to some of the people who can't afford those more expensive homes that live in private communities. Turn it off?
Thank you. It's something about the system up here where when so many microphones are open,
Understand.
Others shut off. I know traditionally that the majority of those that live in trailer parks have kids, and there's always a lot of kids, and so amenities are very important to me, specifically in such a dense parcel and the usage in which you're basically bringing forward. So at what point will the clubhouse amenities come online? Is it after the trailers are moved in? Is it all in one phase? And Flynn, can we make that conditional? Because I've seen developments in, for example, residential neighborhoods where developers come in and say that they're going to put in the park amenities, say that they're going to put in the swing sets and the basketball courts and all of these other amenities, and they never come online after the homes are built. I mean, so how can we include that to make it a part of the conditional use? Because I think that's very important as, they attempt to, move forward with their development, but at the same time, we have to watch out for those kids and those families that are there at the same time to make sure that they have some outside activities, if you will, specifically in such a dense parcel of land that they're looking to build to include 8 additional trailers in already such a small space.
Councilman, let me go ahead and address that, and let me just correct one of the things that the applicant has said. Because they are showing a pool and a clubhouse on the plan that is before you today, they don't need to come back at a later point in time through another public hearing process to build the clubhouse. because again, it is shown on the application that you have before you at this point in time. Now, there is no time requirement for them to construct that. It does show it on the plans as being a future clubhouse and a future pool. If you have concerns about when that is going to be developed, then you could place a condition on the site plan application that requires those facilities to be provided in X number of years. Otherwise, they need to come back through a public hearing process and justify the fact that they haven't constructed that in accordance with the approved plan.
Right. Well, I'll leave that up to the maker of the motion, but that will be a concern of mine as to one of the elements to the development as it relates to this item, because I think it's very important. And I've just been informed also that, you know, you're marketing to the elderly. And if that's the case, then even more so, you know, even those seniors would like to have some type of outside activity, swimming, you know, pool table, gym, or, you know, just to keep them active inside of their facility. I support the project, don't get me wrong. I support the project. I just want to make sure that those elements are in place, because in the past I've seen developments that I voted on that I'm still waiting for those elements to arrive inside of those single-family dwelling communities, and they haven't happened. So whenever I see developments like this come forward, I like to make sure that I at least speak on the record that this is something that I'm very passionate and concerned about as it relates to residents and communities who buy into the development because of what's shown on pretty pictures and have been told that it's coming, and they've been in these communities 5, 6, 7, 8, some up to 10 years, and those developments are still coming. The check is in the mail.
We're both on the same page.
Okay.
And we would be willing to put and agree to and do any stipulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Any other comments from the city council?
Mayor
Okay,
Pro Tem, I
Councilman
can't
Coffin,
remember-
how about some motions?
I can't remember all the stipulations he wanted to put in there, but I believe they had to do with something we haven't dealt with in a long time, a mobile home park. So we have to applaud you for creating one, recreating one. And you can't begin to list all the things that theoretically you'd want to be in there. We want you to conform with the 118B, truth in advertising. If you say you're going to have something, you will have it. I think we can be confident of that, because you still have to come before us again for the site development plan reviews that are inevitable. I guess your target population kind of rules out some things that you might want to try to advertise as amenities. You're more of an adult, you're aiming for adults, you're aiming for a specific group of people who are basically single-minded individuals who hopefully will be performing duties in their church in many ways. There's an interesting connection between there's a reason why you're putting this there. It's not far from the temple. There are people who will hopefully, you know, perform duties there, and you're providing an inexpensive place for mature adults to live without locking yourself into saying senior park or family-friendly, all those kinds of things. I think that's probably why the Planning Commission didn't put any excessive restrictions on what you're doing. I think it's a good thing, and it's great to have basically new low-cost housing without any government subsidy required for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I think these common sense conditions that Councilman Barlow talked about are reasonable, and I think that we'll work them out as we go along, Glenn. So unless there's something unduly restrictive, I don't want to agree to everything he said, you know.
Just to clarify, again, I do need to make a change to condition number 3 on item number 73, referencing the new site plan that was submitted to our department. Did you wish to place a condition on the time frame for the construction of the clubhouse? And then otherwise, we don't need to place any additional conditions on this project then?
I think it's reasonable that there will be one there, and it's been promised in a public hearing by a man who's known to keep his word. Mr. Hardy, thank you. So therefore, I now move for approval with the additional amendment, well, let's say...
Let's start with item number 70.
Start with 70, and we'll talk about the addition on 73 when it's time.
Okay, we have a motion for item number 70. Please vote. And post. Item number 70 passes unanimously. Item number 71.
I move for approval of 71.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Item number 71 passes unanimously. Item number 72.
Mayor, I move for approval of item 72.
Thank you. We have a motion on 72. Please vote. And post. '72 passes unanimously. And finally, item number 73.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move for approval of item 73 with an amendment proposed by Director of Planning Flynn Fagg. Want to restate it again for the motion?
Yes, just to correct the date of the plans to January 31st, 2013.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote. And post.
He should have talked to other people.
Okay, everything passes unanimously. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on items number 74 and 75. Item number 74, variance 47583, request for variance to allow a 12-foot wide two-way drive aisle where a 20-foot wide drive aisle is required for a proposed office conversion. Item number 75 is SDR 47582, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,513 square foot office building with waivers to allow a 3-foot wide landscape buffer along the rear property line and no landscape buffer along the east property line where 8 feet is required, no landscape buffer along a portion of the front property line where 15 feet is required, and a waiver of the Las Vegas Medical District streetscape standards. The applicant owner is TIB LLC on .198 acres at 2117 Alta Drive. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Both items are in Plan Development Zone PO Professional Office, Las Vegas Medical District Special Land Use Designation, and Plan Development Zone MD1 Medical Support, Las Vegas Medical District Special Use Designation. These items are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and this is a public hearing. I will now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Bob Genzer, Genzer Consulting, Las Vegas, Nevada, on behalf of the applicant. We have worked with staff to minimize the variances that will be required for this particular property. The applicant has agreed to all of the conditions recommended by staff and approved by the Planning Commission, and we would simply ask for your support.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fagg, anything else you want to add?
No, again, the applicant did work with us. One of our concerns was relative to the streetscape standards to make sure that we could try and comply as closely as possible with the medical district plan. We do appreciate the applicant for working with us on that, and again, we have recommended approval of the project.
Very good. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The car is just a little over 6 feet wide, so how are they going to get through here?
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Anyone from the council have a question or a comment? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Well, Todd, that question I asked Flynn. I drove the city, I drove out there, drove around the building. I didn't have an easy time driving. However, Flynn's an expert on this. He ensures me that his staff feels this will be done and will be done safely. It's the business that's coming in is it's an appraiser who will not have many people coming in.
Rarely ever.
Rarely, because he'll be out
Correct.
appraising. So that's one of the reasons why I believe we can do this. Did you want to say something, Flynn?
Add to that you're correct. While we did look at the proposed use, we also have to look at the long-term use of the property. They are providing the number of spaces that would be required for an office use, and relative to the width of the driveway, obviously because of the constraints of the property, this is a residential conversion. The driveway that they have beside the house is 12 feet wide, which meets the requirement for a one-way drive aisle. They do have room for a car to wait at the front of the property while another car may be passing, so there is adequate maneuvering room on the site to utilize that as a one-way driveway.
And that was the answer that I was given, and relating to that, there is places where you could maneuver. If you have something where you're not going to have a lot of people coming in and out all the time. So I think relating to what the business will be, that that would be all right. I also feel that there's something else I need to state, and that's this resident falls within the medical district designated by the City of Las Vegas in 2002. And this year, we're making a 10-year review of that plan. Some of its recommendations have not been met, but we are currently moving to correct most of those that we can. Now, I realize that some of the plan requirements cannot be met by a residence at this time. However, I do believe that we have to follow as closely as possible the medical district design for landscaping in front. And my having been there, I do not feel it's impossible to add more landscaping than you have stated would be there. And so I would want a condition on this, that the medical landscaping design be followed as much as possible. I know it can't be met entirely because of what's happened in the years since, but be followed as much as possible and more than you are saying in your application. And I would require then that that be done through Flynn and his office.
We have no problem with that. We have had discussions with staff. The applicant has agreed actually to be the first one on this particular block to install the required 10-foot wide sidewalk and an additional tree within the sidewalk area, which is what is called for in the plan.
And I know that.
And he already has a contractor in place ready to go.
And I know that, and I saw where the tree would go, and the other, I just want more.
Okay.
I want more because we're not having some of the other requirements. You could have lower flowers, you could have something like that that would make up for that. And I do appreciate the 10-foot because we want to make a walkable community there. Multi-community walking and riding and bicycling and all that. So I appreciate that very much. I want to state that ordinarily, I myself would not feel that this was the right way to go, but the situation is such, it's almost the only way you can go there. And you have worked and tried to cooperate, and with that additional stipulation, I would move to approve.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start with item number 74. If you can make a motion on item number 74, please.
I move to approve item 74.
Very good.
And as an aside, I'm counting on the ability of Flynn in that, okay?
Actually, Councilwoman will work on that for number 75, the next item.
Oh, the next item, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion for 74. Please vote. And
Oh, on the
post.
plan review, right. And then on item 74, I move to approve.
Let me post.
Oh, excuse me, I'll wait for that.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Item number 75.
On item number 75, then, I move for approval with the condition of the stipulations relating to the landscaping on the front.
Mr. Fagg?
Councilwoman, if I could just perhaps give you the verbiage there for that. What I might recommend is that a revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning for review and approval to include additional landscape materials in the front yard area. Is that?
That's very well said, Flynn.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I include.
Okay, the condition has been accepted, I heard, so there's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome to the medical community.
Item number 76, SUP 47590. It's a public hearing. Applicant is Max Pawn, owner Prosper Samuel Mitz, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed pawn shop within an existing 5,320 square foot commercial building with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required, and a 260-foot distance separation from financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required at 6040 West Sahara, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. This is a public hearing. I will declare it open. Is the applicant present? Okay, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane.
Michael Mack, applicant, 2400 South Jones, Max Pond.
Adam Malin, 6018 South Durango, Suite 110.
And Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, as indicated in your agenda, at the northeast corner of Jones, and if we could go to the aerial on display, the northeast corner and in this building here is where Max Pond is currently located. In front of it, adjacent to Sahara, is an Army-Navy surplus store. And what Mr. Mack would like to do is take his pawn shop here, move it to this location, clean up that building, because you've probably all driven by it, and it's got a lot of signs on it, and it's probably needs a little attention. Clean up the property, reestablish the landscaping, paint the building so it matches the shopping center to the north where he's currently located, and just actually minimize the amount of signage, actually put his signage up there and reduce kind of all the crazy surplus signage that's out there now. This will allow him to actually expand his facility. He's got some storage that he's got located in the shopping center that his clientele can't even see. So he'll have opportunity to display, have more of a back of the house in this facility, and basically gives him enough room to really fit and give a good display for his clientele. His current location right now is sort of blocked by the 7-Eleven, there's a billboard, and then there's actually this building that blocks his current location. So in order to improve and actually grow his business, he feels that this location will be better for him all the way around. We weren't required to have a neighborhood meeting, but we went ahead and had one before the Planning Commission. We actually had it the day before Planning Commission because there really wasn't a great day given the holidays. So we coordinated it the day with the Councilwoman's office. We had a neighborhood meeting and one couple showed up. Once they came to the meeting, they talked to us, they were fine and left. And they, I think, turned in a letter of support. On the notice that we sent out actually had Mr. Mack's email address and his phone number on it, so then people could call or email him. And a few people did. When he spoke to them, everybody was fine. And as you can see, we didn't have any neighbors at Town Board, and at Planning Commission, and we don't have any neighbors here. Sorry, I'm in the wrong jurisdiction. One of the things we have to ask for is for a waiver from the financial institutions that are within 1,000 feet of us. And a lot of pawn shops act like financial institutions. That's not the case with Max Pawn. They actually are a true pawn shop. And so even though we have to ask for that waiver, it's really not necessary the way we operate. And then last but not least, I think the one thing that seems to be the real concern is the location that he is now was approved by a use variance in the early 90s. When he moves out, and assuming we're approved for this location, then that is still available for a new pawn shop to move into if a new pawn shop were available. I guess, and that would be the concern of having two pawn shops located side by side. Because of the way your code reads, your business license codes, licenses are done by lottery, so there really isn't another one available. It's all, the only one who could move there would be an existing pawn shop. And I'm going to defer to Mr. Mack, who I think wants to talk about that.
Okay.
Before you do that, could I just ask a question? Where are those financial institutions? Isn't one of them across the street?
Yes.
The
Yes.
260-foot one, the one that would be closest?
Yes, Councilwoman, Czech City is right across the street.
Across Sahara?
Across Jones.
Across Jones,
And
yeah.
we don't offer any of the same services. We don't do check cashing, payday lending, or title lending, so there would be no conflict.
And that's a wide, busy street. I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate being here. It's an honor to be in front of the council in your new facility. It's a beautiful facility. Mayor Pro Tem.
You need to turn that around, Michael. It's
See, I don't even know
upside
how to
down.
use
There you
it,
go.
So thank you very much for your time, Mayor Pro Tem and council. I'm really proud of what we've done in the 3 years at Max Pond. We started off with 2 employees in just short of 3 years ago, and we're up to 11 employees. We've grown out of our current space. We have 1,800 square feet. The point that's in front of us was, and the concern from the councilwoman and the planning commission was, when I move out of my current space, there is a zoning that is still valid at the old space that I'm currently in, the 1,800 square feet. I'm moving into a 5,000 square foot facility. What we did is, and we showed this to the councilwoman, and we've talked to all the different pawn shop operators. As you're aware, I'm one of the founders of Super Pawn, and I'm proud to have my father, who is the founder of Super Pawn, here, and my son's here as well. So you have, I'm a 4th generation pawnbroker, so you have a few generations here to view you. But what I did is, I've talked to all the different pawn operators. There's 3 major groups of pawn operators in the city of Las Vegas. 2 are operated by publicly held pawn chains, Easy Pawn and Super Pawn. And we've talked to both of the public companies, and they have, of course, no interest. The smallest pawn shop, other than mine, is about 3,500 square feet. Mine's 1,800 feet. So for one of the public companies to move into what I call a C-minus location when they have all A locations seems highly unlikely. Then we went and talked to the privately held pawn companies. The one I can tell you for sure, without a doubt, would be the Gold and Silver Pawn. I don't think they're going to move off Las Vegas Boulevard and move into Jones and be able to handle the traffic flow that they have through their store. Metro Pawn is good friends of mine, Mark and Neil. Neil Duxbury and Mark Bell, we talked to them. Lucy here spoke to Pioneer Jewelry and Loan, Erminia Dropkin and her family, and they showed no interest. And John's Loan and Ace Loan are showing no interest. Ace Loan is the pawn shop that you were working with CIM to move last year over on Paradise, and they have absolutely no interest. So there is no current pawn operators that are looking to move into our space. So we wanted to give a comfort level to the council that we won't see another pawn operator move into that space. I originally was going to put in a consignment store. My pawn shop is very unique. It's a high-end luxury store, and I jokingly say we're a purse store because when you walk in my shop, it looks like you would find a fine handbag, not necessarily a firearm or a typical item or a tool that you would see in a pawn shop. It's high-end luxury, and we do a lot of consignment. So people that have consignment goods, purses, handbags, fine jewelry, artwork, we do consignment. So initially we spoke, and I spoke to my realtor here about getting additional space to open up a consignment store. So Adam Malin's here, and he could speak on the record. He spoke to our landlord currently sometime back when he was looking to purchase the building. The whole property was bought in a trustee deed, I think less than a year, maybe a year ago. So
which property was bought?
The property that I'm currently in, the shopping center.
Okay.
Was purchased, and this is when Adam went and talked to him. And I said, Adam, I'd like you to go talk to him because I'd like to get a bigger space. And I was also negotiating on the corner that I'm proposed to move in. So I said, I'd like to there was a lot of space available. Maybe I could move in the center space and build a big store and be an anchor tenant for the landlord. And Adam can speak on that topic.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you for your time. Just to speak to a little bit of the history on that, I was the listing agent, the leasing agent on the property prior to the current owner purchasing the asset. So when the current owner was investigating that purchase, they contacted me to talk about ongoing leasing efforts and you know, kind of my take on the prospects that were at hand and the current tenant base and things of that nature. And for full disclosure, another colleague of mine at my office was helping the current owner in that purchase. It was a note purchase where they purchased the loan and then carried through a foreclosure or a deed in lieu process to obtain title to the asset. And at that time, I I tried to make a good opportunity for the applicant and for the landlord in kind of indicating to the buyer at that time that there's a good opportunity to take Max Pond, which is probably his most stable tenant, and expand them within the center, and really create a good opportunity for both sides. But I was clear in that conversation way back then that Michael was already, the applicant, I'm sorry, was already in conversations with the Madman Army store on the corner and had intentions to relocate there at the expiration of his lease if it was feasible. And, you know, again, it was kind of painted as a good opportunity for him coming in and buying that center at a discount to befriend Michael, or to treat the applicant right and be able to get him into a larger space, and really, I think, would have been a key for that center, for that property. Those conversations didn't end up materializing, and I can't speak to the everyday relationship there. But again, in October, as Michael stated, we submitted an offer to the landlord to lease the current space that he's in, the 1,800-foot space, for a secondary business, a consignment business, with the full and clear understanding that he had already made a deal to move the pawn business next door, and that we were offering to lease the existing space under a different business, under a secondary use, to maintain occupancy in the center. There was, at one point, a verbal acceptance of that offer by the landlord to me, saying, yes, I'll do that deal, but I'll do it without putting any tenant improvements into the space, and that was just part of the terms that we had offered on. Since then, I don't believe that anything's happened on that, but I was asked to kind of come state for the record and speak to the history of the applicant's attempts to either expand within the current property, to maintain a lease on the current space. There's been a lot of efforts over, give or take, a year to try to work out something that was mutually beneficial.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Mack? Or
No, we would appreciate your support in following Planning Commission's approval.
Okay. I have a question, Mr. Fagg. The current location in the shopping center that has the pawn shop special use permit, if the applicant were to move into the new building and that became a pawn shop, how long would the special use permit pawn shop remain at that old location?
This case is a little bit different, and let me just clarify one of the points, is that the pawn shop does not have a special use permit. It was approved under a use variance back in 1993, which was the way that City Council did things back then. So it's not actually, it doesn't actually have a special use permit. However, it does fall under the definition of being a non-conforming use of a conforming building. So if Max Pawn vacates that space, their entitlement to have a pawn shop there is valid for another year. They could establish a new pawn business within a year. If they fail to do that, then any new tenant of that space has to be a conforming use.
Okay, so after 1 year, the pawn shop designation will go away?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, very good. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment, please come forward. Could you turn that microphone off in the middle, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Tom Morley. I represent Laborers Local 872 here in Las Vegas. We are neighbors with Max Pawn. We're located probably 100 feet apart. We're right behind Max Pawn. I'm just here to speak on behalf of Michael as an owner. I have plenty of union members that are out of work, and excuse me, dry throat. And Mike's helped put them zero interest loans, as well as replace tools that have been lost due to pawn because of unemployment and bad luck. So I'd just like to say he's been a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of Union West Holdings, which is the current landlord. And we want to correct the record that was made before Planning Commission that there was an LOI or lease agreement in place, and also correct the statements that were made today. There was an LOI proposed to the landlord about
Why don't you explain the LOIs and stuff?
letter of intent which is a proposal to enter into a lease agreement, and that sets out very basic terms. So the letter of intent to enter into a lease agreement was proposed back in and drafted in November of 2012, and the terms were unacceptable to the landlord, and it was not agreed to verbally or in writing. The terms of the letter of intent expired on its own. That was the last discussion that was made with the property owner about trying to settle this and have a lease agreement until the last few days. But what's really important is to understand that this is an entitlement that makes this current property valuable, and it's an entitlement that the current landlord intends to preserve. And I understand that the applicant has chosen to relocate, and he made that decision without any current LOI or lease agreement in place for the existing operations. But as a property owner, which is different from the current location, that entitlement brings value, and they will do everything to market that entitlement to any existing pawn location. Now, it's whether those existing pawn locations decide to relocate, that, then that's their determination. They could change their mind. The property owner intends to do their own independent market analysis to determine whether the relocation is possible. But and that is something that the landlord of the current property intends to undertake and intends to preserve its entitlement on its property. And so the application before you is not about Mr. Mack's operations. It's not about his business conduct. It's whether it's beneficial to the city to have two entitlements adjacent for the same use.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. A couple more questions, Mr. Mack. Who owns the building that you would like to move into?
The new facility is owned by Prosper Mins. He's been a local resident for many years, grew up here in Las Vegas.
And are there construction costs that are going to be associated if you move in there?
Yes.
About how much is that?
I plan to do a remodel. We're going to completely redo the landscape, interior. We'll probably spend $150,000 to $200,000.
And you're expanding the business, correct?
Expanding the business.
Which means you're going to be hiring more people?
Well, we started off, like I said, with 2 people, and we're already up to 11. We'll probably have 20 employees by the time we open the new store.
In that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, the public hearing is closed, so any questions from the city council? Councilman Beers.
How much bigger is the new space compared to the old space?
Old space is 1,800 square feet. I'm moving into 5,300 square feet.
So 3 times, at least. Okay.
Any other questions from the city council? Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Basically, we're having a situation where the realtor is saying that something occurred that the owner of the current property is saying did not occur. At least the lady Jennifer represented here today, right?
Well, I think what was represented on the Planning Commission was probably a statement on my behalf that said we had a letter of intent that was signed. The letter of intent was signed by me to the landlord, but it was not a document that was signed by the landlord, but we never had an agreement.
And I understand that, but I'm saying that your realtor who's here today has said that he did speak with the landlord, and he's saying that the landlord agreed orally. And Jennifer is saying the landlord is not agreeing orally. Is the landlord here?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead,
Okay, why don't you answer that question?
I did have that conversation. I've had numerous conversations with the landlord and made numerous attempts to create a mutually beneficial situation for the tenant and the landlord. And although we did not receive a written signed document back after numerous attempts at me contacting the landlord indicating that there was time-sensitive issues to this matter relative to the applicant's applications with the city council and trying to, solidify things given the timelines involved with approval processes. And there was a conversation where it was very clearly indicated that, yes, I do want to do something with Michael. I'll accept that offer, but I'm not going to put any tenant improvements. The offer was an offer to extend the lease for 3 years. It clearly stated that the use was not Max Pawn, it was Max Lux, which is the consignment, the secondary consignment type business that the applicant looked to put there. And the offer included a request for $10 a square foot in tenant improvements to clean the place up and redo it. And again, the verbal acceptance was, yes, I'll extend Michael's lease. I'm not going to give the TIs. So not stating that there was anything signed or a formal acceptance of the offer, but there definitely was a conversation between myself and the owner indicating that he was willing to move forward, wanted to get into the contracts with Michael, but he wasn't going to put any.
So basically, and I think we've heard this from different places, the information that was given at the planning committee, which Jennifer said was not accurate, has been said was not accurate, was misspoken or something at the planning commission. The key thing you're going on is the oral discussions. And could I have the owner, please?
Can you turn that middle mic? There you go.
Yes, absolutely no agreement was made. The offer.
State your name.
My name is Farid Mahboubian, and I represent Union West Holdings, the landlord for the landowner. No agreement has been made. There was an offer made that was never been signed and never been agreed upon. There were so many different terms. They were asking for $20,000 tenant improvement. He was asking for a commission, and I said, absolutely, we cannot do that. There was no mention made for the change of the use that the entitlement for the property would be gone. I believe I was trying to be, the broker was trying to mislead me as to.
But really what it comes down to is that a proposal was made, the terms were not acceptable, all of the terms, and when the terms are declined, there's no legally binding agreement. So we want to make it clear that there has never been any acceptance of terms verbally or in written terms. And as well, lease terms require acceptance by writing. Regardless, when you say that you decline the terms in a letter of proposal, the whole letter of proposal is ineffective.
And you're aware that you cannot operate a pawn shop unless you have a pawn shop license, right?
Yes, and the
And
property
you're
owner.
aware that none are available at this time in the state, Clark County. None are available, and will not be available until 75,000 more residents increase our population.
We understand that the property owner understands that there are no new licenses to be issued, but also understands that the entitlement is preserved for 1 year in which an existing licensee could relocate to that location.
All right, okay, I understand that. I will tell you, my concern is this. It's difficult for me to understand how we would hold back a businessman who has done well and wants to expand and prosper. That's what the whole city is about, helping our businesses grow, hire more people, and prosper. And I think that's important. And I think that it's also important that we've had somebody here who's been part of the community and who has been of service within the community in helping others. But I also know that you have something legal there that you feel is legal, and so I'm concerned about which way to go on this. Personally, I feel that we should be able to move. If he wants to move, I think he should be able to move. He's the one who has the license. He's paid for the license. And if he's grown and he wants to expand and go to a place where he's more visible, which would increase his business, increase the people who could work there, I think that's very important. But I don't know, I will also tell you, I do not want two pawn shops next to each other. I do not want it. I made a commitment to the people in the ward I represent and about pawn shops, and so I don't want that. And I've talked with, did they put new screens in here? I'm having a harder time seeing around these screens. They look nice, but I can't see Flynn well. So Flynn, is there any possibility of working this out? Is there any way, and I know I've asked you, thinking with all the brain power you have, that we might be able to work this out? Or if legal has any thoughts on this, I would appreciate it, because I will tell you where I stand. I'm not going to hold back prospering businesses. And it isn't that you would have an empty place. I mean, he offered evidently to put another business, so you're still having a rental in that place that he's in right now. The only problem is, I guess you don't feel that rental will bring as much as a pawn shop brings. Is that the case?
Yeah, can I just speak to that? And thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Just want to indicate that when you have an entitlement that runs with the land, it benefits the landowner, and as the property owner, they want to preserve this valuable entitlement that can carry on to new businesses. And they understand that the restrictions under the issuance of licenses, but the entitlement
And
runs with
Councilwoman, the only
land.
way they're going to preserve that is that they get someone in that particular location before the year is out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You don't have it in perpetuity. You only have it as long as you have someone who has a pawn license.
Correct. The property owner understands that.
Is there anybody now with whom you've had any contact that you feel would be interested in taking over, who holds a pawn license?
We'd have to continue with market research to determine whether there could be a viable candidate. There's been some initial discussions, but nothing that is committed to in writing.
And Mr. Flynn and council, how many months would I have to hold my breath if we do this, if we approve? How many? 12 months.
Mr. Mack, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, real quick. I have been in discussion since the Planning Commission with the landlord. The Planning Commission put a condition that I rent that building for 1 year so that that use would wear out. Basically, it'd be gone. So I had Adam put together where he had a discussion with the landlord's representative about a 1-year extension. And since they told us they weren't interested in doing a lease with me. I think what it's going to come down to, Council, is I don't want to be in his building anymore. I want to be in the building on the corner. If I can't be on that building on the corner, I'm going to go elsewhere. I'll go in the city of Las Vegas that's conforming, I'll come back in front of you, and I'll get approval. But I don't want to be in his building. There's no other licenses available, there's no one that can move in it, and there's no one who will be in there in a year. So that's why I've asked for your approval.
Are you saying that you offered to pay rent for a year?
Yes, 1-year lease.
Until the other wears out?
And
So you
we had
would be
a
paying 2 rents at the same time?
We had a meeting all the way up to 45 minutes before the meeting. I asked, I said, I will pay for 1 year, and he says, he asked me if I wanted 5 years. I said, I don't want 3 years, I want 1 year. I don't want to be a tenant of his altogether, but I will do it for 1 year.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow? There you go.
I'm sitting here listening at this, that you would even agree to that. I'm like thinking, are you crazy?
Well, I was trying to do the right thing.
I mean,
To give protection for the use, because I know the use is not valid because there's no pawn shops, but I wanted to give the councilwoman some comfort. I wanted to give the
I'm with
community
you.
some comfort.
I'm with you,
There's
but-
not another pawn shop
but-
moving in.
you do what you have to do in order to, work your development, but that is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. I would never do that, personally. That's just me, and you and I are different, but that is crazy. I can say this. You've done your due diligence. You've spoken to pretty much everyone that has a coin, a pawn, what is it called?
A pawn shop license.
Pawn shop license. And everyone that you've spoken to, and I mean, you've been in this business, you and your family have been in this business for a very long time. And so you're well respected in this community, and I just don't see anyone that you've basically listed that will basically backfill such a small space as far as a pawn shop. And so I know it's a gamble on everyone's part, but at the same time, from a business standpoint, Michael, I just don't see someone basically backfilling that spot. So that's enough comfort for me to move forward with this item. I support it. And I understand the councilwoman's reservation at the same time, and I know it's her ward, but I'm just looking at it. I try to look at things as though it's in my own ward, and what I would do. And therefore, looking at all of the information that has come out of this conversation, that I would move forward for approval, subject to all conditions, minus you having to pay for the next 12 months your current, soon-to-be post-landlord. That would be my thought, but...
Are you making a motion, or?
No, I'm just,
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm saying if in fact it were in my ward and I was casting the motion, that's my thought as far as how I would move forward. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's item, but I just could not sit here and just allow that to sit on my chest as far as you having to do that. But that's between you and whomever you negotiate that with, but that just is preposterous to me.
Well, thank you.
And I'm here, our attorneys are saying that we couldn't tell you what to do as far as your other tenant anyway, that we're strictly talking about the pawn shop. So basically what I'm understanding is you want to expand your business, you want to move into another building, you want to grow your business, and your expert opinion is nobody in the valley that has a pawn location currently is going to move into a location that is a lot smaller than anything that's out there today.
Correct.
So a pawn shop today would have to move into a smaller location than there currently is, and that just doesn't sound like something that is feasible.
Not with the value of the license and the opportunities.
Okay, well, unless I hear something different, I'm gonna support what you're trying to do. Councilman Coffin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's reasonable.
Well, when we're done
The
with
landlord's not
comments,
listening.
then
But I
you're
was
gonna
going to
make a
say that there's a lot of tenant improvements. I did stop in there. I had to pick up somebody, as I recall, sometime in the fall at that location. And so I went in and browsed around, and I saw a small store, but one with a lot of high-value inventory. Now, you have to leave all those tenant improvements behind, don't you? So essentially, you've got a lot of money invested in a place which would provide security for a lot of businesses that would have to spend a lot of money moving in. I'm thinking of people that sell jewelry or repair watches and things like that, where you've got to have security. And you've got safes in there. You have secure bulletproof glass and windows to pass through things. It's kind of ready-built for quite a few occupations. I mean, even things that sell expensive product in small volume but high value. So I suspect it's marketable. And I think maybe the landlord would like to very much, maybe he has an idea of another pawn store, that he'd like to move in there, but it's highly unlikely that, as given the realities of the business, that another one would want to have such a small space. So I can't interrupt into the business angle here. I think it's a good offer. I would accept that offer if I was in the landlord's shoes, but I'm not. My inclination is that you'll be leaving behind a pretty nicely maintained and well-built-up space. And looking at the other thing, you're moving into a building which is pretty well painted up and, not saying garbaged up, but you probably won't be hurting. You'll be helping the neighborhood, because whatever you do is going to look better than the Army-Navy stuff that's there right now. That's just my guess, not my ward. I'm going to support it. Go ahead.
Councilman Coffin, you'll be quite proud with the plans we have. I think our history with Super Pawns, the stores we built in the past, it will be, if not the nicest pawn shop in Las Vegas.
Very good. So unless there are any other comments from the city council, Councilwoman Tarkanian, you can go ahead and make your motion.
I went out and I did visit. These mics are not okay.
There you go.
I went out and I visited, and I went over the future plans. I also feel that if you improve and do what you said you will do in that, it's going to help the business of a current owner. It's going to help because it looks pretty dingy there right now between the little offices and the one you're talking about going into. I would tell you that it would make me feel a lot more comfortable if you, I can't tell you to do this or condition it, but it would make me a lot more comfortable if there was something in there, because I'm taking a big chance. I've always kept commitments to the residents, and I don't want to break it. So I would say that, number one, even though my colleagues may think I'm crazy to say that. Do you have a safe there?
Yes, there's a
And
built.
bulletproof glass, too?
There's a built-in vault and a vault door that we'll be leaving behind. And, you know, a jewelry store or an art store or...
No, I saw that. I know that. I know.
I'm saying
right.
other uses would be able to go into that space.
And to use it, yes. I just see that the most valuable thing here is the pond license, number one. And secondly, that you have offered to the owner to keep the rental up for one more year. And secondly, the great improvement it would make on that whole area. I just move to approve and following Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If I can give a shameless plug, we are having a promotion for Shade Tree, February 8th through Valentine's. Proceeds from our sale will help benefit Shade Tree. And thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you.
You know what, Mr. Pro Tem, this is something that Michael has done throughout the community, not just now, but in other things. And I think people who are outside the community don't realize how tightly knit we still are in Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Good luck. All right, item number 77, this is Director's Business 47207. This is a public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of the historic West Las Vegas Walkable Community Plan. Councilman Barlow, Ward 5, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval unanimously. So this is a public hearing. I will declare it open, and we'll start with Mr. Fagg.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. You've heard a lot of wonderful things about West Las Vegas today, and this is just one more thing to add to the list of things that we're doing in West Las Vegas. I have before you today the Walkable Community Plan for historic West Las Vegas. This was a process we began approximately 2 years ago in terms of getting input from residents. One of the reasons why we elected to do this plan at this point in time was to help knit together a number of other projects that are underway. We talked about the D Street improvements, item number 18 on the agenda this morning. We also talked about the F Street improvements that are underway. We have the West Side School, which is in the process of redeveloping. This walkable community plan is intended to help tie those projects together by creating a network, a sidewalk network, by creating bicycle paths, by adding additional crosswalks, lighting, and other things into the neighborhood. In meeting with the residents, we heard a couple of things from them. Number one was concerns about safety and additional lighting in the area, and so you'll see that as one of the recommendations. We have a number of alleys in the west side, the historic west side, and they were concerned about safety in those alleys and the pedestrian treatment that we have there. Other things that we heard from the residents were the fact that they didn't feel safe crossing the streets, especially the major streets that we have that go through the neighborhood. And so this walkable community plan is intended to address those things, and most importantly, to reinvest in this particular neighborhood. So with that, I would request your support of this walkable community plan.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any comments from the City Council? Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great job today, by the way.
Thank you.
With leading the meeting. It was very efficient, I must say, and I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, the walkable community plan.
Very good. We have a motion. Please vote.
And thank Flynn Fagg and his entire team for a great job on the work that you've done throughout the city of Las Vegas, and in particular Ward 5. Thank you.
And we appreciate that, and the team members who developed it and walked the neighborhood and did the inventory, thanks to them as well.
And if I may just throw in another editorial, Flynn, for excuse me, through you, Mayor Pro Tem, that Mission Revival is worthy of reviving. And I hope that we, as we build in that area, we don't have disharmonious chrome and steel things up here and there and stucco brick and junky things there, that people planning give strong consideration toward pushing for a unification of architecture. Thank you.
Okay, looks like everybody's voted. Go ahead and post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meeting in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. All righty. We will now go on to citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. We're setting that at 3 minutes, right? Very good. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard under citizen participation?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I got two items. The first is those mobile home parks. And you really need to get some of the minutes from the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority and see what kind of problems they're having down the Rudolon Earl down there. And I don't know if you would be so keen on bringing back the mobile home villages as they were. The second thing, in the current issue that just came out of Vanity Fair, March of this year, there's an article on Merv Adelson, and it's a story of from riches to rags, basically, but it has his historical, in his own words, what happened with Las Vegas to bring it where it is now. I would like to just say, Nathan's cousin, Bendel Cattleman, had taken control of Villa Rancho in 1947. It was during one of his visits that hit him. I suddenly thought everything is open 24 hours, but there's no place to buy groceries, Adelson recalls. I got the idea, a 24-hour supermarket. He scraped together money to buy the lot at the corner of East Oakey Boulevard and 5th Place, just off the Strip. His father invested $10,000. Their suppliers chip in a bit more, and after 18 months of begging, Adelson persuaded the Las Vegas bank to lend him the remaining $40,000 he needed to start construction. When it opened in 1953, Adelson's 15,000 square foot market town was an instant smash, drawing crowds around the block. He later opened two more. And then it goes on, he and another newcomer, a real estate man named Irvin Mulaski, were playing golf one day. But it just, and you wonder about, he was telling, it goes on about how they built the first indoor mall, which is where Charleston Plaza is now. It was torn down, and Sunrise Hospital and that. But it is an absolutely fantastic read, and whoever wants to start, they'll have to pass it around because I only got one copy. And
Hey, Flynn, you want to grab that? There you go.
just have them share it amongst yourself, but it's a fascinating read.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment under citizen participation?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
if I may say to Todd, I'd like to read it. I'll make a copy and return it to you. Okay, because I used to shop there as a kid. We did. Art Lurie managed the place. Ron Lurie was a box boy, future councilman, mayor, and so on. We served together. You know, it's really quite a history in that joint.
Why don't you make a copy for everyone, please?
All right. Also, I must say that there is a market coming in right next to it. The White Cross Drugs is being converted to a 7,000, almost 8,000 square foot market. So there are things happening right on that very piece of real estate.
Thank you. Councilman Beers?
A real quick suggestion, we can maybe hunt down one of these young whippersnapper staff members and have them scan it into a PDF, and then we don't have to burn paper. And then you can send us all a PDF.
There you go, being technologically savvy, whatever you just said. So, okay, looks like we'll close citizen participation. Item number 80, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda. Okay, let's start with Councilman Coffin, and we'll just work our way down.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and congratulations on your day with the gavel. You've done a wonderful job. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
A couple of things have come to my attention lately, and I thought I'd bring them to our colleagues' attention. One was something that caught me by surprise about 2 weeks ago, and I didn't get a chance to talk to our staff about it. It was a report that came from the public interest group called the PIRG Education Fund, Public Interest Research Group, which is a well-known, respected group based in Washington. And they did a study on transparency in city spending. And I thought the city of Las Vegas was making progress in this area, but they downgraded city of Las Vegas. I think we had a D, barely passing several cities out of the top 30 in the country, and we were measured against some pretty big towns. We're given A's, but several F's. We were nevertheless not the best and down at the bottom, and I thought that's surprising because I thought we were making real progress. So I will hand this study to our staff, which may not have seen it because we haven't been briefed on this. I think our city manager and her team are very proud of the openness with which we conduct government, but it just shows you there's always room for improvement. And also, frankly, there might be mistakes in this story, in which case I think we should let the Public Interest Research Group know that we feel that they made some mistakes. So we don't like to have publicity like that. We like to move forward. The second item is a news release today that we sent, we sent it out last week on pavement repairs to cause a one-day traffic impact on Gas Boulevard, which was yesterday. I do not know if the job was done, but it's all about a patch in the road, and that was required because we had increased bus traffic because of the new terminal, bus traffic created for a street which was built to small auto standards many years ago. Our town is full of roads like this that will fail. Repeated potholes have been surfacing since these buses started riding on that stretch of road there, near Las Vegas Boulevard. All over town we have assets like this which on the surface appear to be whole and healthy, but in fact when given a little stress they fail. And it's kind of a subtext to the crusade I've been on lately about getting the true inventory of our assets and their age and their lifespan expected, because we have at least $4 billion in assets, and I'm not sure that we have an accurate count there yet. The point is, what kind of shape are they in? Are we going to be able to maintain them in the generations to come? Or are we going to be fixing them as money comes in? Because if that's how we do it, we will fall farther behind, and we will look like a third world country with it sneaking right up on us without even understanding why it happened. I'm thinking of a story in the Road Warrior column this morning, I think, written by Joe Hawk of the Review-Journal, where he has comments from people on a section of maybe Martin Luther King, right in Lois Tarkanian's ward, where it seems to be rough and hard to drive over, but our staff reports that it's not ready to be repaired yet. And it isn't, because it's not a hole in the ground, but it's a sign that we don't have enough money to do this job right. And you could put a number on it, but I think we must be a ways away from it, because I don't have final numbers from our staff. And it's a long, long project. It's one worthy of completion, even though it may seem boring and it's not going to get any headlines from the press. It's one of those things that our successors in office will appreciate if we devote time to now. So those are my comments, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would just like to inform the community on the various activities taking place with myself. Tomorrow is Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks. located at the corner of Bonanza and Rancho from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. I will be there, Coffee with the Councilman, so please come out. That is my monthly opportunity to meet with businessmen and women, as well as constituents, who would like to share with me anything that they would like to share without having to meet with me here at City Hall. And a number of you have come out, and I really appreciate that, and I look forward to continuing to keep that opportunity available to the constituents to come to a very informal setting where they can share with me anything that they wish. Secondly, the Berkeley Square neighborhood historical unveiling will take place this Saturday at 9 a.m. on the corner of F Street and Leonard, right off of Owens and H, right near Owens and H. So please come out and enjoy in this historical moment. Berkeley Square, as I mentioned earlier today, is on the National Registry of Historical Places, and we're very excited for the banners that will be going up in and around the Berkeley Square community. In addition to that, the crosswalk near Vegas and Decatur, where my dear friend and senior of the Las Vegas Manor Senior Complex, Miss Doris, unfortunately was hit by a motor vehicle a few weeks back. We are conducting a crosswalk groundbreaking on tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. So the community is invited to come out in celebration of this groundbreaking of the new installation of the crosswalk, as well as the new improved sidewalks, which will all be ADA accessible right in front of Las Vegas Manor Senior Apartments. On next Tuesday, February 12th at 10 a.m., there will be a senior housing development named in honor of my late mother, Miss Aldine Klein Barlow, Senior Apartments, and that grand opening will take place on February 12th at 10 a.m. right at the corner of H Street and Monroe. In addition to that, I will be hosting a business forum for those of you who are interested in opening up your own business for profit right here at City Hall in the council chambers on February 23rd at 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. In conjunction with the 100 Black Women of Nevada, and we will have a host of bankers and other nonprofit experts who will be here to assist those who are interested in opening their own business. And of course, feel free to go online and follow me online at my website, and that is lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5, as well as follow me on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you all so very much, and enjoy the rest of your month, the month of Black History. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Ward 1 is holding a Fit Family Health Festival and Trail Walk, all ages, on Saturday, February 9th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. There's free admissions, T-shirts available for the first 100 attendees, and raffle tickets for sale. It will be held at Pioneer Park, 7449 Braswell Drive, and we urge you to join the Outside Las Vegas Foundation, Weight Watchers, and the City of Las Vegas for a fun health festival for the whole family. Enjoy a community expo with health and outdoor vendors in the park, as well as trail walks to nearby parks. Learn about many fun ways to get active and healthy in our community. And you're going to see me walking out there also, which I haven't walked since my back operation, so that ought to be something. But that's how important it is. We all talk about how we need to be healthy, we need to be the appropriate weight. This is a great chance to get started. And any other information, please contact Robin at 229-6405. And I've been asked by the Torrey Pines Neighborhood Association to give a shout out of kudos and appreciation to Leanne and Lori, who work in traffic under Public Works, for the great job they did in helping them with their traffic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian. A couple of items that I have to announce. If you didn't know, this is the Chinese New Year's weekend here in Las Vegas. It's going to be kicking off on the Fremont Street Experience Friday, February 8th at the 3rd Street stage from 6 to 7. Myself and the mayor, and obviously any other city council members are invited. We're going to do a ribbon cutting. They have lots of events, including the Lohan School of Shaolin Lion and Dragon grand opening performance, the Shrine of Our Lady of Lavang Welcome Blessings of the Monks, various Vietnamese events, the parade of Miss Asia. So it's going to be a fun weekend, and it culminates on Sunday. The Chinese New Year in the Desert Parade will begin at 10 a.m. Sunday morning, February 10th, at Gas and 4th Street. So if you love parades, come on out. It's the Chinese New Year Parade. And my final item is there's a gentleman by the name of Richard Ramsdale who lives in the Sun City, Summerlin. He's an outstanding artist. His drawings are going to be on display at the Summerlin Library Art Gallery February 14th, which is a Thursday, from 5 to 6 Thursday. He's an unbelievable gentleman, Richard Ramsdale Art Show. So come out and take a look at some of his drawings. February 14th from 5 to 6:30 at the Summerlin Library Art Gallery. Thank you very much. We'll go on now to Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was in my mind thinking if I were making the assignments between you and the mayor on positioning in the Dragon.
No, hey.
But I'm not going to go there.
Okay,
I'm not going to
thank
go there. I do want to mention that we're going to have a road closure up in Summerlin, way outside the Beltway. If it's your neighborhood, you'll know it's happening. It's at Alta and Desert Foothills. That's going to start here at the end of the month and continue for the rest of the year. There's going to be a major construction project up there. I too congratulate you on your handling of the gavel. I tried to interest Councilman Coffin down there at the other end in perhaps a out-of-control shouting match argument just to kind of make your day, but he said no.
Oh, he said no.
Yeah, he's the more mature of the two of us, I guess. Little Women is going to be starting up at the Summerlin Dance Academy this weekend. They'll be on for the next couple of weekends. That's a nice tear-jerker from early Americana. And those of you who tuned in earlier today and watched our discussion of the Metro budget may want to join me this Saturday at 4:30 at the Sahara West Library. There's going to be tarot card lessons offered to perhaps help us read the future, which would be a real handy skill to have around these parts. That's all we have from Ward 2, sir.
Very good. Okay, and finally, Councilman Ross, Ward 6.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Tarot card lessons.
Sahara West Library,
I
4:30.
just may sign up. All right, fun stuff first, then we'll get to the serious stuff. Another great addition, we are getting ready to open at the much larger Thunderbird Family Sports Complex. It is the new element, the Raptor Play Park. It is Saturday, February 16th, 10 a.m. to noon. It is on the corner of Tropical Parkway and Durango. We have actually got a quarter-scale model of a Raptor F-22 stealth fighter jet sitting on top of a column out there. It's absolutely spectacular, right on the corner of Tropical Parkway and Durango Drive. Please come on out. We've got the Centennial Hills High School NJROTC will be presenting the colors. And we also have the American Legion Auxiliary Junior Unit will be out there making cards for our military personnel that are overseas. So, folks, you can come on out and do the same thing and enjoy a couple of hours of great fun in this sunny northwest part of the city of Las Vegas. Now, for the more serious things happening in our city, our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Amelia Rodriguez. She is 17 years old. She's 5'2", 110 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair. She is Hispanic. She was last seen December 27th. She does have some tattoos. She was last seen in the area of East Gowan Road and North Pecos Road. She was last seen wearing a gray and white jacket and blue jeans. She may be carrying a black backpack with personal belongings. Amelia does have a tattoo on her left arm. It's a rose with a butterfly and 3 stars. Please, please, if you have any information leading to this young lady's whereabouts, please contact Nevada Child Seekers 702-458-7009 or the North Las Vegas Police Department at 702-633-9111. Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members.
Okay, very good. With that, everyone have a great weekend. We'll see you in 2 weeks for another exciting city council meeting, and this meeting is adjourned.